Hello, Gelato Familia. It's George, the Disney Italiano, coming to you with another live, but not just any live, a very special live. And we'll get into all the details in a few minutes. But there's someone also here that would like to say hello. I will be back in a few minutes.
Absolutely. It's theme park conductor here with another amazing legendary live stream. This is going to be awesome. It's our first ever all day theme park studio live stream. And what better yet to have this live stream with the one and only Hollow Gelato, George the Disney Italiano. Absolutely amazing. I cannot wait. But you can find me, Theme Park Conductor, on YouTube, Blue Sky at Theme Park Conductor, on Instagram at theme_park_conductor, on X at Theme Conductor, TikTok at Theme Park Conductor 1, and every Sunday at 5 or 7 p.m. for Conductor Sunday live stream where we have amazing guests like the one and only Hollow Gelato, Orange Go 55, and so many others as we break down Disney and Universal news. And we speculate, we talk rumors, we interact with the chat interacts with us. Such a wonderful time. And we have a lot of amazing content before our trip. I'm going to be having Hey Bricky on my channel this Sunday, February the 1st at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And then later this month, I'm going to let George tell you who the amazing guest is going to be. But for George's live stream, we are going to have me and Tommy from Tommy Toon World. But I'm going to let George take it away with the amazing guests that we're going to have later this month before we go on our trip. George, take it away.
Thank you. Yeah, so as Conductor was mentioning, we'll be having a discussion a little bit about our trip, but we're going to have a very special guest on, the one and only Drew the Disney Dude. And who better to have someone on that knows Walt Disney World in and out, that's basically there almost every single day. Honestly, I would be too if I was living down in Florida. But yes, later on in the month of February, we will be having a live stream on Hollow Gelato with Mr. Theme Park Conductor, Mr. Tommy Toon World, and of course, the one and only Mr. Drew, the Disney Dude. More info on that will be coming up soon on a date and time. So definitely like, subscribe, hit that notification bell for all your content, news, and releases. And as Conductor was mentioning, this is our first ever live marathon that we're doing this for the very first time. Neither one of us has done this. This is history in the making. And we're going to get into it, shall we? And I know you're probably wondering, if we're doing this together, why are we on separate screens and we're going back and forth? That's just how we were going to do the intro, folks. But I'm going to bring in the one and only Theme Park Conductor, and we're going to get into this. And trust me, folks, we have a lot, and I do mean a lot of topics. Conductor and I were going literally back and forth with ideas of what to talk about, and we have like possibly 30 plus topics. So we're more so going to try to get into all of them, but we're going to kind of let it flow, let the conversation flow, and have you guys interact with your comments, your questions, your opinions. And we're going to go for as long as we possibly can. As I said, this is a marathon. We may go 6 hours. We may go 7 hours. 6, 7. Anyway, but in any case, yeah, so we'll just kind of go through the list and everything, and let's kick it off. So the first topic I really wanted to talk about, and this is very important, this came from a farm on Kansas, and a guy was actually arrested for trying to off a cow with a couple of porcelain dolls. And from what I've understood, that this is the very first time in the United States history that this may be the very first knick-knack paddywhack. But any case,
I'm going to tell you right off the bat, I don't know what the deal is with that, but the fact that the guy was on a farm, that's right there, that's suspicious enough.
Right.
Okay.
Yep. That's a little Italiano humor, folks. No, that is not the topic. So
No.
we're gonna get into the topic. So I do apologize if you see me looking down. I am looking at my phone because I literally had to take the notes as Conductor and I were talking. So we have a whole list. So basically, what I'm going to do is I think it's probably fitting just go like right down the list. But before we do, let's say hello to everyone in the chat that is joining us. We have Mr. Jacob Weller in the house. Welcome in, Jacob. And Jacob, I do apologize. I know you have been waiting patiently for your package, and I know I'm saying it's coming out this week and everything. Just a lot has been going on. Abby's been sick twice. I've been sick 3 times and everything, and just coming off of the holidays. So I do apologize. I do know that you are recently moving in February, and I know it's kind of cutting close to the deadline. So message me your new address and let me know when you kind of get settled in. And that way your package isn't lost and everything. And basically you'll get a package from Hollow Gelato as like one of your first deliveries at your house. So let me know. You could just DM me that information. Any case, we also have John, Make It Rain. Let's go. Absolutely. And then we have Theme Park Conductor. I don't know who this guy is, but I mean, he just has
some weird guy.
Yeah. We have all the way from the UK, Mr. Matthew Murr. Welcome in. And of course, the hollow to my gelato is Abby saying hello to everybody. Let's see.
We got Kevin in the house. Kaylin ID.
Yep, there we go. Yep, we got Kevin on the go. Hello, my dudes. Just dropped in to say hi, heading to work. Well, good luck with that, Kevin. And we appreciate, you jumping on. I'm for sure probably when you're done with work, just jump back on because we'll probably be here.
Absolutely.
You never know. And then we have Kalani D. Welcome in. And John, I assume that you're asking, did this occur at a Disney park of my Kansas farm joke? No, it didn't actually like happen anywhere. It was just my knick-knack paddywhack joke. So it's
and you will learn. I'm going to tell everyone right now, you will learn when we're in Florida. I'm going to see this guy really just go off the rails. And you know me, theme park conductor, I'll go off the rails, but this guy literally derails and then goes down the street. So
I really do. That's kind of what I wish that the red car trolley would have done, because honestly, like, again, I'm the consumer and I'm the one paying, and you're gonna ring your bell at me when I'm walking trying to get to another destination, and you expect me to move for you.
Oh my God.
So I'm sorry, like, no, if I'm in the middle of walking, just derail yourself for a few seconds and then hop back on the track and just go around. I'm sorry. To me, that wasn't too big of a deal.
Oh my God.
But in any case, kind of speaking of the red car trolley, this really isn't a topic of the red car trolley, but it has to do with the location that I think why they actually got rid of the red car trolley, despite them knowing of my passion for them to get rid of it, but that's not the reason why they did. Talking about, and I know we discussed this many times on both of our channels, but for Pandora going into not only Hollywood Land, which I still think is, and I could be wrong, I will eat crow. I will be the first to admit that if all this is said and done, and this turns out the way that, I hope it does, because I don't want Disney to fail. I don't want this land to fail. Sure. But I just don't see the logistics of how this land is supposed to be and how it's going to fit in with the aesthetics that's already surrounding where that land is going to be. I don't get it. So that's basically the first topic, folks, is the design of Pandora. And Conductor and I were actually talking on the phone, I think it was like last week, about this, and we thought, hey, this is a great topic to add to our marathon live. But based off of the piece of concept art, the one piece of concept art that, well, they gave us a couple, I'll say that, but the what I like to call the bioreconstruct piece of concept art, where they kind of like shoot it from the sky looking down on the whole entire land.
Sure.
I just the aesthetics of the land, it looks great, but I just don't understand how that's going to look in that space. I don't understand. I don't know what they're going to do with, yeah, they can cover up the monorail track by using a lot of rock work, but and again, you can't really get married to the concept art, but you're still going to see a monorail that has to come through to pass through the rock work. You can't stretch the rock work all the way around, because then it's going to start leaking into uh other domain.
Yeah.
So I don't get it. I don't understand it. I wish Disney would just wait, because honestly, it seems like we're waiting anyway. It already seems like the project's been delayed. We still don't know a closing date for Monsters Inc. Mike and Sully to the Rescue,
No, we don't.
and they haven't started officially on the Eastern Gateway. So I think honestly we should just be patient, wait, and then just have them place it in the Simba lot. And
Well,
I'm still gonna stick to that.
yeah, no, 100%. This is a conversation I've had with a good friend of mine, Orange Grove 55, about it, because he's pretty confident that it is going into the Hollywood backline. I tell him every time the topic comes up, I mention, I say, I have to respectfully disagree, because you have Avatar, which is a multi-billion-dollar franchise. You have James Cameron that put this together, this franchise, and it's just been a hit. Now, this latest movie, it did start off slow out of the gate, but it's recuperated quite well. And then obviously we're probably going to get a third movie, hopefully, and maybe a fourth movie. Um, I I mention it all the time to him. I mentioned it to George as well, that I personally just do not like the fact that Disney wants to cram a multi-billion-dollar IP into a land that can't accommodate, even with the bus load and unload area. And it just, like George said, you can only hide the monorail so much. You can only hide it. So one of the things we mentioned, like George was saying, was to put it in the Simba parking lot. Because if you think about it, they can already get a head start on Avatar. They don't have to wait to close attractions. They don't have to wait to sit there and bulldoze old soundstage buildings that are storage, or a skeleton of what it once was. They could just rip up asphalt, start running conduit and stuff, and probably start vertical construction, quite honestly, probably by the end of this year if they started today in the Simba parking lot. But now Disney's approach to this is, oh well, and this wasn't coming from Disney. This was just all of us speculating all this time, but from a good source, David from Fresh Baked, he heard from his sources that basically the way Disney wants to do this is they want to wait until the two Avengers attractions are nearly done. Then, once those are done, once the Eastern Gateway project is about three-quarters of the way done, or maybe halfway done, then they'll close the Hollywood backlot in DCA, close it off, start demoing, and whatnot. And the biggest problem I have with this is, like George mentioned, with Monsters Mike and Sully to the Rescue, we still cannot get a closing date. And we were all told by Disney at D23, George was there on location, and Josh Tomorrow, if my memory serves me correct, Josh Tomorrow went on stage and personally said to 30,000 fans in the Honda Center, Mike and Sully to the Rescue, and the Hollywood backlot is going to be closing in early 2026. But according to David's, sources from the inside, that he was hearing that they might close it in May, but now May's not even confirmed. It might be delayed even further. And the problem with closing this attraction is it's not that they close it one day and then they bulldoze it the next. We're talking about another 2 months after they close it at the very least to strip and tear out the old animatronics, possibly reuse them for the new Monstropolis land going into Hollywood Studios in Orlando. Um, and that would be a great way to cross utilize. But will they do it? Who knows? But we might not see Avatar start vertical construction until probably the middle of next year. And I hate to even say something like that, but it's the God honest truth. I don't like it.
And that's if Monsters Inc. closes in May.
Yeah.
We still haven't even gotten confirmation that it's going to be May. And if it is May, is it going to be early May, mid May, late May? Where at least with Dinosaur, like over at Animal Kingdom, we knew that was closing down 3 years, going on 4 years ago. So and then as time moved on, when they started to flesh out of like what they were really going to put in there, they weren't sure if they were going to do Zootopia with Moana or what have you, but when they settled on Tropical Americas and they said Indiana Jones was going to take the place of Dinosaur, we ended up getting a closing date for Dinosaur well in advance. And the same goes for Rock and Roller Coaster for the reimagining of taking out Aerosmith and putting in the Muppets.
Yeah.
So if they really knew the direction that they were going with Pandora, I don't know. I think we would have found out what the closing date was. Now, again, I'm not saying that it's not going to have a closing date. One way or the other, Mike and Sully eventually is going to go. It's going to close. But Disney is not going to close it unless they have a specific direction of where they're going with it, because that's then taking out a ride that may not be necessary at that time, because it's still a people eater. People still go on and ride it, and Disney Scoop Sky was there for that. Well, actually, Abby and I were also there, but we didn't know that they were handing out buttons over by the ride for the ride's anniversary.
Interesting.
And there was only a limited amount, and I thought, dang, we were there and we didn't know we could have got a couple buttons. So I thought that was kind of cool that they had that. But and a couple things that you had mentioned, Conductor, was you had mentioned the bus load unload area, but based off of the piece of concept art that they showed us for the Eastern Gateway, it really, as I call it, Pandora's ass, it doesn't even run into the bus load unload area. So the back end
Go ahead.
of Pandora is literally at ends of what it shows in the concept art. Now, again, as I said, you can't get married to the concept art. It could change. But of just what Disney is releasing to us now, we can only go by what they are showing to us now. And what they are showing us is the back part of Pandora ends right at that fine line of where the back lot is now that goes into the bus load unload area. But as far as I know, it's not running into that. So how much is Hollywood of Hollywoodland going to be of Pandora? Is it just going to be the back lot? Is it going to bleed into the street? Is Schmoozies and Award Wieners and Mickey's PhilharMagic going to go bye-bye? Like, I still don't understand how this is all how they're going to do it. But John Make It Rain says, in the end, they probably should have just put the door coaster and sushi restaurant in California's DCA. Actually, there were some sources that said before Disney settled on putting it in Pandora, like before they were trying to figure out what to do after or during DCA's 2.0, that was really going to be a Monsters Inc. area. They were just going to keep Mike and Sully to the rescue, and they were going to add a kind of indoor roller coaster like the one we're getting in Florida and that would have been cool. Add the Harryhausen's restaurant. That would have been cool. I would have been completely fine with it. And then we also have Hudson Thomas in the house, and I believe he's agreeing with John Make It Rain. But Conductor, I see that you have a the Google Maps up.
I
Uh,
do.
you
So
want to elaborate on that?
okay. So let me click out of that. Okay. So what we're talking about here, this right here, this whole area is the Hollywood backlot. Okay. So this is Monsters Inc. This was Who Wants to Be a Millionaire back in the day. Then it went to the Avengers Campus Superstore, and now it's vacant again, doing nothing. This right here was, I think, some type of food court, indoor food court, that they had at one point in this area. But when you look at this, because it's literally only this right here and this, and it's not even going to utilize all the bus load and unload area. So OG actually mapped it out for me when he told me about it. He's all like, this is the problem. If for whatever reason they only use the Hollywood backlot and part of the bus load and unload area, basically it's going to be, I think he said 7 acres, which the version in Animal Kingdom is 12 acres. So that's a big problem because like I stated early on, when you have a multi-billion-dollar franchise and knowing James Cameron, just like George Lucas was with Galaxy's Edge, to a point, or even better example with J.K. Rowling and Harry Potter, they're not going to let their vision, their hard work be shortcut. And James Cameron is not one of those guys that will allow that to happen. So I kind of have to scratch my head and ask myself, why in the how in the hell did they convince James Cameron to cram Avatar into this footprint when
That's what
it's not
worries.
even big enough?
That's what worries me because yes, I do agree with you. I agree with everyone when they say, because I mean, I know how James Cameron is. He's a stickler for the fine detail, and Avatar is his baby. You know, he's not going to be one that's going to say, okay, just put this in here. It has to be up to par. But the fact that they're right out of the gate where they pitch this project to him and they're saying, okay, yeah, we're going to put it in the Hollywood land. Like, is there something that they're not telling us? Is there something that we're missing of a piece of the puzzle as to why James Cameron, yes, agreed to have this project greenlit where the location's going to be? Because I now again, as I said, once you remove all these buildings too and you flatten it out, it may make more sense. You know, we're looking at it right now with it looking like, but even to then, just take the back lot even out of it. Where is the transition and how is it going to transition when you're going from Buena Vista Street, walking down the strip of Hollywoodland? And we really don't even know how much of Hollywoodland is going to be there because how much is it going to bleed onto the street
Yeah.
to become Pandora? And then you got Pandora to the left and you got Avengers Campus to the right. And
Yeah.
there's not enough space there to do any sight lines, you know, to kind of block off. So basically, I'm assuming, I don't know, unless they get a little bit creative. And we do know that Imagineering can do it. You know,
Yeah.
Imagineering they're very capable, they're very talented, you know, they're very creative at what they do. But yeah, I'm scratching my head at it too. I just don't.
So it's interesting you mentioned that, George, because the last time we hung out was about 2 weeks ago, and we were at DCA and Disneyland trying the 2026 foodie guide. And we were in DCA first at Pim Test Kitchen. And one of the things I mentioned to you and Abigail when I met up with you guys right at the entrance here is that this Chamber of Commerce building, if they remove that, if they remove that and relocate it, you could build some type of transition portal or tunnel or something in this footprint, because literally, obviously, this building's going to go away anyway. And you literally walk across the bridge because they have to keep this access road here. Um, but this access road is going to be moved out a little bit into the bus load and unload area. But you build a kind of like entrance right here, and you go into the world of Avatar, walking in this way. And then also with the Hyperion, if you got rid of the Hyperion and you built another attraction for Avatar, and I actually just thought about this. I love when I collab with George because ideas just pop in my mind. But if you tore down the Hyperion because it's not doing anything for anybody, and I will talk about that in a minute because there was some new information that dropped this morning. But um the Hyperion, if you got rid of that and you built a show building and you put up the old Hollywood facade that the Hyperion has now to preserve Hollywood Boulevard, but the show building is another attraction for Avatar, you could justify doing that. So you would have two attractions, one somewhere back here in the Hyperion footprint would be another attraction for Avatar, but you would put the Holly once you build the new show building, you would put back the Hollywood theming that the Hyperion has right here that's facing Hollywood Boulevard. So you don't necessarily ruin the Hollywood land or Hollywood Boulevard aesthetic.
Now that I'm looking at the map, like, and I looked at this map how many times, and when you mentioned about removing the Hyperion Theater, I'm wondering, because I was still trying to figure out on the one piece of concept art how they would fit this in here. I wonder if they catty corner it. So yeah, so I wonder if the Hyperion is on the chopping block for this. So if you look at it, you see, like, I don't know if you guys will, because it's on Conductor. So you see how, like, this part here. Okay, start at the Hyperion.
Okay.
Okay, and then move up. Keep going, all the way up to. Okay, so like right there. So see how it kind of like makes the number 7 from
Yes.
the one stage building all the way down to the Hyperion. It makes
Yes.
the 7. I wonder if the main show building where we get the onion kind of rock work is gonna be in that corner, right there, right where your cursor
Right
was.
here.
No, 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 on the opposite side.
Oh, right
There.
here.
But it's gonna be facing this way, so it's gonna be catty
Possibly.
corner. So, like, it kinda looks like an arrow. I wonder if that's, but the only problem is the monorail.
Yes. You so the problem I see with the monorail, the only way to kind of hide it is when you look at Cars Land and you're walking through San Francisco and you're walking to Cars Land from that side of it, walking in, you see the hills, but you see this big giant rock entranceway. I think that's what they're going to have to do. They're going to have to put rock, probably. Sorry, let me get my mouse over here. Probably, I would say probably somewhere in this area here, going all the way down
Mhm.
to probably right here.
Well,
And
and
that's a lot of rock
here's
work
the
to
other thing
hide.
too. If they catty corner the show building, yep, right where your cursor was, come down a little bit where that building is, right there. If
Yeah.
that's where they put the main show building for the main attraction, it's gonna be facing kind of like in a diagonal way, and the water is gonna be, like, in where the courtyard is between the one, I think it's on stage 17 and where Monsters Inc. is,
Yeah.
then maybe you wouldn't have to touch too much of the monorail from the far east of it. I think you would, yeah, you
Sure.
would just have to just cover the rock work as it's coming around, because the show building and the rock work would hide behind it. But as the monorail's coming around that show building into the land, that's where they would have to add the rock work. So
Yeah.
basically the monorail would just go into a tunnel.
No, absolutely. And like I said, you can actually tear down the Hyperion Theater, even though it makes me sad because that theater is absolutely breathtaking inside. Um, Tear it down. Hey, Mr. Brian 13, good to see you.
Welcome in, Brian.
Um, but you tear down the Hyperion Theater building, but you rebuild the building as a show building for a second Avatar attraction, another e-ticket. But when it comes time to build the building, and once it's done and they start work on the inside, they temporarily they temporarily wall off the area where the photo op is for you know, Hollywood and all that you see on um the Hyperion building facing Hollywood Boulevard, and you rebuild that. So it keeps that immersion to Hollywood Boulevard, but the Hyperion Theater building turns into a second e-ticket attraction for Avatar. That right there, if you have two attractions that are e-tickets, I think it will work. I think it would be amazing. I think it's more than possible if they did it that way. But according to news, as of this morning, and George and I will be there. This is how crazy we are, to kind of go off the rails a little bit. This is how crazy we are. So, Disneyland is hosting a 2-day event on March, was it March 3rd and 4th, or 2nd and 3rd?
Third and fifth.
3rd and 5th. So, we are actually going to be at the Disneyland 70th. One of the 2 days we're going to be there on March 3rd, the day before we go to Orlando for 2 weeks. And and I know if Haunted Mermaid was in here, she would be hashtagging Team No Sleep, because that's just a running joke between us. But we're going to be there, and one of the things they just announced this morning, and this was coming from, I believe, Scott Gustin and a couple other organizations, and even Disney themselves, is that they are going to put a show temporarily for 2 days, I think. I don't think it's going to last more than 2 days. I could be wrong, but it's going to be a Frozen show inside the Hyperion Theater. So that is going to be really interesting to see, because it'll be our first time going into the Hyperion Theater once again since what was it, the Captain America show that was in there for a little while. So it's going to be really, really interesting. And I want to give a big shout out before I keep going. Hidden Geek Village, you are absolutely incredible and very, very awesome. What you did last night is just legendary. Hidden Geek Village, he's been a proud supporter of Theme Park Conductor, and I cannot thank you enough. He actually sent, during a live stream I was part of with Tommy, OG, and Cannon Camper, and Capture the Magic, not once but twice he sent 2 super chats to Theme Park Conductor, and one of them was $100 super chat. The other one was a $10 super chat. So my heart and appreciation for Hidden Geek Village is beyond thankful. So thank you for that.
Yeah, that was very, very thoughtful, very kind, and there you go. You got a little bit more extra baller spending money for Florida. So
I do, and I give it all credit to Hidden Geek Village. But
yeah.
going back to the Hyperion, again, I don't know, George, if you can look it up on your phone, if that Frozen.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to locate.
You know what? Let me look on my profile, since I'm sharing my screen anyway. Let me see, because this was, I don't know if it was on that one, but it was from I think it was from Scott Gustin. Let me see if because this guy is a great source when it comes to the theme park news.
Oh yeah, he is almost like he's like the
Okay.
the source.
Okay, so it says it right here in the article. It doesn't say for how long, but it mentions Scott Gustin knew Disneyland announces Sounds of Magic during Disneyland After Dark 70 Years of Favorites. And this is a 2-day event. A riverfront uh um was that
Oh yeah. Okay. So yeah.
yeah, go ahead.
Mondo from Five Fires also posted it. So
Okay.
update on entertainment for Disneyland's 70 years of favorite After Dark event. Sons of Magic is a riverfront serenade featuring vocalists that perform favorite songs from past Disneyland musical shows. These performers will float down the rivers of America on a raft multiple times throughout the night, singing tunes from various decades of Disneyland entertainment, including Animazement, I think Animazement, the
Yeah,
musical, Tiana's Showboat Jubilee, Frozen from the live at the Hyperion, and the Lion King Celebration Parade. So basically, what they're doing is, yeah, they're basically going to have vocalists sing from the past decades that was part of the entertainment of Disneyland in many different formats. So yeah, so Frozen from the Hyperion, they'll sing songs from that show. The Lion King Celebration. I'm for sure that if they want to get a little bit uh, geeked out on the 70th, maybe they'll sing songs from when they had the Hunchback Festival of the Fools.
absolutely.
Area, and also too, speaking of the After Dark events, another piece of information. Now, this isn't from the 70th. This is now a piece of information going towards Disney Channel night, which will be another event that will be released. They didn't announce any dates for tickets yet, but Penny Proud from the Disney Channel's The Prod Family will be making her grand debut for a meet and greet during Disney Channel night. So I just wanted to throw that in there too, since we were talking about the after hour events.
Absolutely. And then again, Disney announced another event for Star Wars night. It's for inspired magic key holders. Pre-sale goes on sale February the 3rd. Magic key pre-sales February the 4th, and for the general public February the 5th. So do keep that in mind if you want to go to Star Wars night. I think I don't know if it's interesting, because I don't know if I want to buy a ticket until they transition a lot of the changes they want to do to Galaxy's Edge into operation. I think I may or may not sit out this year's Star Wars night. And well, actually no, because actually when Star Wars night happens, all the changes will be in effect because it's in May.
Right. So now this is the interesting thing. I'm not sure. Did they give the dates, the official dates for Star Wars night?
I don't think so, but let me double check. I will Google it right now. Let me see.
Because I thought they said it was going to be in April, and depending on the dates, since April 29th will make it official when the original characters go back. I wonder if, like, moving forward, if there's going to have the Star Wars nights. Okay, so April. Okay, so this is interesting. Yeah, April 28th, 30th, and May 4 and 6.
Yep.
Now, okay, so now this is interesting because the first night for Star Wars night is the day before
The changes.
the changes. So I'm wondering if for that first night that people are actually, those are the people that are going to get like the premiere of the characters. I wonder if they'll do like a quiet, soft transition where they'll add them in there. They won't say it, but they'll just add them in there for that night, because the very next day they're going to be in the park for the regular guests, and then
that would actually make sense, George, because if you honestly think about it, that would be a great way, because you have 1/4 of the crowds for an after dark event, And that would be a great way to show it off, to kick it off, to have all the Star Wars characters taken out of Tomorrowland, incorporated into Galaxy's Edge, where, where I've always said they should be at. And that would be amazing, because they got plenty of space to incorporate all these characters. Because, someone told me the other day, I think it was OG or somebody, they're all like, that they mentioned, they're all like, well, if you take the Star Wars characters for Star Wars Night or Star Wars Nights, out of what you call it, out of Tomorrowland, and incorporating the Galaxy's Edge, then Tomorrowland has no identity. But I said that would be a perfect thing, because if you think about it, we all saw the New York Times article that came out a while back, and one of the things that was mentioned in that article was how WDI Imagineering sat there and came up with another fantastic remodeled Tomorrowland. And again, the execs said no and denied it. But I think if you take more and more, entertainment offerings, you take the meet and greet characters like Darth Vader, and during the Star Wars nights, you have Palpatine, you have his knights, you have the Stormtrooper march and all that. I think if you took all that out of there and you put it in Galaxy's Edge, it would entice the execs to say, you know what? Okay, we need to do something with Tomorrowland. It's bad show. It looks horrible. And there's really no identity to this thing whatso freaking ever. So I think that's what needs to happen. But who knows? With the next CEO going to be announced next month to the general public and the shareholders, I have to tell you, if it is Josh tomorrow, which I'm like almost 99% certain at this point, I'm going to tell you, it would be a fantastic win for Josh's win column if he came out at D23 this year, or maybe in 2028, and publicly stated in front of 30,000 fans, we are finally going to touch Tomorrowland. We are finally going to address the issues that Tomorrowland has.
If I was Josh, this is what I would do. And we'll actually dive into that, because that's actually one of our topics. So that was actually a great segue. But before remind me, I have a statement. This is what I would do for Josh. Anyway, Eric Patterson, welcome in.
I work with Eric at Costco, so
nice.
Good to see Eric.
And then Jared Journey says, unpopular opinion, I think Disney After Dark events are super overpriced compared to FanFest and Halloween Horror Nights at Universal, where they build brand new attractions for the events and are more than half the price. Honestly, I don't think that's an unpopular opinion at all. I actually agree with you. From going to a lot of the Disney After Dark events, a lot of the times when they bring back the same events, it's repetitive. It's the same thing in the same format, but the only thing that changes is the price keeps going up every year. Where the one thing that I appreciate with Universal, with HHN, and now the FanFest nights, is they bring it back, but they have it in a different way. Like last year, the big draw was Back to the Future, on the backlot area with
Eric
for Hill Valley, and
different Eric.
And now coming this year, it's going to be a different location on the backlot, but it's going to be a blend of, again, creativity with the classic Universal monsters and Scooby-Doo. I mean, how more creative can you get than that? And we have Giant Peter Adventures. I have officially joined the party. Welcome in. And he says, George's background. Yeah, I'm balling, man. This is
He's in rich country. Jerry Journey also brought up a comment. I just want to address Eric. I thought Eric from Costco. It's actually Eric from Vegas. So my confusion. It's going to be a long live stream.
You just know a lot of Erics.
I do. I know a lot of Erics. But
Ariel knows that, Eric.
hey, there you go. There you go. If you could bring
Okay.
up Jared Journey's comment real quick before you give your opinion. It's right under Peter's for George's background.
Let's see, George's. Oh, I see. I got it right here.
Okay. So he mentioned sadly, I doubt Tomorrowland won't be worked on until at least after Avatar, since Disney seemed to be scared for losing such a big area of the park. I hope I'm wrong, but it feels like it's a way off. Well, see, Jared, it's interesting you mentioned that because the way I see it is Tomorrowland has been a problem for decades. I think we can all agree with that. And the issue is, and I love Bricky because Bricky actually did a in-depth breakdown video, and he talked about it, and he said the problem with Tomorrowland, and this was the ingenuity of Walt Disney and his team back in the day when they're building Disneyland and eventually Tomorrowland, was that they intertwined attractions and buildings together, and there was a lot of underground um, tunnels and whatnot in Tomorrowland. Not a lot, but enough. So to sit there and tear down Tomorrowland, it would literally be a nightmare in hell to rip apart, but it needs to be addressed.
I thought you were going to go for it. I thought you were going to say on Elm Street.
Well, it basically is an Elm Street because it's funny because we talked about it on the live stream last night, which I was part of, and I asked Jared this question. I said, Jared, please explain to me why people out in Orlando are complaining so much about your guys' Tomorrowland. I said they need to come out here to Anaheim, and he's actually planning a trip with his wife, possibly his kids, to come out this year to California to experience Disneyland and Universal. And I said, one of the things you got to look at when you walk in our Tomorrowland, you will see how bad it is compared to your guys' Tomorrowland. And you'll say, okay, now I understand why. But the people that are crying and complaining that the Magic Kingdom's Tomorrowland is such in bad shape, I respectfully disagree. Because you guys have the People Mover, you guys have Buzz Lightyear, even though it's under refurb, but it's getting a nice addition with some updated show elements, a new animatronic. And then you have the Carousel of Progress building that's getting the new Walt animatronic show scene in that whole show. You guys have some other great stuff. You guys have your oh my gosh, George, help me out. What's our attraction in the front of our Tomorrowland?
The Astro Orbiter.
Yeah, you guys have the Astro Orbiter on top of your People Mover station. So when you guys out there in Orlando complain that your Tomorrowland is decrepit, you don't know. I don't want to say you don't know what you're talking about, but you need to come visit ours out here in Anaheim, California, and you'll say, wow, ours is a big difference compared to what ours is.
Oh, so I do want to say to Jared's point, Jared Journeys, when he mentioned, let me go back up to the, where'd it go? Oh yeah, no, that's not it. Where am I? I'm trying to find it here.
It's I think it's
there it is. Yeah, about the that Tomorrowland won't be worked on until after Avatar. And this kind of goes back to what I was going to say about Josh Tomorrow, because yes, I do agree. I feel like Tomorrowland is not going to be touched. I feel like they're going to work on DCA first.
Yeah.
To give that park substantial amount of things to do. And I also think that the expansion locations behind the backstage area of Disneyland and the Lilo and Stitch parking lots are going to be filled in first with stuff, because they have to offset that if they're going to close down a significant part of Disneyland, not just one attraction, they'd be closing down the whole entire land.
Yeah.
That's going to be an operational nightmare. So I think with the Lilo and Stitch parking lot, you're not only going to get an expansion, but it's on the opposite side of the park. So a lot of people are going to be drawn over there, while on the east side, they'll be working on Tomorrow Land. Now, with Josh Tomorrow, Conductor, when you said about either this year or 2028, Tomorrow getting on stage and making the announcement for Tomorrowland, I think honestly, if he was to finalize that under the wing, if he becomes CEO, I think that would be a major positive draw to him being CEO, because it's what the fans want. And I feel like that's where Disney kind of fell to the wayside a little bit, because they're really not responding to what the fans want anymore. And again, not saying that they have to do everything to our beck and call, but have us in mind with certain things. But really quick, let me I just wanted to just say, so for tomorrow, what I would do if I was him, I would get on stage this year and confirm Tomorrowland is going to be worked on. We don't have concept art for it yet. We don't have major plans because we're still working on what we are now. But I am here to tell you that Tomorrowland will be worked on.
Yeah.
Because I'm assuming that if he is CEO, the announcement would already be made before D23 this year. So again, all eyes would be on him for that. And then also in 2028, then he could say, hey, do you remember back in D23 2026, I said, we're going to work on Tomorrowland? Well, here's your first piece of concept art. That's how I would utilize both D23s if that was the case.
And since you're since you're on the pipeline of talking about D23, I have to bring it up, because it's funny, because I talked to you about this since you were actually at D23 last year with OG, and Alan brings up this comment, so it's perfect. And this is one of our topics we added to our laundry list.
Welcome in, Alan, by the way.
Absolutely. It's great to see Alan. Was that D23 at the Honda Center was phenomenal. Cramming 30,000 people in there, possibly they could have added more. They didn't. But I think what would be very beneficial for D23, especially since they've had collabs with the Anaheim Angels, or Angels of Los Angeles, wherever you want to call them, for Major League. And at one point or another back in the early 2000s, Disney actually owned the Angels. Would sit there and be to have the Parks Panel D23 event at Angel Stadium, because then you can have double, if not triple, the size of crowds, and you can make it a whole spectacle, and it would be phenomenal to do so. Because I've seen it where they've transformed Angel Stadium to have a monster truck jam, to having a big stage built in center field for concerts. I've seen all sorts of venues go into Angel Stadium, so it's more than possible they could build, or they could move from the Honda Center to the Angel Stadium and have a much larger crowd for D23 for the Parks Panel, by far.
Yeah. Or even if they were to, I think honestly, moving it to the Angel Stadium, it gives you a lot more capacity, a lot more play, to do things creative. Because essentially, if they wanted to have a full-fledged concert with the D23, they can. And if Disney wanted to get really, they wanted to become really big ballers, aside from purchasing Garden Walk, I would then possibly consider buying the convention center and the neighboring hotels around it and clear all that space out too. because essentially then you can, well, no, I guess that wouldn't work because they still would utilize the convention center for the
Well,
day.
okay, well, so let me bring up my screen again, George, and I'm
Mhm.
going to show Google Maps. Um, I want to bring this up because now that we're talking about it, I don't know why it went super like bright like this. I don't get it. Trying to find Angel Stadium here. Bear with me just 1 second. Okay, here's Angel Stadium right here. So this is a humongous footprint. And they've talked for years that Angel Stadium and the ownership has talked about possibly moving out of this location, moving the team to either Tustin or Long Beach or some other location. It's been talked about off and on for years. So if they got rid of Angel Stadium here, and let's say they got rid of it, and then we go back to Disneyland. Okay, so right here, this area right here is the Toy Story parking lot. Okay. This is possibly where the third gate's going to go eventually. Now, here's the convention center and the hotels and all that stuff. Think about this for a second. If they got rid of Angel Stadium because they wanted to move, what a great opportunity it would be to move the convention center, buy out the hotels, and make the third gate, which is this tiny little area. It's a good size area, but not, I personally think it could be bigger if they relocated the convention center and all this stuff, and the third gate not only took up this Toy Story parking lot, but it also took up the convention center. It would be a massive third gate. Then at that point, you can incorporate a Westcott idea, a full Westcott idea with hotels, with pavilions, with all sorts of stuff. And it would be a phenomenal third gate park for the Disneyland Resort. But right now, as I see it, and again, shout out to Hey Bricky because he did a video, I think it was on his secondary channel on Bricky Vlogs. He actually kind of did a breakdown of the Toy Story parking lot, what the third gate would look like from his point of view. And I'll ask him more about it this coming Sunday when I have him on. But one of the things he was talking about was possibly building like a small little version of Westcott, but not having either like a spaceship Earth building in the middle of the park or having the giant spear that was originally planned for DCA because people kind of gave backlash about it, about copying Epcot. So they came up with another idea, have this big giant 199-foot spear that would be in the middle of the park, and that would be our version of Epcot, but it'd be called Westcott. But I personally think, like I said, if they moved the convention center, the hotels, and the Toy Story parking lot, and this space right here became the third gate of a Westcott, it would be absolutely phenomenal. And then, like I was mentioning, you can move. Where is it? I just had it. Yeah, you can move. You could get rid of Angel Stadium because they've been talking about for years about moving and build the convention center, build um, uh, uh, condos, apartments, businesses. You can build restaurants. That way, it would kind of fit into that OC vibe that they're building right next to the Honda Center, and the train station's literally right across the freeway.
I think honestly it's very interesting, and now, looking at it, like, on the perspective of the Google Maps,
Yeah,
that literally the Anaheim Convention Center is literally, like, right across the street adjacent to the Toy Story parking lot.
yeah, that's
Like, when you go this way on Harbor.
yeah.
But wow, that would be a massive, theme park. That would
Yeah.
really, get people to turn heads.
Oh, yeah, dude. I can tell you right now, if they went with that idea, I'm telling you right now, I would have no issue, none, paying $2,500 a year for an Inspire key, possibly a little bit more, if they did this idea.
See,
because
yeah, the numbers of the magic keys now should be the numbers when we get the third gate.
yeah,
And that's what kind of worries me because it's already going to be hitting into the 2000s without the third gate.
yeah,
What is it going to be with the third gate?
exactly.
That's but I wonder if Disney will if I wonder if Disney would go the route that Universal did with Epic, that they're still doing with Epic, because they're still kind of like working out the kinks and everything because
Sure,
Epic Universe right now is not ready for prime time. Even though it did very well. And actually we'll get into that too because this morning they did drop the quarterly earnings for Universal Comcast and they did mention some things with Epic Universe and the numbers and everything. So I thought, hey, perfect day. We could also bring that up.
perfect.
But before we do, but I think Disney would probably might do the same route where they may not add the third gate into the Magic Keys right away. I don't know. I don't know if Disney would go that route that Universal did. It
Sure,
may be a different scenario, or they may just add it in right away. But I think the reason why Disney may hesitate with that is because with California, with the locals, I feel like Disney is trying to pull away from the Magic Keys and trying to get more day ticket holders. And I feel like that if they add the third gate onto the Magic Keys right away, people are going to be flooding the websites buying new Magic Keys. And I think Disney's okay with that up front. But in the
sure.
long run, Magic Key holders don't spend as much as day ticket holders.
That is 100% true, and you're not wrong about that. But also the problem that we have with the Disneyland Resort right now is Disneyland. And George, you actually let me know about this because I didn't even know this. But
Hold your thought really quick.
go.
Jacob, I just want to let you know we will answer this question because this is part of our roster. So we will get into Universal stuff in a bit. So hold that question.
Yeah,
So
we'll probably go back and forth
yeah,
on different
yeah.
things. But one thing one thing that I would be okay with is the selling more Magic Keys, selling more daytime tickets if they have the third gate involved. Because you have to think about this. 10 years, so we're already halfway through the 10-year mark, and they plan on right now, as we sit, they're going to build Avatar in the Hollywood backlot, even though I personally don't like it. They're having two attractions built here, which is Tony Stark Flight Lab and Infinity Defense, which is the e-ticket attraction that has been teased about, changed several times since 2019. And then back here in the backstage area behind Incredicoaster and Emotional Whirlwind, we're getting a Coco Dark Ride. It looks like a water attraction that's based off the Shanghai Pirates. Then on top of that, they're going to be expanding into the Simba parking lot. On top of that, we got the new Eastern Gateway project. Then on top of that, I don't mean to sound repetitive. Then you got the Lilo and Stitch parking lot they're going to touch, possibly Tomorrowland, maybe. Then I told George, and I'm glad everyone's here watching this live stream. Deeply appreciate it. But one of the things I talked about with George is see what's in the middle here. Sorry, I don't mean to keep doing that. What's in the middle here between the Eastern Gateway project and the Toy Story parking lot is Garden Walk. And I told George if they build the third gate, and like I was talking about earlier, if they get rid of the convention center and move it to the Angel Stadium footprint, if the Angels do wind up moving to a new location, what they could do necessarily is they could get rid of Garden Walk, which Disney had the opportunity years and years ago to buy them, and they didn't. But get rid of buy Garden Walk, get rid of it, build a hotel like the Contemporary, expand the monorail, where you would have a monorail station at the hotel here, and then you would have another station probably somewhere over here for the third gate if the third gate takes up both these footprints, and then you would have another one probably somewhere in the Simba parking lot, and then it would connect down back to downtown Disney. I think that would be smart. I think they should do it. But going back to Magic Key holders, I think once they have the two Avengers attractions open, I think once they have the Coco attraction open, once they start building Avatar, they start digging into the Simba parking lot after the Eastern Gateway project is done, and then they start touching the Lilo and Stitch, and possibly at some point, maybe in the mid 2030s or maybe late 2030s, they touch the Toy Story parking lot. And like I said, I don't mean to sound like a beating a war drum here, but if they get rid of all this and they have both these plots of land for a third gate, possibly a Westcott, which we were robbed of, and got DCA, which is, it has its own issues. But if we got a Westcott and it takes up both these footprints, I could see even before Westcott and all these other attractions, I could see tomorrow doing multiple wins here. And George, you can agree with me, or kind of we could debate about it. But once we have the two Avengers attractions, once we have the Coco Dark Ride, once we have Avatar and the Eastern Gateway project done, before they even touch the Simba parking lot, before they even touch the Lilo and Stitch parking lot, do you think it would be a awesome win if Josh tomorrow is the next CEO and he came out and said, hey, we're going to touch Tomorrowland, we're finally going to address it, we're going to get rid of the reservation system, we're going to do some enhancements to the Magic Key program, and also the day ticket holders. We're going to, revitalize all these different things that probably have put a sour taste in people's mouths for years, ever since Iger left, before he put in Chapek as CEO and then came back because Chapek failed miserably. Do you think that would be also a massive win for tomorrow?
Oh, absolutely. I do. The only thing that I would alter with that, and actually, I said it a little bit ago, and actually Peter just reset it. I think that they'll do something with the Lilo and Stitch parking lots before Tomorrowland again,
Absolutely.
because I feel like that if they're going to close down the whole entire Tomorrowland, they have to offset something. However, I will say this was one of my hot takes, and I mentioned this a few months ago. I think the Toy Story parking lot is going to be utilized for the third gate before they touch the Simba parking lot, because everything that you just mentioned, Avatar, it's going in Hollywoodland. I'm not a huge fan of that, but hey, if it does, then it is what it is. The Avengers campus expansion and Coco. That's three things that's going to be already added into DCA.
Yeah.
The Simba parking lot is geared for more expansion for DCA. I really don't think Disney is going to do more expansion of DCA after all these projects are done. They're going to want to let it, and I do apologize, folks, if you hear any banging. They're working downstairs on the bathroom, so I do apologize if you hear any banging. But in any case, they're not gonna touch the Simba parking lot, because they're not going to do expansions on top of expansions. They're going to let it breathe. They're going to let DCA air out with all this new stuff. So they're going to have to move over to Disneyland.
Sure.
And again, they could touch Tomorrowland for the new project. They may. But I think they're going to do something with the Lilo and Stitch parking lot first and then move to Tomorrowland. But while they're doing stuff with the Lilo and Stitch parking lot for Disneyland,
yeah,
they're going to go over to the Toy Story lot once the Eastern Gateway is done, as you said, and they'll start the third gate. Because I essentially, and someone mentioned it in the comments, I'm not sure if it was Peter or John, someone mentioned about Disneyland Forward being a 40-year project, which that's absolutely right. And I feel like what the 40-year project is, it's not necessarily the theme parks. I feel like what Disneyland Forward is eventually going to become over the next several decades is Disney is going to own majority of the bigger chunk of Anaheim.
I think
I
so.
feel like everything surrounding with Catella, with Harbor, with Disney Way, I think it's going to all interconnect with Disney. It's going to be Disney's own little mini city in a way.
I think
And it's not going to compare to Walt Disney World. Nothing ever will. I think that was a lightning in a bottle one-time thing that Walt had his opportunity to buy those mileages of acres. And, but I think Disneyland will have something special too, where it'll be its own little metropolis kind of magic city kind of thing. I think that's what Disneyland Forward is going to become. And also, I'm kind of glad they didn't do Westcott when they were supposed to, because I feel like if they would have done Westcott then, Westcott would be suffering of what DCA is now. I don't think they would have put all the TLC in Westcott. They would have just hurried up and threw it all in because, again, at the time, DCA was being constructed with Tokyo Disney or Tokyo Disney Sea, I believe,
yes.
to be more specific. So that's where I feel like if they did Westcott then, I think they would have to do major work on it.
Absolutely. And you're not wrong about that, because we're even seeing signs of them doing starting some type of work in the Toy Story parking lot. So it's more than possible that Toy Story will be touched before the Simba parking lot. Um, I'm just hoping that Josh tomorrow, as good as he looks in front of cameras and shaking hands and kissing babies. That's a funny joke. As much as he's just camera ready, I hope he can convince the city of Anaheim, if, and again, this is a big if the Angels do want to move and vacate their current location where the stadium's at, and there's a whole transition process, because like George said, this is going to be a 40-year plan. They get rid of this whole area, and between this plot of land and this plot of land, it becomes a Westcott. I think now would be the perfect opportunity to incorporate that, because I do agree with George. If they put Westcott in DCA, there would be no there would I'm going to go this route. There would be no enthusiasm to hurry up and do Disneyland Forward if DCA was Westcott, because then it would have solidified a lot of people's ideas about the second park of the Disneyland Resort. Because everyone back in the day, when they showed concept art of Westcott, everyone was super excited. Everyone was like cheering and crying and laughing and happy, and then when they said, "Oh no, we're annexing Westcott and we're going to build DCA," a lot of hopes and dreams got crushed in the process. But now that they have an opportunity to start a third gate in the Toy Story parking lot and hopefully maybe acquire this plot of land as well, it would be a perfect opportunity to incorporate Westcott. And one of the things I mentioned on a video I did with Orange Go 55 a couple days ago, that was premiered this morning, was that this would be a perfect opportunity, because you got the Disneyland Park, which offers nighttime entertainment with the fireworks and projections down Main Street and on the castle. You have DCA with the World of Color, and then you can have this third gate, whatever it's going to be called or whatever, as a drone show. So you have three different types of nighttime entertainment for the Disneyland Resort, and I think that would be a great selling point.
I agree. I think that would be because, again, I think Disney's going to utilize the notion for drones and water projections and projections just on buildings in general. I feel like fireworks, like moving forward in different locations, that's going to be part of Disneyland Forward. it probably is going to be a little bit obsolete because again with the residential areas and everything. And I think that fireworks was like perfect at the time when Disneyland and Magic Kingdom first came to be. You know, you had like that Walt Disney kiss goodnight kind of thing with
Sure.
the fireworks, and it'll always be there for the castle parks. But I think, yeah, moving forward, I think like a lot of the nighttime entertainment, they're going to use a lot of like projection mapping and water effects and still use pyro. But I think as far as like with fireworks, it's going to be more so like the drones that
So,
they'll utilize for it.
so George, if you can pull up uh, the comment from Peter's adventure about the city of Anaheim also made them annex the Westcott, and then I'll address that and then address the next comment after that.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you this: when the city of Anaheim annexed the proposal for Westcott, where DCA sits today, Westcott was way ahead of its time for what they wanted to build in the early 2000s, late 1990s. Um, I think if today, as of today's standards, if Disney wanted to build a Westcott, and again, I don't mean to sound the war drum and repeat myself, but if Disney was able to acquire that second plot of land next to the Toy Story parking lot and build a Westcott and propose that to the city of Anaheim, I think it would get approved today. It was just way ahead of its time in the early 2000s, late 1990s, when they tried to propose it to the city of Anaheim and they denied it. I'm even surprised we got DCA, but we did. And then if you could pull up the next comment, George, right after that.
Oh, and really quick before I do, Peter says, we know George wants to show up in a wrecking ball to those apartments. And
He does. He does.
Hudson Thomas says, not only George. All right, so good. So I got a group thing going on. We should
just all right here.
Oh, there we go. So see, we should just get all like those wrecking balls. Let's get some bulldozers. Let's just, as I said, give them like a 90-day eviction notice and like let's get this thing going.
Oh my gosh. But yeah, if you can pull up, perfect. Giant Peter's adventure said, the only thing I wonder if Westcott happened, and this is a comment I want to get your opinion on as well, George. Would Epcot still feel magical as it feels today? George, I'm going to start with you.
Very good question, Peter. I think for me, I think it goes about the execution of what Westcott would be. I think I can't speak for Conductor of what he's going to say, but I think he would agree with this, that he and I are big fans of not mirroring the same thing. And being that this is in a domestic Disney park and it's on the West Coast and it's going to be kind of the predecessor, if you will, to Epcot, like the continuation, I think you take the elements of what makes Epcot special, but make it its own. Sure. And do it differently. Map it out a little bit differently. Don't do it, like marker to marker, so to speak, of how Epcot is. Because if you do that, then yes, it would take away from Epcot and it really wouldn't give Westcott its own identity. So I would take the elements of Epcot, but I would make it original, that Westcott would be its own completely kind of different feel of a theme park.
Absolutely. Now, my opinion is very similar to George's. I think in today's standards, we're still kind of seeing the how can I put it? The technique of executives making decisions to the point where they copy multiple, or like the IP, and put it in multiple parks just to save money. So my version of Westcott, which would basically be a West Coast version of Epcot, would be, instead of having the spaceship Earth building, okay, you would have that big giant sphere that they wanted to build originally, which would right off the bat be different than Epcot because they have spaceship Earth and that big giant sphere. But ours would be kind of looking like a ball, but ours would be a ginormous spear. Okay. And ours would be a little bit different where when you have the nighttime entertainment, you have the drones, but you also have projections that kind of play host with the building of the spear and interacting with the drone show. And then on top of that, when you look at DCA, perfect example of this. When you look at DCA, they have festivals, festival of holidays. Right now, they're having Lunar New Year. They have food and wine. Um, and one thing I was mentioning in this Westcott proposal for the third gate, if they built that, they can have those festivals moved from DCA into this third gate. And on top of that, they can actually add more festivals than just having three of them. You can add more to this park. And on top of that, you can build pavilions just like Epcot, but different pavilions that are not the same, that are from different countries. And you can have their own unique type of attraction, restaurants, shops, character interactions, atmosphere, all this stuff. So in theory, it would be it would be different enough from Epcot, but it would kind of follow along the lines of Epcot, but be our version of Epcot, which would be Westcott. I think there would be there would be enough difference where Epcot can still be wonderful and fantastic, but then we can have our own version here in in Anaheim called Westcott. I think there would be enough different um things to do at both parks that would not diminish Epcot in any way. Maybe at the beginning, maybe. I'm not 100% sure, but because with any new land that a theme park builds, it's going to be the shiny toy. Everyone's going to want to go see it and experience it. That's just a given. But eventually, when it settles in, I don't think Epcot's really going to lose that much of revenue and crowds to a Westcott out here in Anaheim. I think there would be a lot different. And George and I have talked about it so many times. And I get where people's concern is because when you look at it, Galaxy's Edge, and this is something we're probably not even going to go into the Galaxy's Edge out in Walt Disney World because literally by every square inch of what Galaxy's Edge is out there in Hollywood Studios, if I'm correct, George, is where it's at. It's literally a copy remake of every square inch that we have out here in Anaheim. So there's no reason to go experience that out there because it's literally verbatim exactly the same. So when I talk about
Yeah,
Westcott,
literally, it's literally of what you can get out here for Galaxy's Edge is exactly what you can get in Hollywood Studios. The only thing that I would say is actually a little bit different, well, not a little bit different, is completely different, is the entrance ways into Galaxy's Edge.
yeah,
And for me, the entrance ways of the one in Florida, I don't know how they came up with that transition because it's literally a big square tunnel that kind of reminds you of the tunnel from Who Framed Roger Rabbit. You know, at the end
interesting.
before he drives into Toontown, like that big, dark, long tunnel.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what that reminds me of. It's right off of where Muppets Courtyard used to be, which is now going to be Monsters Inc. And then an even more bizarre twist is the transition of going into Galaxy's Edge from Toy Story Land.
Yeah.
And I thought if what would have been really creative if they really wanted to enter people into Galaxy's Edge from Toy Story Land to have that transition right at the end of Toy Story Land, have an oversized, like mint condition, limited edition, like action figure of like Darth Vader or something in a package that's in a toy form that Andy has.
Yeah.
So you're still in Andy's backyard and he's playing with his toys, but then it's a little sign to say, "Oh, okay, you're going into Galaxy's Edge." I think that would have been a really cool
I
transition.
I personally think so, and John makes an excellent point as well. And George, this is more your area expertise because you've been to Epcot. I've
Mhm.
never been to Epcot, but he mentioned um well, I was reading the other one, but I'll read this one first. He
Which
says,
oh,
I don't think that the West I think he was meaning Westcott idea is a good idea until they add a lot more to Epcot, but I don't mind it. So I want to ask you, since you've been to Walt Disney World multiple times,
mhm.
does Disney have room to expand Epcot and add more before they even think about building a Westcott out here in Anaheim for the third?
Absolutely. There's actually, and what's funny is, and you'll see it when you go down for yourself, or actually I should say you will not see it, is there are multiple expansion pads, especially around World Showcase, for them to add several new country pavilions to
Okay.
Epcot. And if they do that, then of course, Disney, they're going to add in the IP. It'll be something, tied in, and they'll have maybe like an attraction or two that represents what that country is all about. But yeah, there are several expansion pads that we can't see to the naked eye, but that are in the backstage area that they can definitely expand upon for Epcot.
Interesting. And I can't wait to see it. But I do agree with John though. If there's more to add, and we're years away from them even thinking about building into the Toy Story parking lot for the third gate, it wouldn't be such a bad idea. And this is going to kind of tie into what George was mentioning earlier about the Epic Universe numbers that just came out this morning. Um, it wouldn't be such a bad idea to expand in Epcot, knowing that again, Universal Comcast has dropped the numbers for the quarterly earnings for what Epcot brought to Comcast. And George, I don't know if you have that article that you can bring up on your computer or try to find it so we can kind of discuss
You know what I
it.
think is also funny too, and this may be a coincidence, but we all know with these theme parks, nothing is a coincidence.
No,
That it's so funny that the day that Universal was dropping their quarterly earnings, that's when uh, Disney decided to drop more info on their after-hour events.
see that it's very interesting that you brought that up, and I love that about you. We just have that kind of kinetic energy when we think about this stuff. But um, yeah, it's an interesting point because it's almost like a trend. Okay, so if Universal drops news, Disney drops news, and then vice versa. If Disney drops news, Universal drops news. So at the end of the day, all of us that love the theme parks as not just citizens of Disneyland or visitors at Universal Parks, but also content creators that report on this stuff. It's amazing for everybody. And at the end of the day, who benefits from all this? We do, as the fans, as the people that cover this news. We love it. We enjoy it. And it's great for the shareholders as well. So everybody wins. And great to see Madame Lizelle in here. I like hanging out with her. She's fun.
Absolutely. Yeah, welcome in, Mademoiselle. Always glad to see you. Before we jump on to the Universal train, just really quick, I wanted to bring up Hudson Thomas's question. When will they build a dark ride based on Walt's life so we never forget where it all came from? Maybe at Epcot. I would be all for that. I
Yeah.
think Disney kind of dabbled in that a little bit with the Walt Disney's Magical Life out here, with the little show and the Walt animatronic, and also too they're going to be adding a Walt animatronic to the Carousel of Progress in Magic Kingdom. So that's a win-win because Walt Disney World is getting a Walt animatronic also, and it also solidifies that the Carousel of Progress is not going anywhere. That was my huge concern because the Carousel of Progress, I'm going to admit, is a little bit, well, not a little bit, it's a lot outdated. It needs a lot of work. It needs TLC, but it's still a beloved attraction. I love doing the Carousel of Progress. It's one of my favorite attractions at Magic Kingdom. So the fact that they're going to be adding an animatronic and they're going to be working on the show scenes and everything, I'm so glad that the Carousel of Progress is here to stay. I do wish it would have stayed also at Disneyland. I feel like that it gives that Disneyland vibe. That is the one attraction I will say. Again, I'm not a huge fan of copycat attractions, but that is the one attraction that I would be okay with them having on both coasts.
Absolutely.
Because I think it's very important. But to answer your question, I would love like an actual like ride through of Walt's life. So everything that we got on the little video part of A Magical Life, I would love to actually move through the scenes
That'd be
and
awesome.
and actually have like multiple audio animatronics. That would be amazing because um I think we all can agree, and Hudson, you're right. It literally we cannot forget where all this came from. This is more than just a company. This is more than just a brand. This is more than just a name. It is a name, but it's a person's name. One man literally made all this happen. And for the next generations to come, especially with Disneyland moving forward for the next 4+ decades, we have to teach the newcomers, the new generations of where the genesis of all this was. And it all arcing back to Walt Disney himself.
And absolutely. And just to kind of add on to what George was mentioning, he was him and his wife Abigail, the day that we were at DCA and Disneyland trying the foods for 2026, they actually left later that afternoon to head to Walt Disney Studios in Burbank to do a D23 event where a lot of celebrities, a lot of Disney Imagineers were there, a lot of content creators were there, and they got to watch a pre-show or a pre like the full version, but they got to see it first of Disney's Handcrafted. And for anybody that has not watched that document movie, I watched it yesterday just to kind of brush up on what we're going to be talking about today, and then the videos I did last night was it was absolutely emotional, inspirational, and just mind blowing how they built Disneyland in 1 year and the process they went through to build Disneyland and all the setbacks and everything they did. And for someone like myself that works in the customer service industry at Costco and having to deal with once in a while the Department of OSHA, and then you watch this documentary, I'm sure if they existed back in the day when Disneyland was getting built, my God, their head would spin.
Oh,
As soon as
every violation of OSHA was broken when they
oh
built
yeah,
Disneyland.
oh, it was crazy. But I tell you what, it was so awesome to see this never before footage put into a documentary and watch it. It was just phenomenal. It really opened my mind up to how Walt came to California, barely had any money, opened up the studio, and then from the studio, he literally built what Disneyland is today. Absolutely fantastic. And I will tell you what right now, Walt Disney himself, despite all the drama and all that crap we've seen from the company over the years, since COVID and even before COVID, he would be so happy to see citizens of Disneyland enjoying what he and his small crew of Imagineers back in the day built for everybody and for decades to come.
And absolutely, I completely agree. And just a couple of things here. Mademoiselle gifted 5 people Holo Gelato memberships. Thank you so much, Mademoiselle. Greatly appreciate it. And looks like Jacob Weller got one, and also Mr. Bryant got one as well. And I do believe, Conductor, I believe this one is for you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mademoiselle. Definitely appreciate the love and support. It's always great hanging out with you and George and Abigail in the parks. It's a crazy wild time, but I love it. It's just so awesome to hang out with you and everybody. And again, thank you for supporting Theme Park Conductor. And I cannot wait to hang out with you very, very soon.
Absolutely. And again, Mademoiselle, thank you so much. Uh, always greatly appreciate you. Always. And before we jump on the Universal train, and don't worry, folks, we will be jumping back into Disney. We're just gonna be we're just gonna be just like in the inside of my mind. We're gonna be flying all over the place. So really quick, John, very good question. Gelato, is your wife the other co-founder of Hollow Gelato? Yes, Abby is the other co-founder for Hollow Gelato. She is the Hollow. I am the Gelato. So basically, the name comes from our backgrounds, our cultural heritage. Where she's Filipina, I'm Italian. We took the kind of like the top dessert dishes of our cultural background. Halo halo, which in Tagalog means mix it up for the Filipina. Uh, and for me, of course, being the Italiano, gelato. So we just kind of shortened the halo and just did halo gelato. It rolls off the tongue better that way.
Absolutely. And then if you want a little history about Theme Park Conductor, one of the things, the reason why I came up with my name is because I love the theme parks. I love Universal. I love Disney. And I probably won't want to leave Walt Disney World. I'll probably tell George, you know what? I'm going to take winter leave. I'm going to stay here longer. It's going to be hard.
I have done that. I have done that on multiple occasions because everybody knows who knew me. Anytime that I was doing a Walt Disney World trip, or actually even a Disneyland trip, to be honest with you, when I lived over in Pennsylvania, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I'll be back on this day. They all knew. It's like, no, he's not.
Yeah, no, 100%. But my name has to deal with, the theme parks, the passion I have about the theme parks, the ingenuity, the creativity of the theme parks. So that's the first part of the name. Now, Conductor has always kind of fit my type of style, whether I'm at the theme parks, I'm hanging out with friends at maybe, a movie theater or a mall or a restaurant or something like that. I've always been told by my family that I'm a great leader. And the way I associate leader is with conductor, because when you think about it, a conductor on the train is basically the leader of the train, because he makes sure the guests of the train are enjoying their time. He also makes sure that the train is safe for passengers. He also works with the engineers of the train to make sure it's running smooth, that it's running on time. So that's where Theme Park Conductor as a name came for my channel. So just a little back history on that.
And actually, it's so funny that you mentioned that, because I was watching a little YouTube video of this guy. Definitely check out his YouTube channel. It's very interesting. He talks about a lot of like Disney history with like the voices of Disney, but there's a lot of history behind it. The channel is called West Neverland.
Okay.
Definitely check him out on YouTube. I watched a video this morning, and it was actually about the voice of the voice artist. His name's Jerry Colonna. Now, a lot of people don't know him, but he was a popular radio host, in the early, like maybe like the 40s and the 50s and everything. So he did a lot of voiceover work for Disney. And his most popular role is the March Hare in Alice in Wonderland. And he also did voiceover work in a Disney short that's all about almost kind of like paying tribute to a guy named Casey Jones. And Casey Jones was a real person and he was a conductor.
Uh-huh.
And this was back in 1900,
Oh, gee.
where there was a problem with the train and it actually started kind of speeding up. He lost control of the train and he literally told everyone to jump off the train, but he stayed on it. And it ended up colliding, I believe, with another train.
Oh,
And
geez.
um, he ended up losing his life, but he ended up saving everybody else. So just like the captain goes down with the ship, he went down with the train.
Interesting.
And so when you said like, you know, of you how being like a leader and like kind of taking forth the responsibility and everything, it kind of like tied into that story because of how he sacrificed himself. And another little bit known fact, Disney also paid tribute to Casey Jones in the sense of naming the train in Dumbo Casey Jr. So
Interesting.
that's where like the little engine that could kind of thing. So it's that tenacity and determination and everything. We're gonna take actually a few more questions before we move on because you guys have
Sure.
some good questions. Mr.
Absolutely.
Bryant, this is a question for you, Mr. Conductor.
Okay. So he says, have you ever done one of those long distance trainings across the country or in Alaska, or do you have any plans to do it? They look beautiful but expensive, especially in a room. So I'm going to tell you this. I've actually had a craving to do something like that. So, Mr. Brian, I would absolutely entertain that idea. I would love it. I've seen I've seen videos of it. It looks incredible because there's a lot that's going to be planned for the next 10 years of theme park conductor because I plan on doing this YouTube channel for 20 plus years at least. As long as I'm still healthy and I'm breathing, I'm going to do it.
That's
Um,
basically him saying that's his conductor land forward. You
Yeah,
know,
pretty much. I love that. I'm gonna trademark that. Um, no, but that's one of the ideas I have, Mr. Brian. I would love to do that. And then like George and I have talked about on past live streams, and I'm gonna bring it up since we're doing an all-day live stream today, is that obviously we're going to be going to Orlando. It's going to be me and Tommy's first time going to Walt Disney World and Universal Orlando. We will be going in March from the 4th to the 17th. So, if you see us out there, please come say hello. It's going to be my first time, so I'm going to try to soak in as much as possible. But then in 2027, we're actually planning on going back to Walt Disney World to hopefully see Tropical Americas open, maybe Monsters Land open, and then we're going to take. It's going to be my first time. George is literally the veteran when it comes to this, but we're going to do a Disney cruise. It's going to be I believe the Disney Treasure we're going to sail on, and then after that, years after, maybe a year or two after that, we've actually talked about possibly getting our passports and whatnot and going out to Disneyland Paris. So that might be something. But I will tell you this, in the next hopefully 5 to 10 years, I will want to do that, Mr. Brian, because that looks like something that would be an absolute blast. And believe me, I will be documenting every little bit. And who knows, maybe George will join me and it'll get a lot of fun. I can promise you that.
absolutely. Oh yeah, I'm always down for traveling and adventures and trying new things. And actually, speaking of Disney Cruise Line too, and mentioning Alaska, they also do Alaskan Disney cruises on the
I saw
Wonder. And from the people that have done it, they said it's amazing when you see the ice glaciers and like the northern lights and everything. And they do a lot of
that's
ports of
incredible.
call and everything. So, and then the characters are in their like Alaskan uniforms, and it's only
I've
for their
seen that. It's so cool.
yeah. So I mean, I'm definitely down for like whatever. That would be really cool.
That'd be
Um, and then Hudson Thomas says also Disney Italiano, so fitting when George's shirt, I believe, is unbuttoned. Oh, absolutely. That's my trademark right there, man. Hudson, you got it. Like, you hit the nail right on the head. Like, anytime if I'm wearing a shirt that has buttons, they're not buttoned.
Oh my God. Oh,
Let me see. There was a couple other.
sure.
Let me see. There was a couple other questions. Oh, this is from John. Make it rain. Have any of you guys been to the Hong Kong park? Not yet. Not yet. But again, as we're talking about it, it's always in the back of our minds of on the bucket list. Eventually, I would like to visit all the international parks sooner or later. And then we do know that Disney is building a new Disney park in Abu Dhabi. Universal is going to be building a park in the UK. So, I mean, there's always something for us to do. And yeah, we're definitely here for it.
Absolutely. And to kind of go forward with George's thing, that's something I would like to do as well for theme park conductor, is kind of expand past Disney and Universal, like out here in Anaheim, go visit Walt Disney World a lot more, and like George was mentioning, do some Disney cruises, do the international parks, because I'll tell you what, again, I reference Hey Bricky. He did a video a little while ago now, probably about a month ago. He was in Disneyland Paris, and he was showing footage of their main street and just the architecture of Disneyland Paris and what it looks like for their main street, and their castle looks beyond phenomenal.
Everyone has said Disneyland Paris's castle is the best castle.
Yeah. Now, nothing's going to beat the original. I don't care what anyone says, but Disneyland Paris,
like, yeah, like as far as like the originality, like Disneyland's castle, like even though it's small, it's mighty, it's the GOAT. But I mean, like as far as like the unique of how it's like layered on hillsides, kind of thing, that's where they say like when you see it in person, it's like the best like looking castle out of them all. And then plus they also have the animatronic dragon in the dungeon below the castle.
I think that's fantastic. And then when it comes to the Asia Disney parks, we have a good friend between both of us that has been there. Oh my gosh, come on, think of his name. Jason Hill. Jason Hill has been to all the parks, like, I mean, Paris, the Asian parks, and one of the most favorite international parks he talks about the most when he comes down to Anaheim, hangs out with me and George and everybody, Tommy and all that. He says by far, for entertainment purposes and just how the park's laid out, I think he said Tokyo Disney is literally the most evolved and futuristic Disney park between all the international parks. He says just the entertainment, the atmosphere, the attractions, and one of the things he mentioned, I think it was on their main street or something, when parades are going on, you see all these little plushy little characters on the sidewalk, and then before the park opens, you think the Esplanade for Disneyland and DCA is bad. You look at the Esplanade for that park, oh my God, you would think U2 or Bono or Mariah Carey was performing at the park. It's literally so packed in the Esplanade, you can't even move 1 inch. It's crazy.
And I've heard too, because it gets so crowded and because it's so popular and everything, out of the respect of everybody, that guests actually, sit down, where everyone can actually visualize like of what they're seeing. Like out here, you got people like stepping in front of you and putting their kids on their shoulders, and you can't see anything and they block your view. And it's like, I get it. Like, especially when it's a kid's first time, they want to see, but it's like, but I'm also there to do my thing too. I'm paying my money. It's like, I'm trying to record what I'm trying to record. I'm not trying to get the back of your kid's head. It's like so so I think I love how Disney does it with the international parks. I think primarily for Tokyo, where like everybody is on the same level, everybody can see. So I like that kind of operation that they do.
Absolutely. And then Matthew Murr has some for you, George, if you want to
Oh,
pull
okay.
it up.
Before I get down there, sorry, guys. I'm going like down like the row, so don't worry. I will get to you guys. John continued. Are you guys relatively close to the parks? I'll let you go first.
So I'm between Disney and Universal out here in California. I'm about Disney. I'm about, it depends when I leave my house. I'm about maybe an hour. When it comes to Universal, about an hour and a half. Again, it kind of fluctuates depending on what time I leave my home to go to these parks. Usually, and probably everyone thinks I'm a nutcase, but I'll wake up at like 3 in the morning because I'm already used to that anyway, working at Costco and working in the morning shift. So my body's already used to it. But yeah, I'll probably wake up at like 3 in the morning to get ready and leave by 4 o'clock to head to the parks. So
that's literally when he's up for 5 hours, that's usually when I'm waking up.
yeah.
So he's all like rearing ready to go, and then there's me. I'm like, don't talk to me, don't touch me, like just.
Oh my God.
But Matthew Murr, all the way from the UK, gifting $2. Thank you so much, Matthew. Can't wait to be back on the show next Friday. Absolutely. Matthew is going to be back on Holo Gelato. We're going to have a great conversation about the possible honorees that are going to be coming up for D23 for the Disney Legend ceremony. So definitely look out for that for a future video of Holo Gelato. And see, Hudson Thomas says needs a gold chain too. It's funny. I did have a couple gold chains, and I literally wore them out. Like they like broke to ribbons, and it's like I do have to replace them because normally I wear my gold chains like this one, even though it's buttoned. You can see the top part of my hairline.
Yes.
Usually I'll wear a chain where my buttons plummet down a little bit, so you get a little more chest. You get a little more pec action.
Sounds sexy.
Yeah.
Sounds sexy. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. And to answer John, Make It Rains, I'm about 35 minutes away, give or take, to Disneyland and Knott's Berry Farm. Roughly 45 minutes, maybe a little bit more. With traffic to Universal. So not too terrible. I'm kind of like in the spoke wheel of the three parks. Now the only reason why I don't go to Knott's that often is because when I'm down there, it's like, maybe I'll go to Knott's, but then I'm down there and I'm like, but I got Disneyland right there. Like
exactly.
I just go to Disneyland every time. Now I will go to Knott's and I will cover stuff for the channel when it comes to like the holidays and their Halloween, and also the Boysenberry Festival will be coming up, and also the Peanut Celebration. So there will be some Knott's Berry Farm content coming out on Holo Gelato soon. Absolutely. But Peter says George went from Abby's house to his Italian villa off the coast of Malibu.
There you go. Now we're talking.
We're balling there. So definitely, so what we'll do is like in between like a lot of the topics, if you guys have any questions, then we'll do like a little Q&A thing in between our breaks, so that way we can also interact with you guys as well. And we'll do one more question and then we'll move on to the next topic. Are you going to cover Peanut Celebration this weekend? Great question. Here's the thing, we were going to. The problem is Abby and I have the Knott's Berry Farm passes, but we purchased it through Six Flags because now of the merger, and we can't activate our Knott's Berry Farm passes until we go into Six Flags first.
Oh, geez.
Which I think it's ludicrous that you have to do that, because we cannot enter into Knott's Berry Farm with our passes until we enter into Six Flags. And Six Flags is in Valencia, which that's a little bit further. So, and then would have to plan out a day
just to drive there.
Just to drive there. And obviously, if we're there, we're going to just stay there for the day because we're not going to just. And plus, it's a hassle with the parking, and then you have to get on the bus to go all the way up, and it's like, oh my gosh, like. But yeah, we have to in order to activate our Knott's passes. So unfortunately, that hindered us doing opening weekend of the Peanut celebration. But we're going to do it late February before the March trip. We're going to go to Six Flags probably maybe February 21st. And then the next week, we'll do the Peanut celebration right before we go to Florida. So that's probably when we'll do that. But yeah, it is a little bit of an inconvenience and a hassle that if you purchase the pass, which is now a dual pass of Knott's and Six Flags.
That's crazy.
But if you purchase it at Six Flags, you actually have to clock in Six Flags first before it even activates your Knott's Berry Farm.
See, so I'm going to make this a little bit of a joke. You see Bowser over my shoulder here? You know how he's laughing about that? Even he thinks it's a joke. So if he thinks it's a joke,
it's funny. That's pretty telling.
Exactly. But Giant Peter's adventure, I just want to clarify as well. Even though George won't be able to cover the first opening weekend of the Boysenberry Festival, we are going to be in Anaheim on February the 5th for the DCA Magic Key event that's happening in the outdoor queue area of the Hyperion on February the 5th. So if
I'm telling you right now, I am getting up super early and I will be there at Rope Drop, so I damn well better get my magnet set. Because I don't want to hear this while this supplies last bullshit. I don't care if I'm getting up early and I'm like disturbing my Italiano beauty rest and I'm going to be there for a Rope Drop. Damn it, I want my magnet set.
Oh, God. I can only imagine the frustration that would happen if that did not work out.
But speaking of DCA's 25th anniversary, I'm actually going to be covering multiple things actually with DCA's 25th anniversary of what Conductor mentioned on February 5th. They're going to kick off. They're going to have a little kind of like Disney character meet and greets. They're going to have photo ops. They're going to have the magnet set that I just mentioned on February 5th. On February 8th, I'll be back at DCA because that's the actual DCA 25th anniversary day on February 8th. And then also the day before that, February 7th, D23 is holding an event at the Disneyland Hotel for DCA's 25th anniversary for the Spotlight series. So we will be there literally. I'll be there the 5th, the 7th, and the 8th. Abby will be joining the 7th and the 8th. She can't, unfortunately, join on the 5th because she'll be working. But yeah, so basically that whole weekend is like DCA 25th anniversary weekend.
That's going to be awesome. But yeah.
So Peter's saying, I am also planning to do a DCA 25th anniversary specific trip day at the park. Well, hope to see you there in person. I'd love to meet you in person with all the chaos of our channel and live streams and videos. It'd be really cool to meet in person.
That'd be phenomenal. And hopefully I could run into you as well, Peter's adventure. And this goes, and I repeat it several times during this marathon live stream. If you do see us in the park, believe us, we don't bite. We love to meet our community for our channels. So if you see us in the park, please come say hello. We would love to talk to you and maybe take a picture with you. So don't be scared. I promise we don't bite. We're not Bruce the shark from Jaws, okay? Yes. We're friendly. We come in peace. I promise.
Absolutely. Yeah, and as Conductor said, I'm an attention whore. I really am. Like, I love when people come up. it just gives me joy when people come up and say, "I know who you are. Thank you for what you do. We love the content. We enjoy the channel." I really do. It makes my day. It really does, because I'm doing it for myself just to kind of fulfill the dream that I have, that I love talking about what I love, but I also do it for the people who are into this kind of stuff, and I love to bring them the news, the breaking announcements, the reviews and everything. Like, that's what I love doing. And believe it or not, what's so ironic is we had a lot more kids approach us in the park saying that they know who we are and they enjoy the content. And I think that's very funny, that I actually have more kids that approach me. But as I said, even though that I do joke around, like when I say, "Why does it always have to be about the kids and everything?"
Sure.
That's me being the sarcastic Italiano that I am. In all true reality, I do. I love kids. I used to work with kids in the public school system and everything. I enjoy kids. So the fact that kids actually watch my content, and then when I started finding out that kids were watching the content, I'm like, "Oh, I better be a little bit more on my best behavior," because it's like, you know,
Exactly.
but I'm still the Disney Italiano, but I try to kind of, keep a balance, you know.
Absolutely. But George, if you want to bring up that article about
Absolutely.
Epic,
Absolutely. So we're going to move on to, this is courtesy of attractions. Where the hell my page go? Oh, there it is. Okay. This is courtesy of, get off here. Okay. Courtesy of Attractions Magazine. So this was posted obviously today, January 29th, 2026. Epic Universe still not operating at full capacity. Execs talk parks future. So I'm not going to read the whole article, but just to kind of give a gist for the conversation. Comcast, the parent company of NBC Universal, hosted its quarterly earnings call for Q4 2025 on January 29th, 2026, during which executives revealed key data and shared illuminating remarks about Universal's Epic Universe, the company's newest theme park in Orlando, Florida. Universal Parks crossed 1 billion for the first time. That's amazing. Universal destinations and experiences reached a significant milestone in Q4 2025, earning 1.035 billion in quarterly adjusted earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization, crossing the $1 billion mark in a single quarter for the first time. The sector's quarterly revenue was 2.89 billion, a 21% increase year over year for the same quarter in 2024. And this is coming from Jason S. Armstrong, the CFO of Comcast. And quote, "This performance was driven by strong results at Universal Orlando. We're really pleased with what we're seeing from Epic Universe, which continues to drive higher per cap spending and attendance across the entirety of the resort."
yeah, and I want to bring this up because this kind of ties into what we were talking about earlier with I think it was John who was mentioning about the whole idea about Westcott uh, possibly getting built out here in Anaheim for the third gate, and how he was mentioning about Epcot needs a lot more before they even think about Westcott. But I think now with what they're doing at Walt Disney World Resort today, where we got Tropical Americas, we got Monsters Inc. Land coming, we got Cars Land coming, Villains Land, and then just the new updates to Thunder Mountain. Um, Personally, for me, and then all the other construction with the hotels, the DVC lounge, hotels, all this other stuff. I think at some point in the next year or two, we're going to get more information, probably about Epcot. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if it's going to happen at this D23 or it's going to be part of maybe the 2028 D23 or maybe even the 2030 D23. But the next three D23s, I can assure everybody, I have a great feeling that Epcot will get new additions that will be announced at the next three, or at least one of the three next upcoming D23 events here in Anaheim at the Convention Center and Honda Center. I do believe so, because then that will be a response to Epic and their quarterly earnings, which is a great thing for Epic. The only thing for Epic, and again, I haven't physically seen Epic. George has seen Epic. So again, he's more the expert on this. But one of the things that I'm hoping going forward with Epic is that they add more shade and future attractions. They try to they try to cater to everyone's needs. You could still have outdoor attractions, which there's nothing wrong with that, but but they need to incorporate more indoor attractions as well at Epic. I personally feel the only reason I feel that strongly is because everybody probably knows that's been to Florida in general, whether it's Orlando, Miami, any of the counties or cities in Florida. Florida has a weird way of, it could be sunny 1 minute, and then the next minute, all of a sudden, all these dark clouds come in. It's raining, and then it's thundering, and then it stops, and then it gets humid and muggy, and then maybe later on that day it goes back to sun, and then it'll go to rain and thunderstorms again. It's just kind of like at random. And that's one of the things that Epic kind of suffers right now, is that a lot of their attractions, and George, you can clarify this, I think they have 11 attractions at Epic, and more than half of them, they're outside. So
I
when the
believe
weather
there's only, I
is
believe
it
there's like three attractions that are indoors.
okay, so the rest of them, the other 8 are outdoor attractions. So when that happens, when the weather gets all weird and crazy, then more than half of Epic Universe shuts down because they can't operate the outdoor attractions in that type of weather. So that's kind of the downfall of Epic for right now. But they are expanding in Epic, which is a great thing. But I would like to see a lot more indoor attractions to accommodate when the weather does get weird in Florida.
Oh, absolutely. I agree. And I feel like this is very telling because the fact that Universal admitted the fact that Universal's Epic Universe is not at full capacity. And now a lot of people could be thinking, why would they be admitting that? Because here's a key factor to that. The fact that they are not at full capacity, but yet in Universal's history, they crossed the $1 billion mark in a year, in that sense, like for the quarterly earning cut, and they're not at full capacity yet with Epic Universe. We definitely have to have eyes on this park, because when it is at full capacity, Disney's going to have a run for its money. And the fact that they are going to be adding more, we already knew that. We don't know what it's going to be, but they did say that there is going to be expanded additions added to Epic Universe, as Conductor had mentioned. Hopefully maybe some more indoor things to kind of balance out the outdoor stuff. But in any case, I think once all that happens, as I said, it's going to be kind of like good war with Disney and Universal, because it's going to be beneficial for us, because they're both going to be going back and forth competing with each other, but we're reaping the benefits, and Universal did clarify there is no new additions for the year of 2026, which is understandable. But in the near future, we are going to get, new additions to Epic Universe. And then also I had mentioned briefly, Universal is building a new park in the UK. There's the new Universal Kids Resort in Texas. And then, of course, the Fast and the Furious roller coaster that's coming out here to Universal Studios Hollywood. So Universal is still, and then on top of like the Fan Fest nights and them announcing again, Fast and Furious is going into Orlando, and then Supercharged closing. So there's still things moving about with Universal. So Disney definitely has to keep an eye on it. And to Conductor's point, I think the next D23s, not this one, but between 2028 and 2030, Disney, by that point, Disney is going to have to answer in the sense of Epic Universe, because not saying they have to answer to Epic Universe, but Disney's going to want to compete with themselves because they don't want to be left in the dust. So they're going to have to do something big, pretty big. And they're already doing stuff big, you know, but I mean, it's after Piston Peak. It's after Tropical Americas. It's after Monsters, Inc. It's after Villains. Villains is probably going to be the backbone of the biggest project that's going to be for Walt Disney World. But again, Disney has to keep thinking for the near future. They have to keep dreaming what's going to be next. They don't have to tell us, but I'm for sure there's blue sky developments already working of what's going to be after Villains Land.
And George makes an excellent point as well, you know, about what Universal Epic Universe is going to offer in 2026. The one thing I will say to add on to that comment from George was the mere fact that permits have already been filed. They're already starting early preparations for one of the expansion plots for Epic, which is going to be a new Harry Potter attraction, rumored to be a kind of broomstick attraction, but we still don't fully 100% know, because I've heard a broomstick attraction. I've heard maybe a attraction based off those carriages that we saw for, I think it was Order of the Phoenix, when Harry and Luna and Ron and Hermione get on it, and they have the invisible kind of looking dark creature horse that pulls the carriage up to the castle. I've heard it could be that type of attraction. So they're already filing permits for that. They're already working on it. Then on top of that, we're supposed to be getting a Zelda expansion, the Super Nintendo World. They're looking at expanding Epic Universe. So when George makes the point of they won't have anything to offer in 2026 for Epic, not physically for the guests, but it how can I put it? Epic will.
I know what you mean. And actually, I want to bring up Jared Journey's statement, because it actually kind of ties into what you were saying of what I was saying. So Jared Journey says, I hope you're right, but I assume Walt Disney World won't do anything that big after Villains Land. I would assume they then do a few years or updating and replacing some current rides, then something big. But I could see Disney not wanting to spend much more after Villains Land, since the land is going to cost so much. So to answer Jared Journey's statement, and also tying into what Conductor's trying to say about Universal, is you're right, Jared. Right after Villains Land opens, they're not going to do something really big. However, if you think about it, when they announced Villains Land in 2024, we're not getting Villains Land till 2029, 2030. So that's a 5-6 year gap. So when I mention about doing something after Villains Land, they're going to have something ready and prepared. They announce it maybe 2028, 2030, but we probably won't see it till probably like 2036, 2038, because Disney also has to keep their promise. Well, they don't have to, but I think it's in the best interest of us, the consumer and the shareholders and everything. They promised that they would spend $60 billion in a 10-year radius. Now, when it ends with Villains Land, that's the first 5 years.
Yeah.
They still have another 5 years of spending. So they kind of already have that in their mind of spending in that sense. So, kind of going back to what Conductor was saying, it's even though Universal doesn't have anything opening in 26 substantial right now,
Sure.
but there are small things. And to Jared, to your point, fixing up stuff, doing small things here or there while in the midst of waiting for something big. I think that's the best route for these theme parks um, to to go about,
Sure.
so to speak. Um, and I think it's very smart. Let's see. Jared Journey says, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't Walt Disney World's last big project New Fantasyland, and that was 10 years ago? Give me
George, go
1 second,
ahead.
Jared. I'm just like running it through my. I like obviously, yeah. They did like Cosmic Rewind, Tron, Ratatouille, Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway, which I still can't believe they got rid of my great movie ride. But
Yeah.
again, your point, they did individual things. So yes, I think you're right, Jared. I think New Fantasyland was the biggest project that they did. But that's also to your point as well. But they announced New Fantasyland back in the very first D23 Expo, which was in 2009. And they didn't complete New Fantasyland until I think it was 2014
Yeah.
when Seven Dwarfs Mine Train opened. So again, that was 5 years. So if they make an announcement for something big in 2030, we probably won't see it for another 5 or 6 years.
So the one thing I'm going to add to that as well from Jared's comments was they probably will go the route, because this is what Disney does when they build something this ginormous. And yes, I am using that word ginormous as a project, as villains. Usually the next couple years they kind of do a lot of maintenance, a lot of updates to current attractions. The one thing I will say, and again, this is just pure speculation on my thought process, is Walt Disney World, Universal Orlando have the great benefit of having multiple parks for their resorts, compared to out here in California,
Yeah.
where Universal has one park, Disney has two parks. Walt Disney World and Universal Orlando. So, for example, since we're talking about villains for a second, they build villains, they open it, everyone's excited. It's the new shiny toy. But my thing is they could still, they could still start the process and starting the process for Epcot, for Hollywood Studios, for Animal Kingdom, for Magic Kingdom. And I'm not talking about putting shovels in the ground, because obviously that comes way after, but they can start the process of drawing up plans, making 3D models, proposing a report to file a permit for a new land, a new attraction, new experience, new something, a new addition to their parks, because we all know how permits work. They don't, just because Disney or Universal files a permit does not mean the next day it gets responded to.
I mean,
Sometimes it could take months, if not almost 6 months, to get responded to, and it might take up to a year to be approved. So by then, you would already have.
look how long it's taken us to get Portos.
Well, that's why I mean. So, if it takes a year for Disney, let's say, to build a new to create plans, blueprints, to create 3D models, to type up a permit report, to file, and then wait all this time. So maybe 6 months, maybe a year, maybe a couple months, who knows? But by the time they get it approved, looked at, and everything else, it might be a year. And I'm just saying a year as a reference point. So if they have a year between filing and creating all the plans and all that for a new edition of Epcot, like a new pavilion or something, and that's courtesy of John mentioning about all the room and you, George, mentioning all the room Epcot has, then that's a year that Villains Land has been opened. So it's not like it's, oh, we build Villains Land, we open it, and then the next month we start another massive expansion or a massive. No, I'm not trying to dig to that point. What I am saying is there's a lot of logistical stuff before they put shovels in the ground, and that's why I'm trying to answer what Jared Journeys was saying. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. Again, I could be completely wrong because I don't know the permit process. I don't know the financial aspect of things. So I'm just only speculating. And actually, Jared brought up another comment, George, if you could bring that up. I just want to read this real quick to everybody. It's the current comment. It has 2030 in it. There we go. I'm also cautious about spending after 2030 because we don't know where the economy is going. With all the current chaos, it could lead even less people traveling, both where was it? Both in the US and the world wide, which could lead to Disney and Universal doing more smaller projects after Avatar Villains, the Universal Hollywood Hotel, all of which will cost a ton. And I agree with you, Jerry Journeys, because if we look at it, we look at Disneyland, for example, right? When we look at Fantasyland and you have Mr. Toad's Wild Ride with, was it Snow White or Peter Pan? I forgot.
On
You have,
that side, it's Mr. Toad and Peter Pan, and then on the other side, it's Pinocchio and Snow White.
okay, so you have 4 attractions in one massive footprint. You know, that was old school early days of Disney and Imagineering. But nowadays, when you look at Universal, you look at Disney, and they build a new attraction, what is the common denominator? The common denominator is this massive, ugly show building because they have so much infrastructure, technology, animatronics, show scenes, track layout for these attractions that create this massive show building. So I agree with Jared Journeys. A lot of these projects cost a lot more nowadays than they would have maybe 30 years ago.
And that's very true to his comment. I mean, anything can happen at a flip of a dime. You know, I hope that that's not the case, but we always have to take that into consideration that anything can change, and especially with the change up with the CEOs and who's going to take over as chairman of the parks if tomorrow does get into the big seat, so to speak. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of rearranging and reevaluating, and so yeah, definitely to take into consideration. Also, too, we got Ryan C. Vlogs in the house. Hey, George and Conductor, what's going on? I am watching your show while I am at the gym, and I think they will do a big expansion in Adventureland after Villains. Well, Ryan, thanks for joining in. I think it's very interesting. A lot of the times people watch us is they're at the gym or they're driving either to work or from work in their car.
I love that.
And you know what? That's the best. I think that's one of the best times to do it. So
Absolutely.
Ryan, definitely welcome in. To your comment, I can definitely maybe see them doing something with Adventureland because there was a lot of talks that there is an expansion pad behind the Jungle Cruise at Magic Kingdom. And there was a lot of talks that it may be a Moana boat attraction because courtesy of Jack from DSMY Newscast, he covered this a few times where Disney filed a permit of a new boat ride system, and they actually showcased an early concept art, and it's just in black and white lines, but it's in the design and shape of Moana and Maui standing on a Wayfinder boat.
Absolutely. And I want to give a big shout out also to Jared Journeys, who, again, probably like many other individuals watching this live stream between myself and Hollow Gelato, is currently at work. And that right there is showing us that you guys really honestly do care about our content. And me and George cannot be more appreciative that, people at the gym, people driving, people at work or watching this live stream. It means so much to us that you guys still want to tune in, even though you're busy doing something, that you still have time to tune in to this live stream and much of our content. So much appreciated to everybody in the chat, everybody watching, whether it's on YouTube or on X. I deeply, deeply appreciate you all, and you guys are amazing, and you guys keep us going like this. And believe me, I kind of feel this marathon live is going to work out, so we might have to make this a yearly tradition, one
I
day
think
out of
so
the
too.
year.
I was thinking that too. I think we should do this as an annual thing.
Yeah,
Maybe like closer to the beginning of like each year, like the start of the next year, to kind of see like our predictions, our thoughts, where the year is going to move into, what our
sure.
plans are. I think, yeah, I actually think we should do that. I
Yeah,
think
no,
so far so good. I mean, the live is going well, and I echo your statement as well. Thank you to everyone who has joined, is still here, that will continue to watch the not even just our live marathon show, but just watch our content in general, whether it's a video, a live stream, a short, anything. We greatly appreciate each and every one of you. And also too, before I scroll down, before I lose it, John Make It Rain says, I think they may announce a second park at Shanghai during D23.
so
That absolutely correct.
So actually, since John brought that up, because that again is one of our topics, um, George, if you want to mark that off on the list, and we'll talk about it, because that's something we wanted to talk about as well. That might actually tie into this D23 that's happening in August, and
Mhm.
possibly because we're getting the new CEO announcement next month, and that Iger is stepping down, hopefully for good this time, and is only going to be at the Walt Disney Company through 2026, only as a advisory to the new CEO, and hopefully not have influence. I hope, and just advising the new CEO on some of the aspects of the company that they might need help with. So, George, I'm going to let you take it away about this announcement and what we could possibly see.
Absolutely. And before, I just want to just give it's Florentin is in the house. Welcome in. So glad to see you. It's been a while. But glad to see you. And Ryan C Vlog says, I have watched you guys a long time. Well, we greatly appreciate you. Absolutely. So to what Conductor was mentioning, yeah. So in 2026 will mark the 10-year anniversary for the Shanghai Disney Resort. And of course, with D23 coming up this year, and we already are speculating that we're going to get announcements, but they're not going to be like the big bang, big announcements that they gave us, obviously, in 2024, because
Sure.
they're working on those projects now. But we are going to get news on the current projects that are moving forward. We may get names of the attractions, the ride vehicles, what's the actual attraction itself, what could we expect, the finer details, which I'm okay with that. But I still think Disney is going to have a few surprises up its sleeve for the parks panel. And with Shanghai Disney, I think that's going to be one of the, I don't want to say surprises, because I think everyone is kind of already speculating this, especially since Bob Iger had already made a statement saying that there was a lot of investment put into the Shanghai park. Its turnaround rate was a huge success, major investment. It's actually the 5th most visited theme park in the world. So yeah, clocks in at number 5. So that's, and it's its own individual park. There's nothing else really tying with it. But I think for it being the 10-year anniversary of the park, of the Shanghai resort, and actually the Shanghai park is Bob's baby. Like that was basically his working. So I think before he ends up leaving the company as CEO, I personally think that he's going to want to make that major announcement, and it's going to be at the Parks panel. But I have even a funny feeling that he's going to pull a Galaxy's Edge on us, and it's not going to be Demaro making that announcement. I think Demaro is going to call Iger out, and Iger is going to personally make that announcement for a second park at Shanghai.
And I did pull up the article for Shanghai Disney. This was published from Disney Experiences on November the 3rd, 2025. I'm trying to see. Okay, so that's kind of what they're looking at here for the expansion. Obviously, you got some attractions back here, but like George was saying though, um, Bob Iger has been personally attached to Shanghai Disney a lot lately, since his return and even before his departure the first time around, has been very attached to this. And then just recently with the, it drives me nuts to say this, but the photo op that he took on the beaches of Abu Dhabi for the futuristic Abu Dhabi Disney resort. And I have my concerns about that, but that's
And,
besides.
and we could actually get into that too, because here's the thing. I know for a fact he had to put his footprints, no pun intended, on that land to say, before I leave, just to let you guys know, before this becomes the famous Disney Abu Dhabi park, I was part of this, kind of thing. So, he had to kind of pull his like Walt Disney kind of thing, where Walt Disney stood in the orange groves of Anaheim before it became Disneyland. He stood in the swamplands before it became Walt Disney World. So Iger had to place that same kind of visual legacy for himself.
Well, see, it's very interesting that happened, because I want to discuss that as well. But one thing I can tell you is Shanghai Disney, again, and this goes for all the Asian international Disney parks, because there's what, three of them? I think three of them, right? You have
So
Shanghai,
you go to
Tokyo.
Shanghai, Hong Kong, and then you have Tokyo, but it's run by OLC.
Okay, so three international Asia Disney parks. And just to answer John's comment, it is the new hotel. I'm going to try to look for pictures of, yeah, it's being planned. And I don't know if they have pictures yet of what the expansion is going to look like. I think they're keeping that close to the chest. And I think, like George was mentioning, when D23 happens, probably Bob Iger will be called on stage by Josh D'Amaro, who is currently, as of today, the parks chairman of experiences and destinations. But I think, even though we'll know who the new CEO is as of next month, I think Iger will take the stage at some point at D23 to talk about this. So it's a good thing, because one of the things I've said to George, I've said to many others that I've been either on their channel, they've been on my channel, was the mere fact that we're sitting there and we look at attractions where they're duplicated in the domestic parks, Walt Disney World, Disneyland. And I've always told George, I said, well, if Disney feels like they want to duplicate stuff, maybe duplicate, or maybe take a great grand idea from one of the international parks and take that idea and incorporate it into the domestic parks. So, because all the international parks, whether it's Disneyland Paris, whether it's Shanghai Disney, Hong Kong Disney, Tokyo Disney, all those parks have very unique attractions that are very, like, over the top, beautiful, gorgeous, stunning, breathtaking. I can go on, but um, one of the things I would like to see going forward with the new CEO is possibly, and I'm not saying a lot of the attractions, but maybe a small handful would make their way to the domestic parks, maybe not verbatim copy and paste, but close. Because I think it was, what was it? The also this morning Disney broke news about, I think it was Tokyo Disney, George, that is getting a Wreck-It Ralph attraction.
Yes. I actually had that article up because I was reading it. And also too, when you had mentioned about like, doing like, for, verbatim of everything. Let me see if I could actually, I'll bring it up so I could
Yeah, yeah,
just
go
have it
for
up
it.
here. But
Sure.
like I wish um even like speaking of like the Renaissance era, like Paris is going to get The Lion King. Tokyo has Beauty and the Beast. We already kind of have an idea that Abu Dhabi is going to get Aladdin. It's just like I don't understand why we don't get any of the Renaissance uh, uh,
It
IPs. I don't get it.
yeah, it's very true. And it's something that I'm happy for the international parks, do not get me wrong, but I kind of feel like the domestic parks should, you know, honestly tap into that market and try to acquire something. Because fun fact about this, and actually I learned this I think from George a while back, was a lot of times because Disney, like George mentioned just a couple minutes ago, that the international parks, the Asia three parks, Hong Kong, Tokyo, and Shanghai, they're run by who was it?
So the Tokyo is run by OLC, the Oriental Land Company.
Okay,
And when it comes for Hong Kong and Shanghai, I believe China owns a portion of it, but not like I think Disney owns a bigger part of it where Disney still has full control over it.
okay. So I'm gonna go with Tokyo Disney because that's not owned by Disney, and the reason I'm picking this one out of the three is because when you look at it, and this is a great perspective, I'm glad I learned this from George, was that Disney basically is renting out the IP, the Disney name, to Tokyo Disney for the OLC company, the Oriental Land Company, to use
Which,
Disney IP.
which also too, I want to add, I believe that's also going to be the same route with Abu Dhabi. I
Yes.
think Abu Dhabi, they're gonna own it, and they're just licensing out the Disney properties, and that's why it's not going to cost Disney a dime because it didn't for the Tokyo parks.
So that's an interesting thing. That's what I'm pivoting to, because when you think about it, when they build state of the art attractions, or they build technology for Disney Sea, or you have this Wreck-It Ralph attraction, or the Spider-Man roller coaster, or some of these IPs that have attractions that you only see in their international parks like Tokyo Disney. um, the greatest thing, like George says, the Disney's licensing out the IPs and the Disney name. Another company's paying for it, building. And it's funny because when they build these attractions, they actually collaborate with WDI Imagineering here in Burbank, California, to develop the technology. They actually paid Disney to develop the technology, to build the attraction, and then ship the parts, the animatronics, all that stuff back to, for example, Tokyo Disney. And in that process, Disney gets paid two ways. They're licensing out the IP, and they're getting paid to build the attraction. If I have that correct, George, correct me if I'm wrong at any point. But then at some point or another, Disney has the capability, because they already know how to what the technology is, the infrastructure, the animatronics, the technology, to now incorporate that that same IP with the same attraction or something of a little bit different to kind of change up the game a little bit to incorporate it into the domestic parks, which is phenomenal. So basically, in layman's terms, Disney is kind of acting like a real estate agent and they're reaping the benefits.
Absolutely. And I hope Disney utilizes that R&D and utilizes where they can make duplicates and double gangers on like a cheap dime, so to speak. Because that way, yeah. So that way, not saying it's made cheap, but
Oh,
it's
sure.
cheaper to build two instead of one. As you know, as Iger always says, they're not building one, they're building two. That, if essentially maybe we could get something in the domestic parks. To John, Make It Rain, asking, is that like an Astro Blaster attraction? I believe so, because if you look at the concept art, I'll bring the picture up a little bit bigger so you could see the guests holding the blasters and they're firing at looks like targets, possibly looks like either like corrupt data, because it's supposed to be like you're in an arcade game and you
Yeah.
have to blast it. But in any case, this is coming from the one and only Drew, the Disney dude. And once again, this news dropped today. No surprise that Disney dropped this news because of Universal Comcast dropping their quarterly earning numbers. New Tokyo Disneyland's new Wreck-It Ralph attraction will officially open in spring of 2027 as part of the park's redeveloped Tomorrowland. Oriental Land Company states that the attraction represents an estimated investment of approximately about $193 million.
US. Yeah.
US
That's a
dollars.
lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot. But see, that's something that I can argue that should be incorporated, like something like that in our Tomorrowland. To be honest with you, I don't think Astro Blasters has any reason, at least anymore, to be in Tomorrowland, because that's why I said early on that Tomorrowland has no identity, because now you have Astro Blasters, you have Darth Vader, which is a Star Wars character in meeting in Launch Bay that shouldn't even be there. He should be in Galaxy's Edge, which they spent $1 billion building. And then light oh my gosh, Toy Story should be in DCA and Pixar Pier. It has no business being in Tomorrowland as well. Then you have freaking Star Tours that shouldn't even be there anymore. It should be in Galaxy's Edge somewhere if they even wanted to rebuild it, which I doubt
That's
it.
probably like the hot take. Like Disney has like the IPs like scattered all over the place, and it's
Yeah.
almost like, let me ask you this. This may be a little bit off topic, but since it kind of came up, are you a fan of one IP individual land? Do you think that kind of hinders Disney, because then that's where Disney feels forced they have to put all the IPs or all that the attractions of that one particular IP into that one land? Would you rather have more of a fantasy land style where it's just a variety, so that way you can kind of expand your horizon and not really be secluded in one land?
So I'm going to tell you this. It really, for an IP to be part of a single land, it depends on the IP. It depends what it depends what the storytelling behind that IP is, how strong it has done. Just whether it's the storyline of it or the box office numbers, it really honestly depends. But I'm not opposed to having a Fantasyland type land where you have multiple IPs in one area. I'm not opposed to that either. But on the other hand, like I just mentioned, it really honestly depends on the IP for that land. Like Avatar, I don't think needs to share an IP with a different different thing. I think Avatar is strong enough to have its own land with its single IP. I on the other hand, like Tron, I don't think could survive, even though I think it could. I don't think it could survive having a land by itself. So again, I repeat my statement. I think it depends on the IP.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, yeah, because I think if you're going to do something big in scope, that's going to take majority of the of the land, then yeah, you would want to just focus on that one IP. But yeah, if you're going to kind of like have a story within the story, sort of like how they do with Fantasyland, then yeah, you can kind of get away with that.
See, the one thing, and I know I'm going to sound like a nutcase here, but I'm going to definitely go off the rails with this one. But Tomorrowland, which was basically, the whole idea of Tomorrowland was the world of tomorrow, the future, and it had some influence from the World's Fair and whatnot. And one of the things I wanted to ask you, because when we look at the early days of Epcot, Epcot's a perfect example of this. When we look at the early days of Epcot,
Mhm.
and how different attractions, different pavilions were sponsored by companies.
I
Do you
think Disney should go back doing that. I think that
I
was very
that
smart. The fact that Disneyland was built by people watching the television series on ABC, and ABC actually funded the money to build Disneyland.
well,
So it kind of already started the genesis of that. And then, yeah, you would have like, sponsored by Honda, sponsored by Chevrolet, sponsored by Pandora Jewelry, or sponsored by McDonald's, or whatever it is.
yeah,
I think honestly, I think that's a smart route to
yeah.
go.
Do you think if they went back to that route as part of the new CEO's plan, um, and I'm just spitballing here because I guarantee it's not even on his radar or her radar. But if they went back to that concept, do you think Tomorrowland would be a perfect opportunity to incorporate
Mhm.
that concept?
Yeah, I
Because
think
it has no identity.
Yeah, I think it would. I think it's a blank canvas that I think if they really proposed something that Imagineering probably already has, and it's sitting on a shelf collecting dust, and they present it to possible companies that are willing to take the risk with them and sponsor it, I think they really could. Because even look at the New York World's Fair, a lot of the attractions that got transferred over from it was from the New York World's Fair. It's a small world, you
Yeah.
know, and a few other attractions. So it's like when Walt Disney was in charge, like that was like the main go set. He tried to find loopholes to cost cut things, but still make them great.
See, that's something I absolutely love before we get to the comments, because I know there's a few of them. But that's what I love, because I forgot who it was, if it was John or Giant Peter's Adventure, or it might have been Ryan. I'm not sure who it was, and they mentioned about um a Walt Disney attraction that would be amazing to put in a land like Tomorrowland, but make it a sponsored land where you have different attractions sponsored by different companies. That would be an absolute perfect thing. I think it would be amazing. It would be awesome, because then at that point you're still okay. Again, I'm going to go on a tangent here, because you still kind of tie in the history of Walt when he was building Disney, and even Epcot, with all the sponsorship deals and whatnot to help pay for the experiences and attractions. But it also ties into the World's Fair. It also could tie into what we see. Was it every year or every other year with CES, which is a big technology convention that happens, where we see the latest tech from all these different type of companies. It would be amazing. It would be absolutely amazing to see something like that. And I think Tomorrowland, like George was mentioning, would be a great canvas for this. And you know, I could see where people might have issue and say, well, you know, that's not really magical if you walk into a land and you see all these sponsorship marquee signs on attractions. But then again, it also justifies in a way where you kind of tie in that history where, again, Walt was building Disneyland, building Epcot, Walt Disney World, where a lot of his attractions were showcased at the World's Fair. It ties into the CES convention that we see every year or every other year to kind of show us the latest in tech. And that's what Tomorrowland was kind of built on, that concept of the future, that concept of what's coming tomorrow. So that would be perfect.
Yeah, I agree. I really do. I think that would be probably the route to go with Tomorrowland, because if the executives are concerned that it's not profitable and it's a waste of money, I don't think they would mind it if it was coming from someone else's pocket.
Yeah.
And they probably would greenlight it.
Oh, I think so. See? I don't even have to work for Walt Disney World. I just came up with that on the
But it's
fly.
not that hard.
No.
That's what I don't understand. These people get paid buku bucks to sit at a round table to kind of come up with strategies and outcomes. You did it in less than 5 minutes. I don't understand it.
Crazy, huh? Oh my gosh.
It's just I just shut up, George. Like, just, you know.
Hey, don't worry. We have an all-day live stream. Please share your thoughts, your
Yeah.
frustrations.
I think that's yep, that's the gong.
There you go, the gong.
I think for me, like, that is just yeah, that's the frustrating part.
Yeah.
Like, it's just how us, the consumers, the fans, the diehard Disney followers, like, we love the parks, we know the parks, but we also, I feel like we could also make executive decisions of what can better the park, and who better than Wood, because it's our money that we're paying for. We know the experience that we want to have. It's so easy for them to say, "Oh yeah, well, we could just do this just for corporate sake." Has any of those executives loosened up their tie, take down a few buttons, go Italiano style, show a little bit of chest hair, you know, and go into the parks and have fun?
Oh my god. See, that's phenomenal. And that's something that I would like to see going forward. If Disney loves doing these D23 events, which they do for D23 members, and I again, never forget, George and his wife Abigail bought me a ticket for Christmas to go experience Christmas at the Walt Disney Studios Burbank lot. It was a lot of fun. Can't wait to do it next year. And I'm deeply appreciative of George and Abigail doing that for my Christmas gift. But one thing I would like to see going forward with a D23 event, this would be fantastic, actually, if they had maybe a section of the Walt Disney Studios lot, maybe kind of where you guys went to go see the preview of Handcrafted, and do like a Q&A session, and get all these people in a room, and the crowd's interacting with WDI Imagineers, and we bring up these ideas, and maybe give them a little inspiration on possibly something that we could see in the next 10 to 15 to 20 years.
I like that idea, but I'll even plus it, as Walt would say. I'd be like, give me the damn mic. I'll sit on the stage.
There you go.
Put the execs in the seats. Have them ask me the questions, and I'll give them the answer.
I love it. I love it. Oh my gosh, I love it. And it's funny that we talk about D23, because this is another rant I'm going to go on, and George knows where I'm probably going to.
I know where you're going with this one.
Okay, so he knows. So for D23 and being a Magic Key holder, and how difficult it is to buy a D23 ticket for the Anaheim Convention Center, for the Honda Center, and everything in between that. Um, one of the things we talked about, and I'm glad we're bringing I'm glad I remember this because there's so many topics that George had to write them all down. There was so many that we're going to talk about today. But one of the topics was, you know, does everybody think that if you're a Magic Key holder like me and George are, and so many of you are, but me and George are the top tier. So we have the Inspire. So the most expensive Magic Key at the Disneyland Resort. And D23 takes place in Anaheim at the Convention Center, right across the street from DCA. So when you have the Inspire Key for Magic Key, the most expensive pass, and then you have a D23 Gold membership that costs you, I think it was $120 or $199. Does everybody think there should be a change for trying to buy D23 tickets, where if you're a top tier Magic Key holder and you're also a D23 paid gold membership member, that you should have you should have a Pacific time, which gives you maybe the first couple hours, maybe the first 3 or 4 hours of a certain day to buy tickets, since you are basically a shareholder, as I like to call it, because you have a Magic Key, which is the most expensive. You have a paid D23 Gold membership on top of that. Should Disney allow that type of combination to happen, where you have a special day and time where you can acquire your D23 ticket and not have to fight the general public on trying to get a D23 ticket, because we all know how difficult it is. Luckily, George had a sponsor that bought his ticket because it's just chaos. As soon as you get on the website, it crashes, and you try to use multiple devices, and it's a nightmare in hell to try to acquire one because you get immediately denied. Then on top of that, I told George, and I mentioned this, is that what if, besides doing if you're an Inspire Key holder, you're a D23 Gold membership, paid membership, what if they allowed people also to line up outside the Anaheim Convention Center to also buy tickets? Because I think it's an unfair advantage for people that try to acquire a D23 membership only online, because you hear it all the time with even concerts like a Taylor Swift concert, or maybe like a Aerosmith concert, or
Well, it's
U2 or
funny that you
whatever.
mentioned that, but a good friend of mine, Rudio,
Uh-huh.
some of you may know him.
Sure.
I spoke to him several times that he and some friends were trying to get tickets for concerts that you were mentioning. He mentioned Bruno Mars
Yes.
concert. He mentioned the BTS concerts that are coming. And every time that they were trying to get tickets, they could get nothing. And
Yeah.
he said, if this is for concerts for like big time like musicians, what's it going to be like for a 3-day convention for D23? And I'm like, oh gosh, here we go again. Because I tell you what, I swear, folks, and don't worry, folks, we do have some new people that joined us today. We will be getting to the comments because we got to catch up. But I just have to say, that day when I was trying to get tickets, I swear to you, I was speaking in tongue,
Yeah.
because I will never forget this number 1708. That's where I was in line, 1708. And people were jealous of me. They were
Yes.
like, oh, you got it. You're gold. We're number 45,000. And I'm like, oh, shoot. And sure enough, when I got in there, I had the pick of the litter. I could have sat anywhere in that Honda Center. As I'm picking my seats, they're removing them from my cart because they're letting so many people in at once that the
Yes.
computer is can't identify who has the seat. So
Yeah.
when everyone's clicking on the same seat, the computer doesn't know what to do, so it's kicking you out. So
Absolutely.
that's like you going into a store, you go into a Walmart, you go into a Lowe's. For conductor's sake, you go into Costco.
Sure.
You take a shopping cart, or as I call it, a buggy. I'm from the East Coast here, folks, and you start filling up your cart with a bunch of items that you're going to buy. But you start to slowly see, oh, people are just walking up to you and they're taking them out of your cart. That's exactly what happened to me. And then they kicked me out
Oh,
of
geez.
the the seat selection. I had to go back into the queue and wait. Then I was like number 25,000 something. And then by the time I actually got through again, no seats available for that day. Oh man, I tell you what, we don't get earthquakes on the East Coast, but I tell you what, there was the wrath of the Italiano that day in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Oh, absolutely. And to George's point on that, whether it's D23 tickets or it's concert tickets or even, baseball games at Angel Stadium, Dodger Stadium, Petco Park out here in California, or even the new A's stadium they're building in Las Vegas, the common denominator you see is scalpers. The scalpers are a big problem. That's why I kind of said about mentioning, well, and instead of just only having the tickets online, what if they gave the capability of doing multiple options? You have the online tickets, but you also have people, if they want to, wait outside the Anaheim Convention Center and go to a physical ticket booth and buy tickets, which would not be such a bad thing. And then, like George would, like I mentioned early on in the live stream, I said, well, if they moved D23
Oh,
for parks,
um,
oh, go ahead.
hold your comment really quick. So this is Phil Metzger. I do apologize. I know you wrote some things. I am actually going to go back and we will address them. I do apologize. We have a lot. It's a marathon, so definitely come back. Come back later on. We will be here for sure. But even though that you're leaving, welcome in, and we'll definitely see you in a bit.
Absolutely. I'm just going to say this and then we'll address some comments. But, if like we're talking about, if we moved the parks panel, at least the parks panel, everything else is kind of for me, but the parks panel of D23 to Angel Stadium, I think it would alleviate, the problem with people trying to buy tickets that get subject out, like George and others that have issues, because the Angels Stadium can accommodate almost twice as much seating as the Honda Center can. So that
And
would be
you can almost
something
do
to.
like a 360-degree rotation because since it's a field and
Yes.
not an arena, it's going to be in the center of everything.
Yeah.
So you can literally fill up every nook and cranny of that stadium.
Yes.
I think honestly, and it's Anaheim, California. You're going to get good weather, so you don't have to worry about like any of that stuff.
Absolutely.
Um, so yeah, John actually agrees they need to move it to the Angel Stadium. Um, um, and then Florentin says, I think Phil just said hello. He's my friend. I introduced him to you both. Well, thank you so much, Florentin. We greatly
Thank
appreciate it.
you.
And yeah, and as I said, for Phil, I know he probably stepped out, but hopefully he comes back in. But we will still be addressing his comments. So even if he can't make the actual live, if he goes back, he'll definitely see um, us addressing his comments. And then we got the one and only Mr. Tommy Toon World. These guys are locked in. Oh, we are locked, signed, sealed, delivered, bolted, and whatever else you want to call it.
I love it. Oh my gosh, I love it.
So I'm gonna scroll up here because
Sure.
we actually have
We have a ton of comments.
Because
I love
yeah, we
this.
got a lot of, and honestly, this is not a bad thing, folks. We greatly appreciate all the comments and
Absolutely.
everything. Like that is awesome. There was one comment up here.
And then while you're looking
Here,
for that comment, George, I'm just going to bring up Tommy says, I can't wait for Florida. Absolutely. I can't wait for Florida. And just to kind of reiterate something that George told me, George, before you bring up that comment you're looking for, do you want to kind of tell everybody what you're most excited for me and Tommy? Because you've told me multiple times
yeah,
about going to Walt Disney World.
I think for me, what I'm most excited for the both of you is literally just watching you guys react to everything. And I don't really think it's like one specific thing. I think it's just the whole thing as a package, even when it comes to Universal. Because even though you guys been out here to Universal Studios Hollywood, it's completely different in Universal Orlando. So
Absolutely.
I'm very curious to see your guys' reaction, and I can't wait to take you guys around and show you, because again, these parks are not just parks. These are part of actual resorts. And you have to have the full resort kind of experience.
Absolutely.
So I can't wait for it to see you guys. And as I said, one of my things that I'm going to be doing with them, because it's kind of a tradition of mine that I do with newbies that are going to primarily for Walt Disney World, is anytime that we're about to face one of the major icons of the parks, I like to record their first reaction, visualizing it like right in front of them. So I'm actually going to be recording both Conductor and Tommy's reactions when they first lay eyes on Cinderella Castle for the first time, when they first lay eyes on Spaceship Earth for the first time, when they first lay eyes on the Tree of Life for the first time. Like, I want to capture that, because you can go back and you can always have that feeling to say I'm back, but you will never ever get that first impression reaction feeling, and I love capturing that on camera.
Absolutely. And Tommy also mentioned that George planned everything. Thank you a lot. And just to let everybody know, you know, me and Tommy gave George an idea, and he's like, this is what I live for. I will plan everything. All you guys have to worry about is just enjoy yourselves. I will literally do all the planning, the
That's literally,
reservations.
and literally, you don't know how many times that they both said, "We're sorry we're putting you through this. You're probably overwhelmed. You like, I can't believe it." And I'm like, "Oh no, this is like my typical Friday night. Like this is like this is like I live for this stuff. I enjoy it. I love planning. I love putting stuff together. I was a travel agent. I was an earmarked travel agent through a third party travel company that works closely with Disney. I specialized in this stuff. So it just kind of brought me back home to do it all. So I'm just very glad and thankful and blessed that I can do this with these guys, because it just happened to be that the stars were aligned perfectly, that Abby and I were going to Florida in March anyway for a wedding, for a friend of mine who I met on a Disney cruise, that she invited us to her wedding. And sure enough, this was around the time that Conductor and Tommy were planning a possible Florida trip. Um, and I believe at the time, Conductor was like, I definitely want to see Epic Universe. I may do maybe like 2 Disney World parks. Tommy, I don't think was even going to do any of the Disney parks. He was just going to do Universal. And I thought, well, I'll meet you guys down there. It's like, how about we get together? And then the more we started talking, and I'm like, well, how about we plan something a little bit bigger? And I said, well, tell me your guys' itinerary. And they told me. Tommy was like, I'm just probably just going to do like the Universal parks. And Conductor said, I'll probably do 2 Disney World parks. And then multiple days of Epic Universe. And I'm like, oh no, 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 no. If we're going to do this together, I'm like, I want to give you guys the ultimate Florida experience. If you're going to go down there, especially for your first time, we're going to do all 4 parks of Walt Disney World. I'm going to show you guys Disney Springs. We're going to stay on property. We're going to do all 3 parks of Universal. And yeah, essentially they gave me the reins and I was happy to do so. And that is the most satisfying thing, that when this trip is done, which I don't want it to be done because I don't even want to think about that, because I want to enjoy the moment. That, but when it is done, that I could sit back and say, wow, and it's not to pat myself on the back, but it's just like when you create something and you go, wow, I actually created that. I actually made that happen. It's like, for me to be able to give these guys a great vacation, because like they're fish out of water with this stuff. Like they don't, they don't like really know like the logistics. I'm not saying that they're not capable of, if they would have went down there, but I think they would miss out on a lot of opportunities had they not gone with someone that's a bit more seasoned with those parks. So yeah, that I am absolutely excited for. But in any case, we have Robert Sprite in the house. Hi, Italian. What's up, Robert? So glad you made it in. And then Ryan C. Vlog says, hey, George, I'm a fellow Italiano. See, that's how we do it, man. That's it. My guy. That's awesome. And then let me see. Let me see. I'm so sorry, folks. I'm trying to. I see. And then Peter says, and then after that, we then have a Disney Italiano meet and greet. Absolutely. I would love to do a meet and greet.
That'd be fun.
Let me see. Okay, so John Make It Rain, I guess this is for D23. Do they give you priority access? So yes and no. For us being gold members, we have the first opportunity to purchase tickets, which is usually going to be on a Friday. And then on Saturday, they'll add in the generalized D23 members. And then on Sunday, they add in just the general admission, people who are not D23 members. But by the time that happens, it's basically all sold out, which D23 is getting bigger. It's getting more popular. It's getting more well-known. You could purchase, God rest his soul, Adam the Woo was able to purchase a D23 ticket a couple days before the event.
Which is crazy.
You can't do that now. Literally, the first weekend they drop the tickets, it's going to be sold out. And also to, I'm gonna be jumping back and forth, folks, so bear with me. I think it was Ryan that mentioned it. Where is it? Here we go. Ryan says scalpers are a problem. They are absolutely, I feel like one of the top, aside from the site crashing and Disney not having a handle on it, scalpers are a huge problem, because what they end up doing is they put in these bots that are placement holders in the queue. So they get in first and they just buy a slew full of tickets, which then leaves people like us who are actual D23 members to get any seats. And then they take those tickets and they go on these third-party websites and apps like StubHub and stuff like that. And then they sell the tickets 3 times the amount that they're worth.
Absolutely. And to kind of piggyback off that comment, it's something that I would personally like to see. Obviously I've already stated it, but I'll say it again for everyone just joining, that we are going to get a new CEO announcement for the Walt Disney Company next month during a share earnings call. So I'm hoping that there will be restructuring to the D23 buying process, because scalpers are they are a very very cancerous problem for that system. And like George says, for the true fans, the D23 Gold membership fans, and people that have Magic keys that pay all this money that want to go experience D23 that's never been, um, it's a horrible experience trying to acquire tickets, and it's something that the company really needs to work on internally to fix that problem.
Absolutely. Completely agree. And Journey's Dragon 202 says hello, welcome in. Um, and then we have, I'm trying to locate where Phil came in. I think I might have passed him. I think I went up too far. But then we also have we have Gray Room 7630. When we talked about Westcott, are we talking about the World Showcase aspect or the other half of the park as well?
So when we're talking about Westcott earlier, we are talking about the concept art that you could probably Google on any search engine and look at pictures that were early concept art of what DCA was supposed to be, which was Westcott, but got scrapped and they built DCA instead. But Gray Room 6730, you can actually Google online and see concept art of what Westcott was going to be. It was going to be a West Coast version of Epcot, but definitely different, but following the same aspect of what Epcot is. I think I did find his or one of his comments. I'm trying to see if I see any of his other comments. Let me see. I think I'm seeing some of his comments. They're just
I think probably what happens is because since people like, to support both of us, they jump back and forth. So you
sure.
probably see some that I don't. But so this is the first one that I see from him. So he's saying hello to his co-host buddy, which I'm assuming is Florentin.
Yes. Let me see.
And then Hudson Thomas says, if you have D23 Gold, that should be automatic ticket privileges. Absolutely agree.
Well,
and I know what you're going to go with that, so I'll let you.
Yeah. So if you have a D23 Gold paid membership, which again I think it's $120 a year or it's $199 a year, I forgot which one it is, and then you have the Inspire Key for Disneyland, which is almost $2,000 a year, then I do agree with you, Hudson, that those people that have both paid memberships should have priority access to D23 tickets. They should.
And again, if they even want to make an even higher D23 ticket where you pay a little bit more, maybe like a D23 Platinum, where, yeah, you're paying a little bit more out of pocket out of the year, but where you can guarantee yourself a ticket for D23, I sure as hell would pay for it.
Oh, absolutely.
And then John Make It Rain said, I hope you were compensated. I assume he's referring to when I was mentioning about like the troubles with D23. I wasn't compensated just to the fact of because they didn't take my money. Now,
Yes.
if they did take my money and I didn't get the ticket,
dang. And actually, it's funny that George mentions this, because again, this is off topic, but that's what this live stream is about. We'll be going all over the place. Was when I was hanging out with George and Abigail, he was telling me that he had an issue with Verizon and that whole nonsense. And he was telling me the whole spiel about how Verizon was overcharging him and doing all this crazy. And George is literally, he said, I called them and I raised hell and I talked to whoever I needed to talk to and I made things happen in my favor. I did not let up.
There you go. And I just have to just address this, even though we already talked about it and everything. But
Sure.
Tommy was nice enough to come on and put this up, so I have to address it. So, absolutely, Tommy, as I mentioned before, I'm so glad that I had the opportunity, the privilege that you guys let me trust me. You guys trust me to take over, and absolutely, and we're gonna have such a blast. I cannot wait.
Oh, it's going to be so much fun. It's going to
Let's let's see. Tommy had a great comment yesterday about retheming the canoes to Pocahontas. One of my favorite attractions because I can be in and touch the river. I will say this, Hudson, because I remember doing the canoes twice my whole entire life, and
be.
I will say I love the aspect of being on the river that close, that low. You get a different perspective because when you're on the Mark Twain or the Columbia, you're up high. You're looking, out and everything.
Yeah.
When you're in the canoes, you're down low, so your perception is looking up and everything seems so much bigger. That I do appreciate of the canoes like around the rivers of America. Having said that, the actual experience I am not a fan of. I am not a fan of when I'm at the theme parks, I don't want to work out. I don't want to have to row and everything because my luck, and this has actually happened, I had a child in front of me
Oh boy.
that's literally splashing, getting me wet. And then I have this woman that doesn't know how to use an oar from her head to her ass, that, like, literally she's banging my oar. It's like, "Woman, stroke." It's
Oh,
not, it's like, I mean, come on, like
oh God. See, that's what I'm talking about, folks. George loves to go on these rants, but he's not wrong though. It would drive me nuts too. But I I do agree with Tommy's comment from last night because we were doing the game show live before Cannon Camper's computer crashed and we had to divert to just talking about Disney and the theme parks. But I do like the idea about retheming the canoes to Pocahontas. That'd be awesome. I think that'd be a great IP to reskin.
and Pocahontas does a meet and greet over in that area too. Sometimes they have her popping in. So, yeah, I mean, like, they could, adjust like some of like maybe even like around the rivers of America, maybe pop in. I know people are gonna, I'm not saying get rid of the Native American shaman. I'm saying keep him, keep the Native American on top of the horse and everything, but just sprinkle in just like maybe like some Pocahontas characters, maybe have Miko, or something like kind of like showcased, going
Sure.
around the river. I think that would be really, really cool.
Absolutely.
Ryan says, "You guys should see Starlight Dream the Night Away at Disney World. It's awesome. I watch the live stream every night." Absolutely, Ryan. That is definitely going to be on the list for sure because that's something that I haven't experienced yet.
Oh, I
So
can't wait.
we're all going to experience Starlight together. And it's so refreshing to see a nighttime parade back at the Magic Kingdom. I mean, they had once in a while here or there they had like the electrical parade show up, but an actual substantial night parade hasn't been there since Spectra Magic.
Yeah, it hasn't. So I'm very curious about that, and I can't wait to see it. It's going to be again. I'm going to try to soak up everything, and I mean everything I can, um, to kind of enjoy it because one of the things I've been telling George and Tommy and others is, working at Costco is great, but it is customer service is soul grinding. I will tell you that. It is a hard job. It's not for everybody. And I've been looking forward to this trip since we talked about it almost a year ago as of today, almost a year.
Can you believe it's literally it's here?
I can't believe it. We're less than what, a month and a half?
We are what's today, the 29th.
A month and a quarter, actually.
We are a month
And some change, right?
and like yeah, like
A
like
week?
a month and 1, 2, 3, like a month and 4 days.
It's coming so quick. I cannot wait. Oh my god. I cannot wait.
That's gonna
Oh
be
my
great.
god.
And Tommy Toon says, "I'm blessed to be friends with Conductor and Hollow Gelato." Right back at you, brothers. Absolutely. You know, took the words right out of my mouth.
Oh, for sure.
Let's see. I go to Disney World on February 27th through March 4th and get away from cold Ohio. So that's something, Ryan. You just missed us.
Just
You
missed.
just missed us. That's literally our March 4th is our travel date, which
Yes.
will be coming in later. So we just missed it. But you know, hey, there's always other opportunities, other times, and because I constantly go to the parks. Like that's like nothing new for me.
No, not at all.
Okay,
Um,
so we actually have from Mr. Bryant, Polite Pig at Disney Springs. Do it.
what is that? A restaurant?
So it's yeah, Polite Pig. It's one of the many restaurants at Disney Springs. So yeah, probably Polite Pig. We could probably make it to like during the day, like when we're just like grabbing like a quick lunch or something. I did make reservations for us at the Boathouse at Disney Springs, and I'm also going to be taking the guys to Gideon's Bakery because I
Oh,
mean
dude. I
that's a
cannot
must do.
wait for that. That's going to be awesome because all I hear all day long is Gideon's Bakery is a must experience. So I cannot wait for that. That's going to be phenomenal. And then also, George, you have another thing which I didn't even think was actually a thing. It's inside Cinderella's castle. What's that? If you want to let everyone know, it's going to be an experience we're doing.
Cinderella. Oh, inside the Beast Castle. So
Yes.
yes, I ended up getting reservations for us for the Be Our Guest restaurant, which we're going to dine in uh the Beast's castle. So we have like one of three rooms, either in the grand ballroom, in the West Wing, which is Beast's room, and then there's another room. I don't know if it's like I forget what they actually call it. I don't know if it's like the library or something, but it's
Interesting.
another room. So
Okay.
I hope we get the ballroom. I
Yeah.
think it would be really cool for you guys for your first experience. Um, if we don't, like, I mean, it's okay. I'll be pissed off about it, but it's okay. But
Oh,
um, but
God.
I actually, but it's not gonna hurt to ask. But when I go down to check us in, I am gonna request that it is gonna be your guys' first time, and I'm gonna see if they will have a table opened for the ballroom if
That
possible.
that would be amazing. And then also another restaurant that just opened up in the last couple months that George, again, this guy is an absolute amazing travel agent. How he pulled it off, I don't know, but he did it. He actually got us a reservation for Beacon Barrel, so we'll be checking that out as well. I'm super
Absolutely. And yeah, that's also something new. So there's going to be a lot of new experience even for me that I didn't get to experience yet. Also, too, we're all going to experience together the new Test Track 3.0.
yes. I
So like
can't
I didn't
wait.
get to experience that yet. And then Frozen Ever After will be reopened with the new audio animatronics. Unfortunately, I wanted the guys to experience Rock and Roller Coaster. They are literally
Missed
closing it.
by
We
2
just
days.
missed it by like 2 days, and I'm like, "Oh my gosh, that's so, like, frustrating," but that'll allow them to work on the Muppets, getting added to, and then, obviously, Conductor and I are gonna be going back, as he mentioned, for Tropical Americas and Monsters, Inc., and then for our Disney cruise, so, for sure, Rock and Roller Coaster will be up and ready, um, for that. I also was able to nab a reservation for us at Space 220 at Epcot. So, of course, as you all know, Space 220 is more of an experience that you get to go up into a space station and and dine. So we're going to be eating there for our day at Epcot. So yeah, so that's just a few things that, and I got up at like 5:30 in the morning because I knew that the dinings were going to drop, and I got every single thing that I wanted to get for us and then some. I did not miss out on one thing that I wanted to get.
Crazy.
But Hudson Thomas says Tommy and Conductor has to experience what it's like to go on a legit Spider-Man ride. Absolutely. And for anyone who doesn't know what Hudson is referring to, it's the Amazing Adventures of Spider-Man at Universal's Islands of Adventure, the real, true Spider-Man ride. And I can't believe Disney, when they knew what they would be going up against, and they put us in an oversized damn toaster oven that travels half the speed of smell, and they make us do a web slinger shooter thing where we're moving our arms and all the spider strings look the same, so you don't know whose is who. And it's just like, it's a cool concept of a ride, but it should not have been with Spider-Man.
But to give Disney credit, but not where credit's due, they are building a legit Spider-Man attraction in Shanghai Disney, which is actually going to be a roller coaster, which we got robbed of that.
They're also building one in Hong Kong where it's going to be the drop sequence, sort of like Mission Breakout, but it's going to be between Spider-Man and I think actually other Avengers too. I think it's not just Spider-Man against Doc Ock and maybe some other villains. So again, all the other parks get the super cool Spider-Man rides except for our domestic parks.
Yeah, it's totally dumb. Again, I kind of feel like the domestic parks kind of get robbed. So
oh yeah, we do. Oh yeah, so and Giant Peter says, "No, you got to give Tommy the experience boathouse, baby." Oh yeah, as I said, I got it covered, Peter. And as I said, on top of the boathouse, I am going to surprise them with something that's kind of tied to it. And Peter, you probably know what I'm talking about. So, yeah, so that'll be interesting.
I'm scared as he grins like the Joker. I'm kind of scared. So, yeah, of course you would do that. God.
Let's see. So John Make It Rain says, so you're saying you can pay the most and still not get in? That's crazy. So if you pay, obviously you're going to get in. It's the fact of trying to get through the payment process through D23. That's the challenge.
Yeah. And the problem I have, and again, I don't want to go too much more into it because there's other topics that we would like to discuss, but I think personally Disney and the next new CEO really needs to take a look at that, and they need to reevaluate possibly moving the parks panel presentation to Angel Stadium, since Disney and the Angels have collabed in the past, and at one point or another Disney actually owned the Angels. So I don't think that would be too much of a stretch to work. Also, to kind of add to that real quick, I'm hoping whoever the next CEO is, and I'm just going to name it Josh, because I think we all know it's probably him.
I think so too. I really can't foresee them not mentioning, like, Josh's name has been in the headlines for CEO, like Dana Walden, but I mean, I can't foresee it not being one of those two, because no one else has been mentioned. And if they just come out and say, "Oh yeah, here's so and so," and people are like, "Whoa, that just like came out of left field." Like,
exactly. And one of the things that we actually heard in 2025, I think it was 2025, correct me if I'm wrong, George, but a lot of the third-party vendors on the showroom floor They are not bringing them back for this D23, so I'm hoping that gets reversed because there was from what I understand, there was a lot of amazing third-party vendors like Mice Chat, WDWNT was there. A lot of these Disney vendors, content creators that have a big platform were there, and now it's kind of like there's going to be a big
I
empty space for that.
I was very disappointed with that because that's the spot in the convention center you can kind of mix and mingle with your peers that you're in the same thing. And yes, in the Anaheim Convention Center, they do have like the Disney store, they have the Dream Disney store, they have Mickey's of Glendale, but these were, as you mentioned, third party vendors that brought their own personal Disney items to sell. And they were decently priced too. And then, yeah, you got to talk to them. As you said, there was content creators that had booths. You got, WDW Radio, you got WWNT, you had the Diz, you had Mice Chat, you had I think allears.net. Like I think like there was like a lot of people that like contributed to that. And the fact that they got rid of that personal spot and they're going to add more from Disney, but I just hope it's not too corporate. Like I hope it like if they're going to replace it, you got to go with putting something substantial in there.
Absolutely. But the thing is, since we're getting the announcement next month about the CEO, I'm telling you right now, things can change because that convention's not happening until August. So things can change.
If it does change, and I am optimistic too, anything can happen. If it is to change, they would have to revert it back quick because the vendors, they have to fill out forms and there's a process that you have to do before you can even get a booth on that showroom floor. So if they were to revert it back, and they had already they already sent out the emails to everyone who contributed and said they will no longer do it for this year. Now, I don't know, maybe with a backlash a little bit, maybe Disney's testing the waters. And if it doesn't work out for this D23, maybe D23 2028, they'll bring it back,
Sure.
So hopefully. And John Make It Rain asks, does Disney handle the ticket sales or do they rely on a third party? I believe it's a third party. And I really wish Disney would handle the ticket sales because that way there may not be a whole lot of system crash.
Absolutely. But the next topic I would like to discuss, George, I don't know if you can send me a screenshot of your list so I can actually look at the topics because I don't remember.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And what I've actually been doing was, as we were talking about them, I was like deleting them off so that way we don't get confused. So everything that I have here is what we still have to talk about.
Gotcha. But one of the topics I know for sure, that wasn't on our list, but while George has sent me the master copy of the list, because we've been adding things to the list for weeks now. One thing I want to bring up to everyone's attention is going to Universal with Fast and Furious. Again, this was not part of our list, but I'm going to add it on there. Fast and Furious Hollywood Drift. We've seen the construction. We see how Hollywood's incorporating it on the side of the hill. And it's absolutely fantastic. The ingenuity, the creativity, the build process of them trying to build it on the hill, it's phenomenal. And the fact that they're calling it Hollywood Drift. But I have to ask everyone in the chat, and then obviously George when he's ready, does everyone think it's appropriate that Universal Hollywood has this attraction, which is fine. I'm super excited for it. But Universal Orlando, which is a bigger resort destination, feels like they have to copy Universal Hollywood with the ride, with the ride system, and even the name. Does anybody in the chat both on Theme Park Conductor and Hollow Gelato, even on X. Does anyone have a problem with Universal Orlando not just copying the ride system and the IP, but using verbatim the same name as what we're getting here in Hollywood? Does that bother anybody? The reason why I bring that up is because, again, it's going to be my first time seeing it, Universal Orlando and Walt Disney World. But the problem I have is where they're placing Fast and Furious Hollywood Drift out in Orlando at the Studios Park. It's it's on New York Street, which I guess at one point or another was Hollywood Boulevard, I think, but it's been New York Street for quite some time. And Fast and Furious Hollywood Drift, the name of the attraction does not fit the New York street theme. On top of that, you have a firehouse building that Rip Ride Rocket actually had track go through. And we kind of thought, okay, well, as they're tearing down Rip Ride Rocket, if that firehouse station stays there, maybe it's going to be a Ghostbusters themed roller coaster, which I personally would have loved. I think a lot of people would agree that they don't they don't agree that they shouldn't have copied Fast and Furious Hollywood Drift and called it the same name. Oh, perfect. Thank you, George.
Yeah.
And copied the name and put it on New York Street. They could have called it Fast and Furious New York Drift, Orlando Drift, anything other than Hollywood Drift. And they decided to do that and copy it. And the problem I have is they had so many different other IPs they kind of use. They kind of used Ghostbusters. They could have used Jaws, since we lost Jaws out there to Harry Potter to Diagon Alley. They could have themed the roller coaster after Jaws. They could have went Terminator. They could have went Battlestar Galactica, which was an extinct attraction that we had out here at Universal Studios Hollywood, part of the tram tour. They could have went so many different other routes, but they decided to call it Fast and Furious Hollywood Drift. And I get it. A lot of people hate um, Fast and Furious Supercharged. I understand that. But to sit there and call it the exact same name as what we're getting out here in Hollywood, and obviously the layout's going to be different because they have flat ground. Our coaster's built on the side of a hill. I understand that. But to call it the same name, I kind of feel was a cop out. George, what do you think? Am I off?
I definitely agree with you. I do. I mean, even though like I was like getting that list prepared for you, I was like
Sure.
listening to what you were saying. But yeah, I feel like oh, before I give my thoughts, welcome in Fanny Bat. Just wanted to give you a shout out. So in any case, I feel like oh, and then also Cal Waves, welcome in. Um We'll get to your question. We will. I want to come back to that. In any case, for Hollywood Drift, I feel like, and I mentioned this before, but I have to just mention it again because I think we
Sure.
did a pre-recorded discussion on this. So since we're live, I'll mention it again. I feel
Sure.
like where Universal messed up with it is they already knew obviously what was going to replace Rip Ride Rocket. They started working on the back groundwork before they even closed Rip Ride Rocket. So they
Absolutely.
knew what was going there. I really wish that Universal would have just ripped the band-aid off and just came right out and said, hey, we're going to put Hollywood Drift here. I do also think it's a bit lazy on Universal's part to just call it Hollywood Drift. I would have named it maybe something a little bit different, maybe make some different elements. Maybe they will. I mean, not for the title, but maybe new elements for the ride itself. But I would have just came right out and said, here is what we're doing, because it's the expectation that they didn't say anything made us think, oh, they're waiting to give us some brand new news. It's going to be Ghostbusters. It's going to be Back to the Future. And I do forget who mentioned it before, but yes, I do agree with them that, you know, Ghostbusters and Back to the Future deserve a more in-depth attraction than just a roller coaster. But I think they really could have done anything else than just Fast and the Furious. And I know, again, why they did it. They want to get rid of Supercharged so they could put something grand there, I'm hoping. But I think it all just comes down to the contracts of something like with the Fast and the Furious franchise, with the actors or something. It's like they have to have some sort of attraction in their parks. And I think they would rather sacrifice the land from Rip Red Rocket to do a replica of the roller coaster just to kind of keep it at bay. So that way they can get rid of Supercharged and put in something grand and amazing there. But I do see your frustration of that copycat. It almost gave the impression like, oh man, we were waiting to hear something good, and we're getting exactly what we were getting out here this whole entire time. So I could definitely understand that frustration.
Absolutely. And one thing that I want to say, I actually have a video that I'm going to share my screen. I'm not going to play the audio, but we can talk why it's playing. But basically, this is from a good buddy of ours, Jared from Capture the Magic. This is the latest update that he's filmed for a construction update about Universal Orlando in general. And one of the things he showcases, so like this right here is what we're talking about for Fast and Furious. It's a massive footprint. Do not get me wrong. And big shout out to also Bio Reconstruct for all these aerial clips and photos that he puts out on social media. Big shout out to him. But it's a big footprint. But like I mentioned, though, did it really need to be Fast and Furious, which I don't have a problem with? Again, I want to make that perfectly clear. What I have a problem with is the name. It couldn't have been any other name, but they decided to call it Hollywood Drift. They couldn't have called it Orlando Drift. They couldn't have called it New York Drift. They couldn't have called it anything other than Hollywood Drift.
And I think where Universal kind of got away with that is because this ride right here was called Hollywood Rip Ride Rocket. So they're probably thinking, oh, we're just replacing Hollywood with another Hollywood.
Yeah. And that's kind of something I have issues with. It's not that it's the IP. It's not the fact that it's a roller coaster that's obviously going to have, like I said, a different track layout. It's just the name that bugs me. It really is. I kind of feel they kind of just came up with a different name. If they wouldn't have done that, I would have been fine with it, personally. But I don't know. And then Fanboy has or Fan Bat has a question. Or
all the way down at the bottom?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, and so sorry again, folks. We will definitely, get to all you guys. Remy D in the house.
Big shout out to Remy D. I really like Remy D. He's awesome. So I'm going to read it while George pulls it up. But
again, Sam Chat, welcome in.
Absolutely. How can I forget Sam Chat? I just had him on first ever Conductor Sunday live stream. It was his first time 2 weeks ago. So very glad to see Sam Chat. But he says, yeah, clones are pretty lazy, especially when it comes to California and Florida getting the same attraction. So that's where I'm going to kind of change a little bit. Like I said, it's the same attraction, but two different layouts. Obviously, one version is going to have different elements. The other version is going to have different elements. The only thing that's exactly the same is the name of the attraction, which I personally don't like. And I'll say that until one day I sadly am not on this earth anymore. the fact that they called it the same name bugs the hell out of me. It really does.
Absolutely. And Sam, definitely, as I said, my offer still stands. Whenever you want to come on Holla Gelato for a discussion, you're always welcome. I did see to message you on Instagram, I believe that's what you had said. Um, and then we also have Mouseward Bound in the house. Welcome in.
Thank you for joining.
Absolutely. Okay, so Fanny Bat, was it this one?
That was the comment. I think Universal just doesn't want Universal Hollywood to take business away from Orlando since they have more parks there. They want Universal Hollywood to do better, but not at the expense of Orlando. I think it's a bad. Well, see, I 100% agree with Fanny Bat. I think again, when it comes to the domestic parks, this is both for Universal and Disney. If they want to build similar attractions, they need to have different elements to the attraction. They need to have different track layouts. They need to have different names. To sit there
what about Remy D's suggestion? Maybe they should have called it Fast and the Furious Drift Coaster.
Again, a different name. I'm okay with that. But to put Hollywood Drift, it takes the energy. It's basically like a vampire that sucks the blood out of someone's neck. It takes all the energy and livelihood of Hollywood Drift, which is a new iteration of a coaster we've never seen before. And now Orlando is going to take all the spotlight and Hollywood's going to be left behind. And I don't feel like Orlando should have done that. I kind of felt like they should have had a different name, or it should have just been an entirely different IP to begin with. Orlando is like Walt Disney World out there. You have a massive resort, but yet you feel like you have to copy a tiny little puny park that's barely a half day park and call an attraction your own version the same name. And that's where I have a problem. And Remy D mentions the Orlando version has a spike. What other future coaster has a spike? The coaster in Universal UK. What if that too is a Hollywood?
That would be horrible.
That would be bad. I'm sorry, but if they copy that to other Universal parks, especially international parks, I am going to have a serious problem because they're pulling a Disney move.
And but the fact is, at least with Disney, when they make something in the international parks, we're begging for it to come over here. Universal, if they go that route, they're essentially pulling something from us and moving it international.
Yeah. And again, I have a big problem with that. It's just, again, we are at a day and age now where technology is so far advanced, and just the creativity, the Imagineers, the creative teams, everybody that has a hand in building these new experiences, attractions, and so on and so on. I think the days of literally paste and copy need to be over. It needs to happen. I'm sorry, but I'm going to stand firm on that decision. I don't care if it is saving money or whatnot. You have to give folks a reason to go visit Orlando and Universal, just as the same reason you have to entice people to fly out to California to go experience Universal Studios Hollywood. It's the same thing when it comes to Disney. Same thing with Walt Disney World. You have to entice people to have unique attractions, even if it costs more, but you have to have the ability to have different attractions. That way it entices people to travel to Walt Disney World, to stay on property, to go experience these things, and then vice versa. Same thing out here in Disneyland. The same exact thing. The days of copy and paste just to save a buck or a lot of money need to be over. I'm sorry. The way the parks are charging nowadays, that stuff needs to stop. And what did Rudio say? I'm sure he had a funny thought.
Yeah, so Rudio, welcome in. Will Giant Peter be providing bathroom breaks for you two during this marathon stream with halftime entertainment?
You know what? I'm actually entertained to that idea. I would not mind that.
That's a
I
very
would
good idea.
I would not mind that one damn bit. I love that idea. See, that's what I mean. When we have these live streams, and obviously this is a first ever marathon live stream, um, I love the ideas that come from the chat. You guys are amazing. You're
Mhm.
almost I tell you what, maybe we should come up with an idea, and this is tying back to D23, since they got rid of all the third-party vendors on the showroom floor, we should just rent a couple banquet halls or ballrooms at the Grand Californian, and we just geek out in there, and we have multiple influencers having live streams in multiple ballrooms and having.
I wonder how the influencers are gonna do that. Like, obviously, us as like vloggers, we walk around
Oh,
and do
sure.
stuff. But like the people that are more like WDW Radio, WDWNT, the Diz, allears.net, Mice Chat, like they're all like sustained, like um kind of like news broadcast kind of thing. So that's where their home base was, on the showroom floor. So I'm very curious to see how they're going to tackle it this year. Now, of
Oh,
course, they may have something maybe new to add to it that will adjust, but I mean, it's hard to say until Disney starts releasing all the D23 news.
absolutely, and also
I'm sure there will still be a radio row for D23 2026. That's
I
what,
would hope so. And
yeah.
then I'm gonna share my screen again. I'm gonna be doing this quite often. This is another video. This is just recently from Alicia Stella. So I wanted to play this for you guys because obviously Epic Universe is part of the topics. Again, I'm not playing the sound so that way we can me and George can communicate and then talk to you guys in the chat. But with Epic Universe, okay, with Epic Universe getting reporting the news this morning that they made $1 billion in the quarterly earnings. And then obviously I paused it here again. Credit to Alicia Stella from Theme Park Stop, and also credit to Bio Reconstruct. This is a footprint expansion pad of what we're looking at for the future Harry Potter attraction. That's going to be the newest thing coming in years. So can't
Yeah.
wait. Like,
So
go.
this is from Maswar Bond. Okay, so if I'm going to do this, I have to say this correctly, like they do on SNL. I always wanted to do this. Live from New York, it's Fast and Furious Hollywood Drift.
I love it. Hey, you know what? It's funny about that. This is what cracks me up. Okay, this is what cracks me up. And big shout out to Hen Geek Village again. Thank you for the love and support you showed last night with the super chats. You're absolutely amazing. Thank you so very much. But what I find interesting is this is what I think is going to happen. If Jimmy Fallon, I'm just going to say this, if Jimmy Fallon is still around, his show is still around by the time Orlando opens Fast and Furious. I'm going to call it Orlando Drift. I know it's not Orlando Drift, but I'm calling it Orlando Drift. When they open Universal or Fast and Furious Orlando Drift, I can guarantee you he's going to be in one of the sound stages filming the Tonight Show. And I would really hope that he would do the same thing out here in Hollywood, but I think it's too late to do so, because I know back in the day when Jay Leno was hosting the Tonight Show, and even when Jimmy Fallon took over at the very beginning, they did have the Tonight Show filmed on the Universal lot and one of the sound stations, and I think that would be amazing to go see a live taping of that. But I can almost promise you that him and maybe Jimmy Kimmel will be somewhere on Universal property, or maybe Jimmy Kimmel will be somewhere on Walt Disney World property in one of the buildings, and Jimmy Fallon will be at one of the sound stages at the studio park, filming the Tonight Show, and that would be awesome to go see because they're going to cover this
Probably. Yeah, I think
because
honestly, um, I think for me, I think that whole area, and I think with the Rip Ride Rocket now becoming uh Fast and Furious. I'm not gonna call it Hollywood Drift because then Conductor would be furious.
yeah,
Um, and Supercharged eventually gonna leave. We don't know what that's gonna eventually become. And then around the corner is the race through New York with Jimmy Fallon. I think that whole entire area is just gonna be rethemed. I
yeah.
think. I don't know like of what, but I think it's gonna be rethemed to something. I don't know.
So I am going to tell you this though. The one thing I do like about the Jimmy Fallon attraction, not the ride itself, but the way the building looks on the outside, I think it looks beautiful because I actually went to Rockefeller Center, and the NBC studio tower where they film SNL, the Jimmy Fallon show. I think even Seth Meyers, the Late Show, is filmed in that building as well. Conan was filmed in that building before he moved to TBS. Um, to see the Jimmy Fallon attraction from the outside looking at the building looks aesthetically beautiful, and then the indoor queue looks amazing. The ride itself, I'm not a fan of, but walking through the pre-show area from videos I've seen, it looks absolutely breathtaking. It looks awesome. So I am going to say that for to represent Jimmy Fallon, but the ride itself kind of looks something I wouldn't go running towards. Let's say that.
Yeah, it's here's the funny thing with the Jimmy Fallon attraction. It's not the best attraction. I don't know what they were smoking when they came up with that idea because it is a far out weird concept of a ride. But there are elements of it that is kind of fun because it's funny stupid kind of
Yeah.
thing. Now, do I want to see it there like any longer than it has to? Absolutely not. Like I hope that
Yeah.
they do something with it. But Remy D says, I say replace Jimmy Fallon with a Twisters attraction. I would love to see something like that, especially since they had Twister Ride It Out. And I know that was more like of a CD ticket kind of attraction, but to kind of go full circle because the movie Twisters with Glenn Powell. Yes, I have to mention Glenn Powell because Abby would be upset if I didn't because she enjoys Glenn Powell in a towel. That that movie did really well, and I think it's a type of thrilling kind of movie that you can get away with at Universal.
Yeah. 100%. No, I totally agree with you. And as we look at pictures of Epic Universe, again, credit to Alicia Stella from Theme Park Stop and Bio Reconstruct. I have to ask you straight off the bat, one of the things that bugs me, and again, you've been to Epic, I haven't yet, is literally right when you walk into the gates, from what I understand, please correct me if I'm wrong, but right when you walk through the gates, almost immediate adjacent to Celestial Park, was this walled off area that they're going to use for some type of event space, basically that's going to cater more to corporate events. From what I understand, again, please correct me if I'm wrong. Do you think that was the best move they could have done? Is put something like that right there?
I as long as the outside aesthetics are tastefully done, I think if it just looks like a big giant box and it sticks out like a sore thumb, no, I would not have done that. I do think it's smart that they have a separate building for corporate and like, you know, for banquets and stuff like that, because that way it's not hindering on park operations.
Sure.
But for aesthetically of how Celestial Park looks now, I don't want them to ruin it with bad sightlines.
Yeah.
Because when you see it for yourself, I personally think Celestial Park, out of all the lands, is the more breathtaking visually, to just stand there and like be in awe. It has like this kind of like Greek architecture with the fountains, and it's just, you just stand there and you're just kind of like mesmerized for it for like how many moments. Um, but still to this date, my favorite land is still the Isle of Berk for How to Train Your Dragon. Um,
Absolutely.
just for like the fantastic storytelling, the creativity, the attention to detail, the interaction of the dragons and what have you. And right now I believe it's the one land that has the most attractions. It has 3 rides and then the Untrainable Dragon show. Not to mention the meet and greets and the interaction as well. So I think Isle of Berk is the most stacked land um, that opened with Epic Universe.
I think so too, and I'm super excited to experience that because I think Islands of Berk is going to be fantastic. So, okay, so real quick, that event space I was talking about is right here, and
Mhm.
this is a massive, and I mean a massive footprint.
I mean, if they could have done something with like another show or another attraction, I personally would have picked that over just again like a corporate kind of building. I think that's what we were all hoping for, that it was an expansion pad for something added to Celestial Park. But I
Yeah,
think, yeah, I think it's just more so that Universal confirmed that, you know, it's just going to be, I don't know why. I think honestly they should have just used it for expansion of the park itself for
that's
guests.
what that's what I thought. But Remy D brings up a great comment. He says, "I hope you guys get lucky when you go to Epic, and the queue gods, I love that, queue gods are on your side. 4-hour long waits for Ministry and Donkey Kong would
Mhm.
totally suck."
Those 2 attractions are the most highly anticipated. They literally, yeah, they can go up to 4-hour waits, 130, yeah, like a 130-minute wait. Um, that's why the game plan is when we go to Epic, um, we're going to beeline directly to Harry Potter, because we're going to go for the Ministry of Magic, because that's where everyone's going to go. If we're waiting in like an hour and a half wait, trust me, that's short. That's
Yeah,
a short amount of time. You're not going to probably get anything under an hour unless you're literally like, if you're like literally one of the lucky ones that you're like the first like ones there. Um, as far as with Donkey Kong, Abby and I got lucky because it broken down and we just happened to be in the land when it came back up. So it literally was only like a 25-minute wait. Um, but that was because again, we got lucky with that. Um,
absolutely.
but
Um,
I would say my suggestion
sure.
is we beeline to Ministry of Magic or Battle at the Ministry. And I want you guys to still see the Harry Potter land.
Yeah.
But the 2 things that I really think that we should try to knock out is just kind of like leave Harry Potter right away and get over and try to get into Donkey Kong.
I think so. Um, I love that idea. And one attraction out of all attractions, and I know George knows where I'm going with this, that he didn't get to experience because he had some medical issues before, he was able to get into Epic, was Stardust Racers. So that's going to be a very interesting attraction to experience. as well. And then I like Hidden Geeks Village's comment. The queue for Jimmy Fallon is really good. Feels like I'm in the studio. That's what I said. So aesthetically, if we have time and we've hit everything else, even though I'm not
Oh, we're still going to do Jimmy Fallon. We're
okay,
definitely still going to do it because I still think it's very important
sure.
for you guys to experience everything that we don't have out here.
Okay,
So,
so we
yeah, we're
so
definitely that's still on the roster for you to experience for sure,
okay,
because
perfect.
I do agree with Hidden Geek Village. I feel like when you go into the queue and you're kind of like in a waiting area because they call you by color code.
Yeah,
They'll give you like a little band thing that has a color on it.
yeah.
It literally feels like you're in the hallway of the studio where they film in New York.
I can't wait.
That like you're going into the theater to watch a taping of Jimmy Fallon, and it turns into this race through New York kind of thing.
I can't wait. That's gonna be that's gonna be awesome. And that's one of the things I like about the Ministry of Magic, because when you walk in that queue, oh my god, that's an attraction in itself. And I've told George this as well, because when you walk in there, you honestly feel like you're on the actual movie set of Harry Potter, on the scene, on literally the whole scene of the Ministry of Magic, and it literally feels like you're on the actual movie set because
Oh,
every little detail
the
I've
the
seen is
the videos and photos that you see of Battle at the Ministry when you go through the Flue powder um, fireplace,
yeah,
um, and you turn the corner once you go through, of how it looks in scope in person, you would literally think that you were actually on set.
that's insane, and I
Like
cannot
it,
wait.
the attention to detail. And again, despite how people feel about her personally, J.K. Rowling is like for me the female version of James Cameron in the sense that when you're dealing with their babies, their attention to detail is like they are going to be on your ass until you make it right.
Yes. And that's one thing I respect about James Cameron and even J.K. Rowling, even though there's been many issues with J.K. Rowling in the last couple years, especially about, the original cast one that possibly come back and do another installment, but they don't really want to because of the whole controversy between, the disagreements with J.K. Rowling and some of the cast, especially with Emma Watson and J.K. Rowling. I know there was a fallout
And
there.
also Daniel Radcliffe. So
Yes,
literally two of the main essential characters,
don't
having
want to be
issues.
part of it if she's part of it. So I know that's a problem. But Remy D mentions you have to do every single ride. We need we need a 60 ride tier ranking video from Universal Orlando. Okay, I will add that to my list because I will definitely make one of those videos.
Mhm.
100%.
Honestly, I think when we get back, I mean, there's going to be a lot of content um, coming out between, I think, all our channels with this. But I think coming back, we definitely should do like an after trip report, multiple videos
Oh yeah,
where, where you guys discuss your what you guys thought of, of everything.
sure.
But then also to Remedy's thing, do a separate video where it's like you rank the Universal rides, and then you do a video where you rank the Walt Disney World rides, and like, yeah,
Absolutely. So I'm as I'm playing this video, I'm actually gonna play the sound of this because George, I don't know if you heard this from Alicia Stell. I don't know if you watched this video. But she actually talks about the two restaurants that were originally supposed to open with Epic, did not, and then they got permits filed. They were supposed to open sometime in the next couple months, but she actually mentioned something very interesting about this. So I'm gonna play this. Let me know If there's any audio issues, there shouldn't be, but just let me know.
Cool.
And then I will mute it again. I just want everyone to hear this part, and including yourself.
Postponed. The signs touting this dining expansion on the front right side of the park have been removed. There used to be signs located on every door for this large structure, saying that new dining would be coming in 2026, but now the doors are once again bare. Permits related to the interior build-out for this dining location have remained incomplete, still missing design plans needed for approval. This likely means that the interior work on this project has not even begun. Permit notes had described the project as a dual dining location offering both Italian and Mexican restaurants inside of one building. Permit notes have been updated, though, showing that this project, known as Project 914, does in fact have a building number. It is Building 1292. This is different from the plans for the original building's designation, which would have been 1290. That original building was designed as a food court before being canceled and replaced with this new split dining concept instead. It is unknown when work will begin on the interior of this structure, but with the signs removed from the windows, perhaps it will no longer be ready to open this year as originally announced.
So, George, with that news right there, and the fact that Epic Universe is suffering with too many outdoor attractions, not enough indoor attractions, does this concern you that too big this building that was going to house originally, like Alicia Stella was mentioning, a food court that got canceled and then got split into two different restaurants, Italian cuisine and Mexican cuisine, and it was going to be two different restaurants, and now you know, they updated permits, but yet all the signage got taken down, and they don't know, no one knows when they're going to start actual construction on the interior for these two restaurants. Are you concerned about that?
I think this is a situation where Universal had a direction that they wanted to go with, and for some reason behind the scenes, maybe licensing or something just couldn't come to term at the moment. And rather than them leave the signage up and they're not exactly sure what it's going to become now, or it still could be Italian and Mexican, or it could be something else, they would rather just take the signs down until they know for sure. I actually appreciate that.
Sure.
I actually think that's a great call by Universal, then rather than making us think what's going to go there, and it may not be. So if they're not sure, then I'm glad that they kind of take it down. Now, is that concerning? I think it's only concerning that if they wanted to have it up for a certain period of time, like
Sure.
for a designated time frame, because I'm for sure it probably delayed it. But again, just even like with Disney, I do have faith and trust in Universal. They know what they're doing, to put in whatever is meant to go in there.
Absolutely. And there's nothing wrong with that. And I didn't mean to come off of, oh, that's a bad thing, but I kind of feel, no, I didn't.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. But no, it's just, I kind of feel, I don't know, because again, you've been there, I have not. So you're the best person to ask in this situation. Is there enough sit down indoor restaurants for Epic Universe, especially when the weather goes to the left field and just gets all crazy? Is there enough indoor dining to accommodate guests of Epic Universe to get out of the weather elements?
I don't think so.
So this is kind of a massive, not a massive, but a negative hit for Epic.
Oh, absolutely. Here's the thing. When Epic opened, it never was under the understanding that it was completed. Universal made that very clear, and we knew that as fans, that when Epic opened, there was going to be massive expansions. It wasn't completed, and they were going to more so start it not right away, but sooner than really any other theme park would do an expansion to a brand new park. However, I do think that they should have added more quality to the park before officially opening. And I don't mean new rides, new shows, new attractions. That can come later. I feel like when it comes for dining and more indoor things, especially of how Florida weather is, that's where I feel like Universal was a bit neglectful with this park to start out. Now, I'm not saying that they won't fix the issue, but I think this should have been something that should have been addressed before the park opened. Because as far as I understand, there is the dining mess hall in Isla Burke.
Sure.
Abby and I went there. There's the Pizza Moon, which we haven't tried yet, but I do want to try. Everyone is recommending the mushroom pizza. And shout out to Adrian from Theme Park Express. Definitely go check out his channel. He and his wife, Coda, do amazing things at the parks on the cruise line, and they're awesome. So Theme Park Express, definitely go check them out. He was recommended the mushroom pizza, and he actually documented it on one of his vlogs. And I tell you what, that pizza, he said he gave it 10 out of 10 with the mushroom pizza from Pizza Moon.
Absolutely.
And then there's also the sit-down restaurants, the Blue Dragon, and I think it's Atlantica. I think it's what it's called. It's on like the waterfront of Celestial Park. You need reservations for those two restaurants, though. Oh, which FYI, just so you know, we are eating there. I did get reservations for those.
See, that's what I mean. George is on top of it. Guy's a trooper, man.
Yeah. So, so there are places, but I think that there should be more places for people to kind of sit and hang out at.
No, absolutely. And that's something I personally am super excited for. And I just subscribed to Theme Park Express. Thank you for recommending that. I'm sure they deeply appreciate it.
Yes.
Can't wait to check out more of their content. But when it comes to pizza, I'm going to tell you something right now. Mushroom pizza with pepperoni and maybe Italian sausage. Dude, I can eat that 24/7 all day long. Oh my gosh. And then it's funny because since we're talking about pizza again, we're going to be doing a lot of off the rails just comments. That's how me and George just operate. But there's a pizza at Yard House, and it's part of, you could get it during happy hour, but you can also get it just, for dinner and whatnot. But it's a mushroom pizza, and it's really good. I forgot what the ingredients are, but it's phenomenal, and I love it. I'll try to look up the ingredients, but I love pizza. And when you start talking pepperoni, mushroom, Italian sausage, dude, you already have me sold. You don't even have to show me a picture of what it looks like. You have me sold. I love it. It's absolutely incredible. But George, before we get to Mondo from Five Fires update video from Universal Studios Hollywood, which I know is one of our topics, you want to answer some more comments in the chat?
Yeah, sounds good. So let's see. John Make It Rain asks, what do you guys think ends up in the monster area? So John, I'm assuming you're meaning Dark Universe at Epic Universe. If you could just elaborate on that question more, and then we could answer that. But he also asks, do you guys think they'll end up adding another ride to How to Train Your Dragon? And he does confirm yes. Okay. So with How to Train Your Dragon, I feel like right now there's enough to do in Isle of Burke. Okay. I think, there's always potential. They could always add something. but I think Isle of Burke of what they have with Hiccup's Wing Glider and the uh, the Fire Drill water ride and the Untrainable Dragon, um, and I forget the name of the dragon spinner ride. I forget the name of it. I haven't done that one, but I'm nervous for myself to go on that because here's the thing: when you give me control of a vehicle,
Oh
I'd
God.
just be spinning that thing. So literally, you'd just be seeing me go like this the whole entire time.
So AKA this is theme park conductor terminology here. I'm gonna have to increase my life insurance and possibly wear a helmet.
Yeah.
Oh my
But
God.
yeah. So How to Train Your Dragon, I think, is pretty good right now. It does need work because actually Adrian from Theme Park Express does address this. And this is what I appreciate from him. He tells it like it is. He loves Epic Universe. It's actually his favorite theme park right now, but he said there's a lot of issues that's going on with the park right now that need to be addressed. Like there were some dragons that were malfunctioning in the
Interesting.
land. The queue scene in Monsters Unchained was not working. They had it completely blacked out. And he said he's okay with it right now, but if it was his first time in Epic Universe, or he was bringing someone new to Epic Universe and he was like hyping them up, he said he would actually be embarrassed because
Wow.
of everything that needs to be fixed. Now, to be fair, also Coda mentioned, his wife, that they just came off of the holidays. So they had those things like ramping up, running. So hopefully maybe it's just because of the downtime after the holidays that it's like they have to kind of like rejuvenate it and get things back up working. So hopefully that is the case and everything will be back up and running when we go in March. Now, having said that, to the monster area, I think honestly they definitely need to add more to Darkmoor. I feel literally it's the smallest land in all of Epic Universe. Now, to Universal's credit, because it was about the classic Universal monsters, they probably weren't sure how much to invest in it and how much people would really want to go. Because really, I love Monsters Unchained. But here's the thing, it's only a 10-20 minute wait. On a regular busy day, it's basically a walk on. And it's because the IP or how it is presented, a lot of kids don't really go on that ride, which again, I'm not complaining because we can get on it right away and or ride it multiple times, so I'm cool with that. But I think they definitely need to add more to Darkmoor to kind of make it a full fleshed out land. And the one thing that I know that was on the roster, but they didn't go with it right now, is the Creature from the Black Lagoon water ride. And it was supposed to be, or I think what they should use is the new tech ride that's like a hybrid of a roller coaster and a water ride that's going to soon be going into the new ride for Dollywood.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
To answer the same comment from John, again, I'm only speculating from what I've seen video wise and talking to George and others. I don't think Island of Burke, as of this minute, needs another attraction or anything new to it at this minute. Eventually, I would like something else. But for right now, I think that land can stand on its 2 feet and be fine. When it comes to Dark Universe, this is where I have, I'm glad George brought it up. When they were building Epic Universe, they were building Darkmoor, which again, never been there. I'll see it though. It is a small land. It's like a land that you would see at Universal Studios Hollywood because of space constraint. But maybe this is a sign. Maybe, and I'm big maybe. Maybe there's a sign though that you know, they already have the land there. They're going to build something else, another attraction. But with all the reconstruction that we're seeing and all the moving elements that we're seeing at Universal Studios Hollywood, and that's why I'm going to play Mondo's video. But the reason we're seeing that is because they're going to literally clear out the lower lot of soundstage buildings and other production buildings, and they're going to move them further towards the back lot where no one really goes guest wise, and it's only made for the studio. But then on the other hand, the lower lot behind Transformers, behind Nintendo, behind Mummy, all that footprint right there, we might see a West Coast version of Darkmoor, and it might be twice as big than what we see in Epic. The only reason I mentioned something like that is because that's where the Universal monsters were born. So if you're going to build any type of attraction or land for Universal Studios Hollywood, even though it's a small park, but they're making, like I said, they're shifting stuff around to get rid of those soundstage buildings on the lower lot. And since the history of the Universal monsters was born on that lot compared to not being born in Orlando and Epic Universe, if they wanted to build a Darkmoor version, a West Coast version of Darkmoor, personally, I would be okay with that. And it would be twice as big and twice as much more to do. And I think it would fit perfectly. And Remy D comes up with a comment. He says, I feel like Epic Universe is too top heavy. It has some killer e-ticket attractions, but not enough smaller, low weight attractions. There are just not enough things to do. Well, Remy D, that's kind of why I kind of feel Epic Universe is expanding already, even though it's a brand new theme park.
Absolutely. Yeah. And really quick, Giant Peter Adventure says, we all enjoy Sweeney in a bikini. I never understood the hype, but after seeing Housemaid, yeah, I definitely get it now.
You know what? I did see that. She is pretty hot. I'm not going to lie. She's pretty hot.
There's some scenes I'm like, oh, my damn.
Yeah, pretty much. Dude, I'm sitting there watching. I'm like, I'm just thinking in my mind, holy Lord, what in the hell am I looking at? But I'm looking at something that's paradise. Yep. That's all I can say.
I literally, I told Abby, I was like, hey, you got your Glen Powell in a towel. I'm getting my Sweeney in a bikini.
That's awesome. I love it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. But I think we covered Epic Universe on part of the topics list, and now we're gonna dive into.
Yeah, I do. However, like again, we could jump back and forth and everything. Sure. I do want to go back to Epic Universe because I do want to touch base of like the possibility of the future expansions of what we could possibly see.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
Oh, do you want to do it now?
Yeah, let's do it now.
Okay. So what I'll do is just leave that up. I'll just put that there for right now, and then we'll get to that. So I wanted to bring it up, and then we can move on to Universal Hollywood. Sure. So for Epic Universe, and the reason why I wanted to bring this up is because for a multitude of reasons, and actually Jacob Weller, part of his question, because we did answer partial of it with the Fast and Furious coaster, but he also mentioned about Pokemon, and recently Universal had mentioned that Pokemon is going into Japan, but they also mentioned that it's going into the Universal parks around the world. So when they say that, when I hear that, that means obviously it's going in multiple locations. And I personally think that there's all stipulation that Pokemon is eventually going to make its way to Orlando one way or the other. I also think possibly Pokemon might make it out to the UK. That's just my personal thought, because they already mentioned Japan. Sure. Japan's already mentioned. But when they say other locations around the world, locations, that's plural, I think honestly it's going to be Orlando and the UK. Now, my question is to you, do you think Pokemon would be a right fit for an expansion part of Epic Universe? Do you think Pokemon falls into the category of Epic? Or do you see Pokemon kind of filling in the gap at either the studios or Islands of Adventure?
Okay, so I have two parts to this question that I'm going to answer. The first part, I do think it is epic worthy, but to kind of tie into the devil's advocate here is I don't know where they would put in epic at this moment, because the expansion pad for basically Super Nintendo World and Donkey Kong is going to be Zelda. So personally for me, it's epic worthy, but if they are going to put it anywhere in Universal Orlando and it can't be epic, I'm going to tell you right now, it's probably going to go into Islands of Adventure, and it's probably going to take over, sad to say, because I know you love this area, but Lost Continent. I think that's where it's going to go.
I can say, yeah, Remy D said they said it's a Pokemon experience. Wink, wink. Sound familiar?
Yeah, it sounds familiar. A Disney term.
Yeah. But yeah, I agree with you. As much as I love Lost Continent, but the fact is, you know, we're not getting Poseidon's Fury back. We're not getting the 8th voyage of Sinbad's Stunt Show back. I hope that they keep Mythos around. They have to keep Mythos around, which again, too, we also have reservations for that as well. But I can definitely see that location. Like, take Mythos out of the picture, but just everything else that was the Lost Continent. I can see Pokemon going there. Yeah, I mean, who even knows even really the future of Toon Lagoon? I mean, I know Toon Lagoon is not really the hot properties with Popeye and Betty Boop and Dudley Do-Right and all the other comic strips, but the only thing that I'm thinking that can save Toon Lagoon is, despite the IPs, during the hot summer months down in Florida, that land is booming, because that land basically is like a mini water park.
Yeah.
The attractions are water. Dudley Do-Right's Ripsaw Falls, Popeye and Bluto's Build Rat Barges. They have splash pad areas. So I mean, like, during the hot months, that land is booming, whether or not people know the IP or not. So yeah, I think honestly, if they already are hinting at Pokemon experience, I can see it going into, yeah, I think I can see it going into Lost Continent. I don't really think it would fit well in the studios. I don't know why. I know people say it could replace The Simpsons, and it could, but I just think it would stick out like Pokemon at the studios is the same equivalence of how I feel about Avatar going into Hollywoodland.
Yeah. It would be weird, but let me ask you this, since you brought that up. If it did go in the Simpsons area, would it have a bigger footprint than it would being in Lost Continent?
I think honestly, with it being Pokemon, one of the biggest franchises of all time, I think it would work either way as far as the fandom goes. I just think aesthetically and how it would fit, I just think you would have a little bit more wiggle room in the Lost Continent than the Simpsons land. But that's just me. I don't know. Maybe they have other plans for Lost Continent, where it's not Pokemon, so they would put Pokemon in the studios. But as Florentin said, Pokemon as a training island in IOA, but as an original attraction at the studios.
Interesting.
So that I could see that. So like an individual attraction at the studios, but if you were to put it in Islands of Adventure, because it would then be taking like a whole entire spot, you have it more as like a training Johto kind of area. Interesting. But Remy D says, mark my words, Pokemon will replace the Simpsons ride on both coasts.
I believe that.
Now that's where they would decide to put Pokemon in the studios, because if they're going to then mirror that and get rid of have the excuse to get rid of both Simpsons lands, then I can see them putting Pokemon at the studios in Florida.
Well, let me ask you this.
But Florentin, hold your question. But Florentin said, no, that's Back to the Future Returns.
Hey, I agree with that. But let me ask you this though, because obviously, Super Nintendo World, I don't know what the rules of engagement are, but from what I understand, and maybe I'm wrong about this, any new attraction like Universal Studios Japan builds is there, like Disney has with Tokyo Disney and Shanghai Disney, is there, how can I put this?
I don't think there's a stipulation. I don't think there's a stipulation in the clause of contract. Because,
okay, that's what I was asking.
Yeah, because I don't think Universal would have said, after making the announcement for Pokemon, that it's going in Japan, but it's going to show up in other Universal parks around the world.
Sure.
I think they would not have made that statement if they had to wait an X amount of time, or if they couldn't do it at all.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't think, because I think even if it's in Japan, I think Universal still has majority of ownership to that park.
Okay. That's
and
what
also in Beijing as well.
That's what I'm wondering, because if Remy D is on to something, I hope he is, because Remy D is pretty spot on with a lot of stuff he calls.
Really great ideas too. So.
Oh, absolutely. If our Simpsons out here in Hollywood, because I'm not too concerned about the Studios Park in Orlando, because again, it's on flat ground. But our Simpsons is like an in-between land between.
It's basically sitting on a stick.
It's sitting on a stick. On top of that, you got Fast and Furious Hollywood Drift, and on the other side, you got Harry Potter. How much Pokemon are you really going to be able to build in that footprint of Simpsons? And then I've always talked about it with Universal Hollywood, and I know people think I'm nuts, but I'm going to say it anyway, because I think I think it's appropriate, because they're clearing out the extended queue area for Forbidden Journey for FanFest. But who's to say that they're going to put the stanchions back up for the extended queue that never gets used for Forbidden Journey out here in Hollywood? And I've always said that they could build a Hogwarts Express transportation ride, which there's been several iterations of that. You can actually have it on the track, or you can have it where you load up at King's Cross Station, and it kind of drives a little bit, but it uses the ride system that that Rise of the Resistance has, where it's like an elevator system, and it'll literally leave King's Cross Station like you see in Universal Orlando, but a short distance after it takes off, it literally lowers down to where the Falls Lake area is and goes on another track that kind of drives a little bit, and then drops you off at the expansion of Harry Potter for Universal Hollywood. I still think it's a possibility. I know people think I'm nuts and it'll never happen, but I still hold on hope for that, or some type of Harry Potter expansion for Hollywood in that Falls Lake area, especially since now they're planning on getting rid of War of the Worlds to put studio production buildings there, and also relocate the Psycho House.
And also in Florida, they're getting even another expansion of Harry Potter in Epic Universe. So, and I think, and you had mentioned it earlier, because you mentioned like the broomstick attraction. That essentially was the rumor attraction before we found out about Battle at the Ministry.
Yes.
We all thought it was going to be the broomsticks, and then it went into the Battle at Ministry. So, and now it's resurfacing that there's a possibility that the broomstick attraction is going to be the second attraction in there. So again, if they're already in the midst of that, you can kind of get away with another broomstick. Now, I do agree with you in the sense of that the Simpsons area at Hollywood is not big
Big.
enough. Now, again, I know you're going to disagree with me on this, and I know why you would disagree with me on this, because in a way, I kind of agree with you disagreeing with me, if that even makes sense.
It does.
Good, perfect. See, we understand each other. So, I still think because it's a small area, I think you can still get away with a Dartmoor.
Okay.
You know, just having Monsters Unchained, because you don't have to really do the Curse of the Werewolf roller coaster. You can maybe get away with like the steakhouse. Maybe that can like replace Moe's and everything, and you can kind of have like the brickwork and everything, because Dracula, Frankenstein's monster, the Bride of Frankenstein, they're already up there walking around. It would fit in. Now, I know where you would disagree with that, because in a way, I kind of disagree with that, even though that I just said it, because I also would prefer a much bigger dark universe down in the lot area where they actually filmed, where they're actually going to hold the Fan Fest area. So if they had a Darkmoor down there, a fully fledged Darkmoor down there, Fan Fest would already be even hyped up even more, because then you have the attraction down there, and then you could have the Scooby-Doo intermixing with the classic monsters and everything. So, but I'm just saying, in the optics of Universal, if they really wanted to, if they couldn't really figure out what to put in the place of the Simpsons, I could see them doing Darkmoor.
Yeah. And again, it's something I'm open to, but do I like the idea? Not necessarily, because I kind of feel, even with Avatar going in the Hollywood backlot, and people might disagree with this, I just think for an IP like Avatar, an IP like Universal Monsters, there needs to be more than one attraction. I don't agree with building a land off a franchise that has entertained, like, for example, Universal Monsters has entertained people for decades. Avatar has entertained people in Animal Kingdom and even the James Cameron movies for the last, what has it been, almost 10 years. And whatnot, and the way that Avatar looks in Animal Kingdom. I I could visually see them trying to put Darkmoor in the Simpsons area. I just think it deserves a lot more respect to be on the lower lot, be twice as big of its counterpart in Epic Universe, and offer a lot more than what Epic Universe can offer. And they have a big library of Universal monsters they can incorporate into that. On top of that, if they put Darkmoor, I'm just going to throw this out there. If they build Darkmoor where the sound stages are directly behind Mummy, that would be perfect, because what you can do then, if you really wanted to, you can actually retrofit the Mummy ride to fit into Darkmoor, and on top of that, you can retrofit the ride to kind of fix the issues that it has, which it's, again, it's a ride that's been around for, I think, 20 plus years, if my memory serves me correct. On top of that, there's a lot of not a lot, but a decent amount of broken effects on that attraction. When you exit the Mummy attraction, they used to have all these props and pictures and whatnot, and they got rid of it. They stripped it out. Um, so the original concept for the Mummy was, you can they originally wanted to have it where the coaster was indoor outdoor, but at the time they were building the Mummy ride, they still had a lot of the sound stages on the lower lot, because obviously Super Nintendo World didn't exist, Transformers didn't exist, I think even Jurassic Park at the time was not quite open yet, but they were building it. So there wasn't enough justification to have the Mummy attraction be an indoor outdoor coaster. So they kept it all indoors, which kind of handicapped it in a way. So I personally think they could build um, Darkmoor literally right behind the Mummy building and incorporate the Mummy attraction and reskin it to the version of the Universal Monsters Mummy and retrofit that ride and give it the help it needs.
That's fair. I could definitely see like how that would um like maneuver. I could definitely say, and as I said, even though that I say like that would be like a quick fix for Universal, but I agree with you. I really think to just kind of throw it in there would be like, yeah, just throwing Pokemon in the studios or throwing Avatar in Hollywoodland. Like there's certain places, even though that you would want these IPs, but to just throw them in there just for the sake of saying we have them, no, it's like you still have to kind of retrofit them. Um,
Absolutely.
it's like everything is meant to fit in certain things. That's like me trying to squeeze into a Speedo. Like, I'm sorry, like that's
Oh,
not going to happen, nor do I think anyone would want to see that. So
oh my
um
God.
but really quick, Matthew Murr, all the way from the UK, gifted $10. Thank you, Matthew. Greatly appreciate it. He just wanted to just mention about the video that we're going to be talking about next week. One of my mandates in our upcoming Legends video is an unusual one. If Susan Egan, Tamara Morrison, and Hayden Christensen are nominated, then the two Star Wars legends should shadow Egan on stage. So yeah, so that's a little teaser of what Matthew and I are going to be talking about for on next week on Holo Gelato for the Disney Legends ceremony. But again, thank you, Matthew, so much for the $10 super chat.
And I just want to say thank you, Matthew Murr, for being a constant supporter of Holo Gelato. You're amazing. All the way from the UK, you're fantastic. And I cannot wait to see that video with you and Holo Gelato this next upcoming week. Radio One says there was a post on X about the layout of Villains and Cars Land. So once we play the video of Mondo from the updates of Universal Studios Hollywood,
Bring that up. Yeah, because I'm curious.
I do have the article for that.
Perfect.
So we'll bring that up after
Perfect. So yeah, so before we jump into Mondo's video, just to kind of wrap it up like with the Epic Universe kind of thing. I think honestly it's going to be why won't this move?
Uh-oh. You good?
Hold on one second. It's not moving for me. Why won't you move? Give me 1 second, folks.
Yeah, no worries. Well, like George was. Oh, you good?
No, I don't know why it's like cut. Oh, that's why. That's all that Remy D made. I thought it was cut off from the words.
I was gonna say, what the heck?
Yeah, I'm like, I'm trying to scroll down, and I'm like, why won't it go? Because I thought it was like words that were cut off, but it wasn't. Okay, sorry, my bad. So as far as with Epic Universe goes, my prediction for the future expansion right now, I think is going to be definitely Zelda. Zelda is going to go in there. The other reason why I think it could possibly be Pokemon, because again, it still retrofits in the Super Nintendo world. So, I mean, I guess I could still see it there, but do you see, my last question to you before we move on is, do you see any other IP that you would put in Epic Universe for the next expansion other than Zelda? Because we are more so, it's one of them, because I think they're going to do two. So one of them is going to be Zelda. What would your other one be?
So if I had to base it off lands that already exist there, and we know about Harry Potter already. We know about Zelda, and we know about the creature from the Black Lagoon for Darkmoor. So that leaves Stardust Racers and Islands of Berk. I'm going to be honest with you. I know people wanted a Wicked land. I don't know if I'd be in favor for that. I think I would. But
I just don't know how like it would stand. Like I could see the popular, just like the movies. The movies were popular, and then it just kind of like fizzled out. It's like I could see people going for it, but then I don't know like how far it would stay. Now Mouseword Bond also asked, what about One Piece and Lost Continent?
That could actually fit. Because it's interesting you mentioned that, because One Piece is actually going to be part of FanFest nights this year, and it's actually going to do an overlay at Waterworld. So, and from what I understand, Lost Continent is surrounded by water, so that makes sense. So
so that would make sense. Yeah, I actually, I would put, if I had to pick and choose, I would put One Piece in Lost Continent, and I honestly would put Pokemon in Epic Universe.
Yeah,
because I feel like Pokemon for me is epic, and it could still tie into the Super Nintendo world, but still be its own land, just like Zelda.
Absolutely. And big shout out again to Chris West, good friend of both of our channels.
Yes.
He mentioned Luigi's Mansion. So for Luigi's Mansion, since we haven't gotten a second expansion for our Super Nintendo world, I think Luigi's Mansion, if they do build a land, obviously it would probably go in Universal Japan because they have the rights to it, first and foremost. But I would like to see Luigi's Mansion, if they do build a land, to go in Hollywood and make that unique and not copy and paste in Orlando. That's where I'm going to put Luigi's Mansion. And Cal Wave says that Wicked should go in Orlando. We don't have space for it in Hollywood. Absolutely agree with that. And I kind of feel with Epic, though, with Wicked, the only issue I have is that if you put Wicked, okay, in one of the expansion slots, is it really, really going to be that great where now you have two different IPs, but they're basically the same concept, which is kind of wizardry and you know, that kind of wizard theme, but two different IPs in one park? Because
do you think if they were to add Wicked in onto the tram tour in one of the Son stages,
that I could see as possible? The only justification to that, I would not want anything going into that Fast and Furious supercharged building. If anything, I want that thing to be demolished and disappear and be part of the expansion slot for Falls Lake or an actual land.
Do you think it's time for Kong to go? Do you think Kong overstayed its welcome?
I think, because we had this conversation last night, I'm glad you brought that up, because I was asking Jared the same thing, because people were asking in the chat, what's the difference between King Kong out here in Hollywood and King Kong in Orlando? And
Skull Island in Orlando it's the same kind of ride, so I'm okay with it, but there are extra features that make it better than out here.
Absolutely, because out here it's part of our studio tram tour, and it's a 360 digital projection on screens that the tram drives through and then stops, and you're immersed. But the one thing I like about what they have out there in Skull Island out there in Universal Orlando is the mere fact that they still have their life-size King Kong animatronic, which we lost ours back in, I think it was 2008 or 2009, or the mid 2000s. I don't know what Pacific year, but we had that massive fire on the lower lot that actually destroyed our King Kong attraction, which I'm pretty sure was a copy of what Universal Orlando has today. And we had a full scale animatronic King Kong, but it burned to the ground when the fire happened. So their solution was to build a new King Kong attraction that the studio tour would drive through, and it's a 360 experience from Weta Effects, which their base of operations, from what I understand, because I've heard it so many times, is in New Zealand. And they've also worked on projects like Captain America and some other big A-list movies. But personally, for me, I I don't know. That's kind of hard because for me, if you start getting rid of experiences like that, even though it's the exact same thing, then what's the justification of keeping the studio tram tour?
Well, I mean, like, okay, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. Like, when I say get rid of Kong, I mean not actually the building, but I mean retheme
Skin it to
to something else.
I wouldn't be opposed to it. I'm open to new ideas, but one thing I could tell you that I would love nothing more, and I mean nothing more, to see is the extinct attraction right next to it, the collapsing bridge. If they could figure out how to fix that thing and have it have it operational once again, I think that would be awesome.
Technically, they don't even have to fix it. Just loosen up the bolts, and then they really would have a collapsing bridge.
Well, I actually want to live, so I don't want to die in the process. I'm just saying, but I get where you're coming from with that. But Chris West said, instead of a Hogwarts Express, could it be a Wicked train to Oz?
See, again, I mean, I like the idea. I like the concept. It's just,
Sure.
I'm just curious to know how Wicked will hold up with the guests for long term.
Well, see, it's interesting because I think Universal Japan, if I'm not mistaken, actually had a land based off the Wizard of Oz, and they actually tore it out because it was, at first, I'm sure it was a banger, but over time it just didn't attention grab enough crowds to keep it open. So I think they got rid of it. So that, to me, right there kind of worries me.
Yeah. I think honestly, that's the issue with Oz in general. I feel like anytime that they tried to do anything with the Wizard of Oz or the Oz franchise, it's great in the moment, but then it fizzles out and it becomes an afterthought.
Well, see, that's kind of where I'm thinking. And I don't mean to be negative against Oz, because the both Wicked movies were amazing. I
Yes.
don't think anyone can disagree with that. But when it comes to Wicked and then it comes to Harry Potter, there's a lot of storytelling left that you could do with Harry Potter. And it's obviously proven because we saw the land built for Epic Universe, and now they're building another attraction for Epic Universe that's still Harry Potter themed. And Harry Potter, the original franchise, they stopped making movies back in 2011 or 2012, and it's been over a decade now that IP has been in the public forum, and now in the Universal parks. So if I had to put a betting number on it, I would honestly think that they would build more Harry Potter in the Universal parks before they take a gamble of Oz and Wicked, because even though you have the original Wicked of Oz with Julie Garland, and then you have the newest edition of Wicked with Ariana Grande, I just don't know if there's enough storytelling there to justify building a land and keeping it relevant for 20 years.
Yeah, I completely agree. As I said, yeah, I just think it's popular. There is a fan base, but I don't know how it will withhold in a theme park environment. As far as like meet and greets go, absolutely, you can get away with meet and greets till the cows come up.
Oh, sure.
But like immersive lands, which I think would be beautiful, but an attraction, I don't really know how you would go about doing that and how to sustain its relevancy.
But to Chris West's comment, though, I'm not opposed to it. It's just do I think it should go in Universal Hollywood? Probably not, because we're limited space and whatever they build has to be relevant for at least 10 years. That's the justification and the issues Universal Hollywood has. Now, when it comes to Universal Orlando, and I hate to keep saying Universal Orlando because I think they have way too much already, and and it just further justifies that it frustrates the hell out of me that they decide to carbon copy Fast and Furious Hollywood Drift with the name. I think if they were going to build any type of wicked land or attraction, it would probably go in Universal Orlando, to be honest.
Okay. Yeah, and that's what Cal Waves was saying, that yeah, if Wicked goes anywhere, it should go in Orlando, because there's just not a whole lot of space in Hollywood. But Chris West also says, and pretty cool, our Kong was made by Bob Gurr.
Yes, it
So
was.
that is pretty cool. Hot take, Cal Waves is saying, I'm ready for Waterworld to go.
Interesting, because there were informations about that. There were, pictures of spray paint conduit logos on the cement. There were information that Universal was possibly looking at getting rid of Waterworld. Here's my only problem with that. Waterworld, even though the movie tanked when it came out with Kevin Costner, I will tell you that Waterworld is one of the best stunt shows out there. And I'm putting it against the Indiana Jones show. I'm putting it against the Bourne Spectacular. It's still relevant. It's one of the best stunt shows out there. And the problem I have is getting rid of Waterworld and not having another show to replace it is a big problem for Universal Hollywood, because we lost 2 decent shows to make way for Fast and Furious Hollywood Drift. We lost Animal Actors and we lost the Castle Theater.
Do you think they're using FanFest kind of as like a beta tester to see how well people perceive One Piece? And could you see One Piece going in there permanently? Not like right now, not like when FanFest is over, but like in time. Don't get me wrong, I love Waterworld too. It's my favorite stunt show in any theme park. It does surpass Indiana Jones. It does surpass Bourne for me, even though I do love those shows, but Waterworld still reigns supreme for me. Yeah. But do you think in time, that they, depending on how well and popular that this One Piece stunt show is for FanFest nights, could they potentially move it in permanently?
I think it's possible. Do I like the idea? No. But then you can't and this goes for both Universal and Disney out here in California, you can't keep things a relic forever. You can't keep the park and certain shows or attractions or themed elements or anything like that. You can't keep it a museum. You have to evolve with the times and what the crowd demands are and what's relevant for the time. So eventually I do think Waterworld will disappear. Now, the question is, will they replace it with an attraction? Will it be another show? Will it be like what George is mentioning, a One Piece show? the possibilities are endless, but I don't think in the next, I'm going to say in the next 10 years, I'm going to go 10 years. In the next 10 to 15 years, I don't think Waterworld will stick around much between that time. I think right now they're not going to mess with it, because one of the things that Universal Hollywood prided itself on, from back in the day, late 90s, maybe even late 80s to the early 2000s, all the way up to before Fast and Furious Hollywood Drift was even a thing. Universal Hollywood was known as the capital, entertainment capital of the world. Well, you can't justify that now because there's only one show. And if you get rid of Waterworld, then there's no shows. So I think right now, Waterworld is here to stay, despite all the gossip and talk and discussion and rumors and speculation online. But 10 to 15 years from now, I don't think it'll be around. I think it will eventually get replaced. But just currently, right now, at the state of things, I don't think it's going anywhere.
Okay. All right. That sounds about accurate. That's what I would actually say. And I'm just gonna just bring this up really quick, and then we can get to Mondo's. Even though this is kind of like off the subject, but I wanted to bring them up. Xtina's Fighter 2000, welcome in. And they just had a question. Do you think Pirates should be rethemed to Coco at Magic Kingdom? Then Magic Kingdom get a new Pirates ride? I think honestly, Pirates should stay where they're at, just because it's in the location of Adventureland. They belong there. And especially since they just added the Beacon Barrel bar and lounge adjacent to that, I just think honestly, they just need to update the Pirates ride and give us the full-fledged ride like we have out here in Disneyland, and not the circumcision version of the ride where they basically snip the tip. As far as adding Coco to Magic Kingdom, that was part of the Blue Sky process at D23, that Coco was going to go what they were calling Beyond Big Thunder. I'm still not opposed to them bringing Coco, because I was talking this with Drew, the Disney dude, and even though that they're doing Piston Peak and Villains Land, technically where their locations are at are not beyond Big Thunder. So there is still the space and land beyond Big Thunder that they can consider. And Coco, I think, would be a nice transition of when Imagineer Chris Beatty was talking about it on the D23 stage. So I could definitely see Coco going into Magic Kingdom in the near future, especially of how well the Coco attraction does well at DCA, and also the sequel, Coco, that's supposed to release in 2029. So I just wanted to answer that question, and thank you, Xtina's Fighter 2000, for joining. And we will get into more of Coco at DCA and Villains and Piston Peak after the segment with Mondo. So I'm going to bring this back up.
Absolutely. And I just want to mention something about that comment is,
oh yeah, absolutely.
Do I feel that Magic Kingdom should get a Coco attraction? This is where I'm going to probably split hairs here, quite literally.
Okay, hold on. I'm actually going to remove this once again. I'm so very sorry, but we got some juicy things come out, and this is the beauty about a marathon live, folks. We're just going to keep this rolling here. So anyway, so sorry. Go ahead. As you're saying.
Absolutely. No, like I was saying, splitting hairs on my comment here. I think, again, I honestly think that the domestic parks, that would be, in my opinion, a bad move. I know the Walt Disney Company, the board, they love to save money when they can. I understand it as a business standpoint, but as a experience standpoint, again, like I talked about earlier, you have to, as a company, I personally feel this is how I would run the Walt Disney Company if I was CEO, um, or I was the parks chairman like Josh is right now, is that you have to give people a justification to spend the money to travel, whether it's going to Disneyland here in Anaheim or vice versa, like we're doing in March, going from California to Orlando to experience attractions that we don't have out here in Anaheim at our Disneyland. I think that philosophy needs to happen. I don't, like I said, I think it's it's something that the Walt Disney Company wants to sit there and continue to save money by duplicating attractions, but at the same time, they're kind of ruining the experience for us park fans because, again, perfect example of this, Galaxy's Edge. When we're out there for 2 weeks and we're spending a whole week going to Disney parks out there, I told George this. Why in the hell do I want to go in the Galaxy's Edge when I have the same thing out here in Anaheim? I want to experience attractions that we don't have out here in Anaheim. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to focus on as a first time person going to Walt Disney World. That's where I have the issue of the Walt Disney Company or even Universal doing this is duplicating attractions to save money. I think we need to get away from that concept, even though it would cost the companies more money in the short term, but be beneficial in the long term because it justifies people traveling to both parks. It gives them an excuse to go check it out. That's
I
my
was one of those
justification
people.
for that.
I was one of those people when I lived over on the East Coast. It gave me, and I mean, I love the excuse of coming over to Disneyland anyway, but there were things over here that I could not experience in Walt Disney World. For instance, Indiana Jones Adventure. Could not experience that at Disney World. Cars Land, could not experience that at Disney World. So there are things that that should stay within an own boundary of a theme park where let it be original, let it be their own. Don't let it be where it's like, oh, well, yeah, well, you don't have to travel over there because you can get it over here. No, you want people to travel over there. That's the whole point. You want to draw crowds. You want to draw tourists. It's like, I that's the one perception. Like I get it. It could be convenience, but it takes away the speciality of like how it feels for one theme park to the next.
Yes.
Hudson Thomas said, love the Oz scene in the Great Movie Ride. I absolutely love the Great Movie Ride in general. I miss that whole ride in general. I think I've only been on Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway down at Walt Disney World, I think either 1 or 2 times, just for the sake of seeing the queue. But other than that, it's like it breaks me every time that I walk past the Grauman's Chinese Theater and I see Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway and not the Great Movie Ride. Like, it's just And then Remy D says, what about Coco in the Mexico Pavilion at Epcot? They could potentially do that too. I personally enjoy the Grand Fiesta Tour starring the 3 Caballeros. I just think it's so unique. It's a cute little boat ride. I think if they were to add Coco due to the popularity, they would have to revamp that whole entire pavilion for more capacity because there's no way the current capacity that the Mexico Pavilion is now to add in like an immersive ride like Coco. I don't see it, but again, they could do it, but they would have to expand it out like big time.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with that. So,
and then really quick, we have Magical Hops in the house. Love you guys. Thank you so much, Magical Hop. So glad you made it in. You guys talk about the new Explorer key. Am I late?
No.
No, we haven't actually, but we could definitely talk about it in a upcoming topic.
Yeah, absolutely. Because we've been going at it, Magical Hops. I work with them at Costco since 11 a.m. this morning. So believe me, there is lots more to talk about. You ain't missing up much.
Yes. And as Florentin said, Epcot needs to keep some easy walk-on rides like the Grand Fiesta Tour. I completely agree. I honestly say add Coco somewhere in Walt Disney World, as I said, even in Magic Kingdom, but keep the Grand Fiesta Tour. I actually enjoy it. I can't wait for you to see it. It's kind of simple, but it's charming. I actually enjoy the Grand Fiesta Tour.
Absolutely.
When it comes to kids, Cars, Frozen, these are exceptions, in my opinion. I mean, I can see your point, Florentin. I really do, because of the popularity of it. I think the only way that I would be okay with it is sort of like what they're doing with Piston Peak and Cars Land. They're using the same IPs, but in a different way.
Yeah.
Like, I'm okay with that. Now, I'm okay with a carbon copy of Frozen if it's coming from one of the international parks. I'm okay with that.
Yes, I am myself as well.
Yeah. And then, so sorry. And then Xtina's Fighter 2000 says, I like how chill the Mexico Pavilion is. It would be so busy with Coco. Absolutely agree. It would literally turn it into a madhouse. As I said, they could do it. They would have to expand it. But yeah, I agree. I love how like the Mexico Pavilion feels like an indoor, outdoor kind of little Mexican village kind of thing, where you can just kind of nonchalantly go in, cool down. They have air conditioned, walk around the little shops, ride the Grand Fiesta Tour. They also have the San Angel restaurant in there. So I think it's a cool little thing.
So the justification I have for that before we get to Mondo's video is the one thing I want to say about that is if they want to build a Coco attraction, don't make it a carbon copy of what we have or what we're getting in DCA.
Yes.
I'm okay with the IP, but change maybe if they want to do the same ride system, but have it tell a different story.
Now, I would rather have the boat ride with Coco out here, and then maybe the concept of what Chris Beatty was explaining at D23, where you're flying on the giant cat with wings. I forget its name.
Okay.
That way, it's a different perception, where instead of you're in a boat, you're flying in the air over the land of the dead.
Absolutely, and I love that. It's the same thing what we're getting with Cars.
Yes.
Obviously we're going to have two different versions of Cars Land, both here in DCA and the Magic Kingdom. So I like that. I'm okay with shared IPs if the lands are completely different and they tell two different stories. I'm okay with that. But when it's like Galaxy's Edge and it's a carbon copy and paste, that's where I have a problem, especially when it's going from one domestic park to the other.
Yeah, and they could have done so much with the Galaxy's Edge, where they could have had two different planets, but they intertwined with one another, where it tells one big sweeping story. Like, that was such a missed opportunity. Actually, the whole Star Wars thing was a missed opportunity, because I would have done like Naboo and Hoth and Tatooine and Endor, and like I don't know. That was just a missed opportunity.
Absolutely. But go ahead.
So sorry. Remy D says, I think Haunted Mansion, Phantom Manor, Mystic Manor is how you do similar rides in different parks. Absolutely. That's a perfect example.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. So we're going to play Mondo's video. This is the latest construction update video of Universal Studios Hollywood. And then we're going to get to an article that someone in the chat brought up from Blog Mickey, and then
Rudio,
and then we can divert from there.
Yep.
Again, I'm not going to play the sound. I'm just going to play the video so we can talk and discuss what's going on. But there is a lot of updates happening at Universal Studios Hollywood. Like I said, a lot of moving pieces, and I mean a lot. Obviously, like right now we're looking at one of three central security hubs. And the reason why I love this is because they're following the concept that what Disney has with Pixar Pal Around, or Pixar Pal Around, GC, I'm losing my mind. Mickey and Friends and stuff like that. They're creating a bubble for security, because often the distance, that semi-empty parking lot, that's where they're planning on building the hotel. And one of the things about this security hub that I personally like is that Universal City Walk out here in Hollywood. It was back in the day, it was in its prime. They had nighttime entertainment, they had nightclubs, they had a dinner theater restaurant, they had bars. It was awesome. But over the years, security kind of dwindled and it wasn't really safe anymore. That's why they are trying to incorporate these new 3 security hubs to possibly, bring back that nighttime entertainment alongside building 1, if not 2 hotels for Universal Studios Hollywood. Because I wouldn't mind a nightclub coming back. I wouldn't mind a dinner theater restaurant coming back. I wouldn't mind bars coming back.
See, actually, that's what I miss at Walt Disney World when they had Pleasure Island. I absolutely love. I mean, I was still too young at the time, but I still followed it.
Sure.
I couldn't wait till I turned 21, and sure enough, like it was already closing at the time and everything. And the Adventures Club that they had, the Comedy Warehouse, Mannequins. I really wanted to experience Mannequins. It was a nightclub in Pleasure Island that had a revolving dance floor.
Absolutely. And before we go any farther, I want to give a big shout out to Mondo for always creating amazing content, with whether it's him on location at Universal, at Disney, Six Flags, Knott's, or he does go out to Walt Disney World and Universal Orlando at times. He does a lot of amazing live streams with his bonfires and Speculation Sunday with Danny. So definitely go check him out on YouTube. Definitely check out Danny as well on YouTube and social media. Both gentlemen are absolutely amazing. Also, even Junior has really been popping a lot on Instagram, on social media, on YouTube. So definitely go support Junior as well. That's a lot of times when you see Mondo's videos, you'll see Junior with them a lot at Universal. So definitely go check him out. But the Mystery Machine, since he's showing that, how cool is it going to be taking, obviously you could take pictures with the Scooby-Doo and the gang in front of the Mystery Machine. But once they build the experience with the collab between Scooby-Doo and the gang, the Mystery Machine, and Universal Monsters, that's kind of tying back to the old school days of Scooby-Doo cartoons, where a lot of times the gang would have to investigate a mystery, and usually the monster is like a celebrity. It was actually a very cool series.
Yeah, I love when they did like the celebrity crossovers. I remember they did the Harlem Globetrotters, they did the Three Stooges, they did the Beatles, they did the Monkees. So I love how they kind of like cross, pollinate with, and what a better way to do it, as I said, with the classic Universal monsters with Scooby-Doo. That was just genius.
Absolutely. And by the way, like I said, there's Junior Villain. Again, they're always with Mondo at Universal Studios. So amazing to see these guys. Junior is a lot of fun. But I agree with you, George. If we see even a taste of that for FanFest, I'm going to lose my mind. You know why? Because when I was a kid growing up and it was Saturday morning cartoons, or it was Friday night, late Friday night with Toonami, or like I said, early Saturday mornings with Cartoon Network, and watching the Scooby-Doo cartoons with the crossover between celebrities like George mentioned with the Monkees, the Beatles, and so on and so on. That's something I would love to see with FanFest. I think Universal, it would be able to pull that off without doubt. So I'm hoping we see something like that. It's interesting to me though that they're doing that collab, and I cannot wait. I think that's going to be just as popular as Back to the Future was, or at least
absolutely. And actually, let me ask you, because this was going to be one of our topics we were going to talk about anyway, so I might as well bring it up. What else do you expect to see from FanFest nights that has not been already announced? Because they did say there is still more to come to be announced. And the last thing that I remembered after they announced everything, like with the Harry Potter and the Forbidden Forest and everything, that were looking for a casting call for, I guess, for the meet and greets for some of the Jurassic Park characters, for John Hammond and Ian Malcolm and the Wayne Knight's character. I forget his name in the movie, but they had a meet and greet of them. I think it was for like the anniversary of the film at the studio, but that was the last time they had it. But now I guess they're going to incorporate them into FanFest. But I thought that was pretty cool to have meet and greets of the Jurassic Park characters. But is there anything else that you would think is there going to be more meet and greets? Do you think there's going to be more walkthrough attractions? And what IPs would they use for that?
Okay, so to start off with your first comment about the Jurassic Park, one of the things, and again, I give this credit to Mondo because he's actually the first one that brought it to light, is we've been talking about for a long time, for a couple years now, because obviously one of the big money makers for Universal Hollywood and even Universal Orlando is Halloween Horror Nights. And we've talked about how it'd be so awesome to have a Halloween Horror Nights house based off of Jurassic Park and make it horror themed and all that stuff. So the fact that they are doing casting calls for some of the classic characters that we saw in the 1992 movie of Jurassic Park, when I was actually born, which is a fun fact. I'm excited for this.
Wait, so you were born in 93?
92.
Okay, so you were one when Jurassic Park came out.
Yeah, but I was too young. I didn't know what. But it's interesting to me though that they would include a walk around character, John Hammond, a walk around character, Dr. Malcolm. I love that. And could that be a prequel or a little hint at possibly maybe having a Halloween Horror Nights house in the near future of Jurassic Park? Because there's a lot you could do with that. A lot. And I think people would go crazy over that. And as we're, not to divert, but as we're looking at the video that Mondo's filming, they're filming Jumanji 3. It's a massive production that's taking a lot of different areas on the lower lot, on the back lot. But no, a Jurassic Park experience at FanFest, I think is going to lead to possibly eventually a Halloween Horror Nights house. And people are going to go nuts over it. I honestly do believe that 100%. Now, for IPs that aren't announced yet for FanFest, if this is going to be a yearly event, which I'm hoping it will, because they did cut back FanFest, unfortunately, this year compared to last year. The days are a lot less than they were last year, which is kind of sad. But if I had to
Do you
incorporate,
think because that was, do you think it was they were anticipating more people than what they really actually got in ticket
that
sales?
that is possible. I also believe that um, it could do part, maybe a little bit of other productions that need to use sound stages, use the back lot, use areas that would be interrupted if they had an event like FanFest. So
Mhm.
I think that might play a part in it, maybe a little part. But I think your idea, which a lot of people just recently have talked about, I think that has a decent part of it as well. But one of the new IPs that it's an IP I talked about a little bit earlier with the Studio Tram tour from back in the retro days is I wouldn't mind a Battlestar Galactica walkthrough house, or maybe a how can I put this? Um maybe like this, like a Bates Motel Psycho house experience that is part of FanFest that's in the studio area, or maybe uses the Bates Motel area. You could do, let's see, what else could you do?
I wonder if they'll actually do, I don't know if it would actually work this year, but maybe if they do something next year, especially with the movie being released, of actually what they're filming on the lot right now. I wonder if they'll do something with Jumanji.
That oh my gosh, sorry, I lost my voice. Um, no, that would be amazing. I would love to see that. I think it's more than possible that they could incorporate Jumanji into FanFest. I think that would be, again, even though I talked about it before Warner Brothers was bought by Netflix, and I was saying all that time before that decision was made that that if Comcast acquired WB, they would have a massive library to incorporate in their parks. But even though that didn't happen, even though Universal has collabed with Netflix many times over the years for Halloween Horror Nights, and I'm sure it's still going to continue to be a partnership. Um, Universal still has a lot of IP they can incorporate in their parks. They still have a big library they can pull from. And like I said, Battlestar Galactica is one of them. You have Sinbad. You have, the area that is next to Lost Continent. Um, you have Popeye. You have a lot of IP to work from. But I wanna divert a little bit because Mondo just showed the hippogriff that's going to be in this extended queue area for Forbidden Journey. That's going to be a meet and greet because Universal Japan has had this meet and greet, and it looks phenomenal. And I think the hippogriff is not going to be the only character we're going to experience in this walkthrough attraction. I think there's going to be other creatures as well. And I know when they had some of the Fantastic Beast characters at last year's Fan Fest, it was a massive hit. It was a massive success.
But they will. It is still going to be sort of like a walkthrough kind of attraction.
Sure,
They did with Dungeons and Dragons and Star Trek, right?
but it's going to be outdoors.
Right.
Yeah. So it's going to be really interesting. I can't wait to see it. But again, I kind of feel like George was mentioning with FanFest, maybe people didn't, or Universal didn't get the numbers that they wanted. It's possible, like I said, future production needs different areas of the lot, especially sound stages that are being taken up by Dungeons and Dragons, possibly other IPs coming to FanFest. So maybe that's a possible reason why it got cut short. There could be 100 reasons why. Um, so it's really interesting about that. But I want to give a shout out. I don't think I've seen this person in the comments before. George showed earlier. Showgirl Amelia, good to see you. Welcome in to this all day live stream.
And
But
also too, oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, welcome in, Amelia. And you have to think too, last year's Fan Fest was the first of its kind for Universal. So
yes,
people may not have been too familiar nor wanted to risk anything, but maybe to the popularity, maybe Universal didn't want to take a chance with how many days and really see how this goes. And because now people are aware of FanFest, maybe it'll be gangbusters this year. And then next year they'll put more days on.
yes, because I kind of feel since 2020 and COVID, which really threw a monkey wrench into the theme parks and entertainment and movie industry in Hollywood.
It's still even they're still recovering
Recovering.
from it.
That's a massive reason. I'm going to say massive reason why we can't get the Metro sets back for Halloween Horror Nights is because of that reason. That productions that were delayed because of COVID back in 2020 are still trying to play catch up. And not just movies, TV shows, commercials, all sorts of things. So I kind of feel that has a massive part to deal with it. And then also with all the movement happening on the lower lot, with sound stages eventually going to get removed for theme park expansion, that could possibly have something to do with that as well. But who knows? Who knows? But yeah, it's just a lot of updates are moving for Universal Hollywood. I really wish, and I'm glad Mondo is at this segment of the video, is one thing I wish that Toadstool Cafe had is they get rid of the reservation system, because I honestly don't feel like the first couple hours Toadstool is open that the dining room's completely full. I've seen it personally myself multiple times. And personally for me, I would love to see them come up with a breakfast menu. I think that would be phenomenal. So, what
Okay.
what do you think? Do you think they should go that breakfast route as well?
Yeah, I think with the popularity of Toadstool, I think that they can kind of bang for their buck with the breakfast. I do know that even though it requires reservation, I do believe Universal said that if you have a party of 3 or less, I believe, do not quote me if it's 3, it's either 2 or 3, that you can just go up to a team member and they can kind of get you in with little or no wait.
Yes, and it kind of depends on the cast member, because or I team member, sorry, team
Yeah.
member. Because I've had that issue where it's just been me by myself, and I've walked up and they've still told me I had to make a reservation. But then I've had other team members tell me, "Oh no, go ahead, and if it's just you." So it honestly depends on the team
Yeah.
member.
I personally, like, if I went up to a team member, I'm like, am I able to get in? And they say, sorry, you need a reservation. I'll be like, okay. And they're like, well, where's your reservation? I'll be like, I'm making one now. Put me down.
Yeah, no, 100%. 100%. But let me that again, that video was courtesy from Mondo from Five Fires. Big shout out to him. And Junior and Villain. So definitely go check them out. Let me see if I could share my screen again for that article. Let me see. Okay, here we go. Bounce back. George, if you can.
It brought up. Oh, there we go.
Okay. This is what, who was in the chat that brought this up to our attention?
Rudio.
Rudio. Okay. Thank you, Rudio, for bringing up this this article that just broke on social media from Blog Mickey, another fantastic source for Disney news. And again, this wasn't part of our list. This just happened today. That's, like George says, that's the beauty of live streams. Things can happen while you're doing the live stream. So
especially when you're doing a live stream marathon.
Exactly.
And again, coincidence that Disney is dropping all this news during the day. Comcast Universal or Universal Comcast drops their quarterly earnings. I don't know. So I'm very curious to see what Universal drops when Disney does their quarterly earnings.
Exactly. I'm going to be very curious. But again, this is from Blog Mickey. I'm going to try to read the article as quickly as I can because there's other topics we got to get to. But it says, breaking attraction building layouts revealed for Villains Land and Cars Land at Magic Kingdom, posted today, January the 29th, 2026. It says a newly filed document is shedding more light on the layout of buildings for the upcoming Villains Land and Cars Land Piston Peak National Park at Magic Kingdom. The new document filed by Walt Disney World on January the 16th shows a layout of the buildings for a massive construction project that is currently underway in the northwest corner of the Magic Kingdom. Here's a look. So as we look, we have Piston Peak right here, and we have Villains Land. And it says the new document shows multiple facilities or buildings and their location in the former Rivers of America basin. In total, the permit shows 8 buildings, but only 6 of those buildings are likely to be guest-facing. The new permit builds upon the drain lines permit that were spotted back in October. As you can see in the screenshot below, the buildings fall to either side of the drain lines as we first speculated. And this is kind of, I don't know if I could pull this picture up. Okay, here we go. This is kind of what I can't pull it up bigger. I don't know why. Let me see if I can zoom out just a little bit more so everyone can see a little. Oh, yeah, kind of a little bit better, not much. But this is kind of the layout that they're going to be using for both Piston Peak and Villains Land back here. So a massive footprint is taking place. But as I go back to the article here, let me keep going. It says, and welcome back in, John. Good to see you back in here. It says, here's a little better view of the permit, overlaid on Google Maps and then highlighted by blogmickey.com to try and better paraphrase out what building belongs to each area. Speculating here, but it looks like the brown buildings at the southern end of the construction site will be for Cars themed area named Piston Peak National Park. These 2 buildings will likely be structures under the themed environment, similar to how Seven Dwarfs Mine Train is a building enveloped by rockwork. We believe that the red buildings belonging to Villains Land, the long, thin rectangle, thin rectangle could be a shopping area or a building of some sort to block views in the Villains Land from Big Thunder Mountain Railroad. It could also be a launch station for the themed scene for the anticipated Villains theme roller coaster. The red building at the back of the plot could be for 2 major attractions and or the shopping/dining that has been previously announced. The dark gray building to the left will almost certainly be backstage building, and the dark gray building north of the red Villains building could also be backstage building. It could also be a Villains Land railroad station, but it would also be a pretty big comparison to other stations. And this is kind of a color rendering of what they're talking about. These two would be for cars, these three would be for villains. And I think this would be shopping or something like that.
So the bigger red squares, those are for the two attractions.
I think so for villains. Yes.
Okay.
So they're massive. It also says, oh, what about the purple building? That's what I was wondering. What about the purple building? It says that's an interesting one. It's directly next to the Haunted Mansion attraction, and we've seen aerial pictures and video from Bio Reconstruct on X. It says, could a Haunted Mansion lounge be on the way? Only time will tell. Let's break this down a bit more. Looking at the estimated size of each building, pulling the permit in the Google Earth and doing some measuring, we get the following building sizes. Northwest building is going to be 55,000. So this is going to be 55,000 right here. The northeast building is going to be 85,000 or 8,500 square feet. So that is that purple building. And then you have the southwest building, which is going to be 16,000 square feet, which is this stretch right here. And then the bigger one, which I personally think the bigger one, the 83,000 square foot building, is probably going to be the coaster if I had to guess. That's what that plot of land is. Let me see. Let's see. Cars area building layouts. Using the same method for Cars themed Piston Peak National Park, we get the following building sizes. Northern building, 19,000 square feet. So I personally think, I don't know if this is going to be the mountain with the waterfall or what that's going to be. I'm very curious to find out. Obviously, the 47,500 square feet is going to be the massive e-ticket attraction that we've seen. And then it says, additional information Glenn from the permanent includes an estimated daily capacity of more than 9,000 additional guests once this expansion is complete. I'm guessing before between Villains and Cars Land. As a reminder, here's what the concept art for both Piston Peak National Park and Villains Land looks like at the moment. So this is what both lands concept art looks like. And I said to George, this castle up here, what an amazing experience that would be if that was a restaurant and you were looking down with windows and you're looking down on the land. That would be fantastic if they did something like that. Mm-hmm. But we'll just have to wait and see. But George, I want to ask you right off the bat, this is a perfect picture for this. The 83,000 square foot building. Do you think that's for the roller coaster? Or what do you think?
The 83,000. See, okay, so I really don't think so. I actually think that's for the dark ride.
Okay.
Because, and the reason why is if you look at the concept art of Villains Land.
Back to it. There we go.
Right here. If you look at it, the track for, now again, you can't get married to, the concept art, but just going off of this right now, the track you could see to the left of Maleficent's castle. So if the track is over there and it goes more back, it's going to be more towards the rectangular red square that I think is more for the station kind of thing. I think the bigger square is going to be to the right of that, which when you look at the concept art, you go further back into the Villain's Village. And I think that's going to be the big e-ticket immersive dark ride.
So what you're saying is you think the 55,000 square feet is going to be the load station for the coaster?
I think that's going to be the coaster. Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you about this then. What do you think the 16,000 square foot building is going to be? It's a long stretch.
I'm wondering if that's
Part of the coaster, like a indoor scene or something that it goes through.
yeah, because they're saying that the red that's marked for attraction, correct?
Yes, I'm pretty sure. Let me look
Okay.
back at what they mentioned here. Let me look them. Oh, too far. Too far. Trying to find it now. I lost my place. Damn it. Okay. Villains Land building layouts. They haven't necessarily said what any of these buildings are going to be, but obviously the 55,000 and the 83,000 square foot buildings are going to be attractions for Villains Land. I'm just not sure what that 16,000 square foot building is going to be.
I mean, it may be part of the roller coaster. Maybe that's why it's separate. It's separated because then you have the building and then you have the track. And then, yeah, you're right. Maybe at one point, the roller coaster goes into a separate building and has like a show scene inside. And then you come out from the other side.
Well, see, it's interesting because then when you look at concept art, again, like you said, never get married to concept art, and I totally agree with you. But you look at it, you have the load station over here, which is that 55,000 square foot building. But then over here, kind of like where the pit is, where you have the waterfalls and you have the track going right through the middle of it. I'm going to tell you right now, that could be that 16,000 square foot area. That's
Okay.
part of the coaster. That's what I think.
And John Make It Rain says, could it also be a restaurant?
Possibly. I only time will tell. It's possible. But see, then I wonder what this 8,500 square foot building is over here.
The only thing that's making me wonder, yeah, see, I think that the 8,500 square foot would look more shaped like for a restaurant, like towards the back. The longer, skinny rectangle, that looks more like of a tunnel.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they would necessarily color code a restaurant the same as for a ride or attraction.
Exactly. So I'm very curious about this. Now, the other thing, again, I'm gonna peek to your expertise here because you've been at Walt Disney World, you've been on Disney cruises. This 5,800 square foot purple location right here on the map, which is the vacant spot behind Haunted Mansion. Do you think it could be a Haunted Mansion themed restaurant / bar that we currently see on some of the newer Disney cruise ships as a Disney parlor? But this would be a full-blown restaurant / bar.
So there were talks for many years that if there was ever going to be another expansion at Magic Kingdom, that people would love to see a Haunted Mansion restaurant / bar and everything. And that very well could potentially be. I think I'm okay with it as long as it doesn't mimic what they have on the Disney Cruise Line. Because of what they did with the Haunted Mansion parlor on the Disney Treasure and the Disney Destiny is very original to those cruise ships. And again, you want to book a Disney cruise to have that experience. If you just add the same mirrored thing into the theme parks, then people may not, have the urge to say, oh, I want to check that out on a Disney cruise. So for me, I'd keep the Haunted Mansion parlors on the cruise ships, but as a full-blown sit-down reservation required restaurant, I'm okay with that.
See, what I would like to see, and again,
and John Make It Rain says, yeah, see, I hope it's a restaurant and not a bar, no repeats.
Absolutely. Like if the main focal point of this building is the restaurant, but they do have a bar attached, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
But don't make the bar the focal point. Make it make the restaurant the focal point. One thing I would like to see, and again, I haven't been out there, and I just want to keep everyone informed. I'm going to be going out to Walt Disney World with George and Tommy in March. So I can only speculate at this point as of this live stream. But I'm going to tell you something right now. If they build a restaurant similar to what Beacon Barrel is, with the kinetic energy and the cast members, interacting with guests in the whole aesthetic of pirates and all that, but it's Haunted Mansion themed, I think that would be an absolute fantastic restaurant for
See,
the Haunted Mansion.
I wouldn't want it like Beacon Barrel,
Oh,
because
you wouldn't?
I think Beacon Barrel has more of the qualities of what they have on the cruise ships.
Okay,
Because
so
Beacon Barrel is a little bit more just bar lounge kind of feel. I think
gotcha.
for like a full-fledged Haunted Mansion restaurant, I think I would want it to be the same kind of caliber as the Be Our Guest restaurant or the Skipper Canteen.
Okay, gotcha. John was asking, where is Beacon Barrel?
So that is the new bar and lounge area that is right across, adjacent from Pirates of the Caribbean in Adventureland, in Magic Kingdom.
Absolutely. And then as we look at this building again, this is a better look at that purple building, because you got the Haunted Mansion right here, and this purple area where possibly the restaurant could go. I hope it is a restaurant. It would be amazing. I hope it is,
because it would blend so well. It's right next to Haunted Mansion. It ties into it, and it interconnects with Villains Land. So
absolutely.
I mean, like, it's perfect.
Absolutely.
Plus, it gives another sit-down restaurant experience for Magic Kingdom, because you do know with them expanding new lands, they're going to have new eateries.
Yes.
There's no way that they're going to build an entire Villains Land and Piston Peak and there not be no restaurants.
Exactly. And now I could see people asking in the comments eventually at some point, well, would they copy, if they built a Haunted Mansion themed restaurant, would they build one at Disneyland? And I honestly don't think so. Again, that's where I go back to enticing people to travel to go experience this. It's at one location only. It's the same thing with the Gordon Ramsay Carnaby restaurant going in downtown Disney. I don't think he's going to build a second location in Disney Springs. I could be wrong, but I doubt it. So people from the Midwest to the South to back East are going to have to fly out here to California to go experience that. Now, George brought up a comment. Do you guys think that will do that extra spinner ride in the Cars Land, or do you think they'll scrap it?
So as far as for the Cars Piston Peak area, Disney never confirmed if it was going to be a spinner ride. They said it was going to be more towards like for the younger kids and families, sort of like Mater's Junkyard Jamboree or Luigi's Rollicking Roadsters out here for Cars Land. I'm assuming it's going to be, maybe that's what you mean by spinner, maybe not like the classic spinner, but maybe something of that. I think honestly, they're definitely going to keep that, because Piston Peak is not going to be a huge area as is. So they're going to fill in the gap of what they have for Rivers of America. And I think honestly, they'll have the off-terrain e-ticket attraction that they'll have, but I think they'll also have a wild but mild, for the kiddos.
The hell is that?
And John Make It Rain says, I'm hoping it's more of a Fantasyland dark ride instead of a horrible spinner ride. That would be really cool. I think honestly, if it was a dark ride, that would be cool.
JM4N YT asks, what is this? This is concept or like blueprints, basically, early blueprints of buildings and attraction layouts for both Piston Peak and Villains Land coming to the Magic Kingdom. That's what this is. This article broke today as me and George are doing this all day marathon live stream. And this was coming from Blog Mickey. So that's what we're currently looking at right now. I want to ask you also, it looks like this 47,500 square foot area is going to be the e-ticket attraction that we've seen from D23, but it looks like this 19,000 square foot building is going to be the peak, the rock work mountain that also has the waterfall shooting down. I think that's what this building is. Could I be wrong on that?
No, I think you could be accurate with that, because it's almost like it's dead center.
Yeah.
And it's the biggest square foot structure. Aside from the 47,000, but I mean, like, as far as it being like for an actual, I think like that would be fit for an attraction.
Absolutely.
So Xtinus Fighter 2000, the flying spinner at Epic would be good, I think, for Magic Kingdom and even DCA.
Interesting. I wouldn't be opposed to that.
Yeah, but I definitely know that the 47,500, that is definitely, especially of how it's shaped, sort of kind of like what I like to call like a watermelon kind of thing. That is definitely the e-ticket, because it's basically the track that's going to circle all around.
So let me ask you this, since you brought that up, we're talking about it for a hot minute before we move on to another subject of ours. Is, do you think they're going to go the route that we're currently waiting at our version of Tomorrowland, where they're going to make Autopia electric? Do you think these vehicles are going to be electric, or you think they're going to go the route of Autopia Speedway at Magic Kingdom and Tomorrowland, where they're gas powered? Because all I've heard from people that I've talked to, even Jared from Capture the Magic and Theme Park Philosophy, aka Slimer, was that when you walk into Tomorrowland with the Tomorrowland Speedway, all you smell more than half the time is just gas fumes.
Yeah, they're definitely not going to go that route. I really don't think they're going to want the entire Piston Peak area smelling like exhaust. So I think they would either go the electric route, or more so it would be, and actually, like, even like how Rudio says right here, that watermelon shape looks pretty similar to Radiator Springs Racers. They'll just use the same kind of ride system and ride vehicles that they do for Radiator Springs Racers, and like even Test Track, even though that they say it's going to be like off track kind of vehicles,
off-road. Yeah.
But it still has to be magnetic to something.
Yeah.
It still has to be connected to a powered system that will control all these vehicles at once. The only way that it wouldn't be is if actually the guest actually drives the car itself, which that's not going to happen.
Oh, hell no.
But so yeah, I think like they would more so go electric than gas. John Make It Rain asked, do you guys know if the Cars area is similar size as the one in Disneyland? I think the Piston Peak area, I think maybe a tad bit smaller.
Well, let's look at that. George, you keep going. Also, you're gonna look it up.
Yeah. And then here's here, I'll bring this one up while I'm looking that up.
Oh, sure. John mentions, do you guys think that they will make any of those two areas be palpable for the seasons and the holiday? So, okay. This is what I think. And I might get crap for this, or everyone might give me a round of applause. I'm not sure yet. But from what I could tell you, Cars Land in DCA, they deck it out for Christmas, for Halloween. Do I think Piston Peak is going to be the same way? Absolutely. They will deck it out for the holidays. Now, Villains Land, I think they'll deck it out for Halloween and make it kind of more spooky if they're going to do anything at all. But putting Christmas into that, I don't think it's possible. George, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that would be kind of like off-putting for the villains.
Yeah.
I don't think there would be nothing like Christmassy about it. I mean, I do know that you can maybe get away with like Oogie Boogie for like the Nightmare Before Christmas. You know, you might be able to go maybe that route, but I think to actually like decorate, unless they do like a villains kind of decoration, like how would the villains decorate for Christmas kind of thing? Maybe they could do something like that, but I would rather them more be geared towards Halloween than Christmas, to be honest.
Yeah.
Okay, so I brought it up, but what it's actually giving me, which this is actually interesting because I actually didn't really pay attention to this, but
Sure.
the whole entire area for Piston Peak and Villains, they're saying is 33.15 acres of land combined. So if Villains is going to be, well, what would you think Villains would be? Like 12 acres?
I think so.
Okay, so just for the sake of it. And then that leaves 21 acres, but then you also have to consider like backstage area.
Yep.
I would think it's about, I don't know, I would say maybe about like 6 to 8 acres, I would think.
I think it's more than possible. Let me see.
And Master Bone says, hopefully it's not a flat ride like the one in Walt Disney Studios in Disneyland Paris, or more like Mater or Luigi in DCA.
So I just want to clarify something as well. So sorry about that. 12 so our Cars Land out here in DCA is 12 acres. The Radiator Springs Racers is six out of the 12 acres. That's the footprint it takes to have Radiator Springs Racers in our
Okay, so if this is going to be kind of like the same outline, maybe it's 6 acres just for the e-ticket, and then maybe like another 4 acres. So maybe about 9 or 10 acres, maybe.
Yeah, but to go back on I think it was John's comment, or it might have been John's comment about the holidays. I think the only land out of the two that's going to have decor for multiple holidays is going to be Cars. Villains is going to cater towards Halloween, and that's about it. Because any other holiday decor will not make sense.
Yeah,
that's like trying to put Christmas in Darkmoor. You just don't do that.
Right. And John Mega Rain asked, do you guys know how many people will be in the cars?
Probably the same as Radiator Springs Racers, where you'll have 6 people per vehicle. I think they want to keep it at that number to increase capacity and have a lot more guests riding the attraction per hour. I think that's what's going to honestly happen. And then please forgive me if I
Jan Smokes.
Yeah, if I butcher your name, but Jan Smokes mentioned, what park are you going to first? So George actually, and that's something I wanted to clarify with George, and this is a perfect time to do so because I know we talked about it. So let's say we get down there late later in the night on the 4th,
mm-hmm.
and we start our theme park experience on March the 5th.
Mhm.
If things are happening, let's say at Walt Disney World, and we're planning to do Universal that week, was that something that we can switch around if possible, or is it already preset how you have it?
Now,
I wasn't sure about that.
with Walt Disney World, it would be okay because since we're staying the whole amount of time at Walt Disney World,
Mhm.
when you have tickets attached to a package, you can change your dates
Sure.
of what you want. The issue would actually be for Universal because since we're only purchasing Universal tickets, you have to pick the time frame of the dates.
Sure.
So once the Universal tickets are locked in for those dates,
They're
I
locked in.
don't think it can be transferable to another set of dates.
Yeah, and that's probably what that's what I was figuring. I just thought I'd bring up that.
No, yeah, absolutely. It was a great question. But to answer Jan Smoke's question, so the very first park that we will be doing the start of the whole trip on March 5th will be Epic Universe. That will be the first park we're going to start in general because we're doing the Universal part of the trip first and then Walt Disney World. But we're spending the whole entire 2.5 weeks at Walt Disney World, but we're just going to Universal for the first part. And then the first park that we will be going to at Walt Disney World will be Epcot on March 11th.
And I can't wait for that. That's going to be my glory day right there. Epcot for sure. Jan Smokes also has another question. He says, I wonder if Disney will ever buy that hotel in the corner of DCA and expand Cars Land.
Well, here's the thing. Technically, that area was saved for Cars Land. They were going to expand Cars Land. They were supposed to do kind of a West Coast version of like how they did the sci-fi dine-in, where it's
Sure.
supposed to be like an indoor-outdoor restaurant where you sit in Cadillacs and everything. And they were going to add in an extra like area there. But they never utilized it for Cars Land. But I believe that land is now being taken up for Avengers Campus.
Absolutely. And then I think it was John who brought up a comment. Let's see, where did I see it? It's a comment towards the bottom of the page in the chat. He says, "Dang, 2.5 weeks." Well, it's going to be technically, if I'm standing correct, it's going to be 2 weeks. But John, believe me, I'm going to have as much fun as humanly possible hanging out with two of the best friends I can have in the world as George and Tommy, and filming content like crazy and including everybody to watch our experiences. Because believe me, like George mentioned on a couple hours ago, because now we're just past the 6-hour mark, and it's incredible we've gone this long, is that there's going to be lots of content on location that we're going to be putting up on our channels. There's going to be live streams probably multiple times a day talking about our experiences, filming content. There's going to be food reviews. There's going to be merch reviews, ride queue reviews, ride POV. I could go on and on for the next 5 minutes on how many different videos we're going to be filming. But believe me, there will be no short change of content coming from Hollow Gelato, Theme Park Conductor, and Tommy Toon World. Believe me.
Absolutely. And yeah, you're right. After I calculated the dates, yeah, it's just shy of 2 weeks. But
Yeah.
still, hey, that's still a lot of time. And that's how I do it. Like if I'm doing a cross-country trip, it's like I want to be there for a bit, you know, like I don't want to like have to yeah. So and then John Make It Rain says, I'll pray for no rain for you guys at Epic. Yeah, so as I said, yeah, that's the downfall with Florida is you know, it can pop up rain anytime. However, I think for Epic, there'll be a few days for Epic. And I also think while Abby and I are at the wedding, Conductor and Tommy may consider doing another day at Epic too for anything that they may have missed out on, or to cover anything. So
absolutely, and we'll probably buy our tickets right at the gate. I have to get with Tommy on that, see what he wants to do. But if I had to guess, the third day that we're at Epic, when George and Abigail are at the wedding out there, well, if I had to guess, knowing Tommy, we'll probably try to do a lot of food reviews, because I know that's a lot of his content revolves around his food reviews. So probably the third day we'll probably be focusing on that heavily, if I had to guess.
Absolutely. And Ban Crispy, welcome in. Also too, and I have to let Tommy know this too, because I told Abby, and I'll tell you this now, even though the days that we go to Universal, when we go back to our hotel at Walt Disney World, don't forget, we're going to have the dining plan. So if you want to use one of your quick service tabs at the hotel, even though that we go to Universal, you can still use them in the evening.
Oh, I love that. See, again, folks, before we jump to our next subject, that's the awesome ability that George has presented to me and Tommy as first-time content creators going to experience Walt Disney World and Universal Orlando. He literally pulled all the stops he could, constant communication between me and Tommy, almost daily for quite some time over the last year in 2025, planning this trip, planning everything. He's been consistent. I give a humongous shout out to George for doing all this planning, but like he mentioned, compared to other travel advisors that probably would think it was a headache, George actually turns it into a positive and says, no, if we're going to change things, I live for this crap. So I don't mind waking up at 4 a.m. and make dining reservations. I don't mind changing plans daily or every other day to accommodate.
And that is true. And I'm glad you brought that up, because I did tell Tommy this, and I'm not sure if I told you this, but
sure,
I'll say it now while we're live. Even though I have booked all these reservations for dining and everything, I know, especially coming from someone who has been to Walt Disney World 35 plus times, when you're there, things happen. Yeah. Plans change. We could be in the middle of something and say, you know what? No, I don't want to go anywhere, because we can't miss this. This is too good of an experience. So just because I made all these reservations, I just booked them to the maximum that we could possibly have. But if we're ever down there and we're like, you know what, I don't think we're going to be able to make this reservation, as long as I know several hours ahead of time, I can cancel it, and that's not a problem.
Yeah. And see, that's something I duly respect of George and our friendship, and just the mere fact of him being a travel advisor and whatnot, and a trip planner. That is something that, working in the customer service industry, I have 100% respect for. Someone like George in this position, planning a trip for two, and I mean this with all due respect, 2 rookies that have never been to the Orlando theme parks and are super excited to do so, and to be guided around by a dear friend and a gentleman that has been, like he mentioned, 35 plus times, that knows the Walt Disney World, knows Universal Orlando like the back of his hand.
And thank you so much, Conductor. I greatly appreciate you and all the compliments that you just mentioned all in one sentence there. So yes, I greatly appreciate you. I greatly appreciate what you said. And yeah, I could do it in my sleep. Literally, I could do it with my eyes closed and my hands tied behind my back. Although I will have to have someone guide me, because I'll probably trip over something and fall.
Maybe. Oh my God.
But we also have Disney Fan 99 in the house. Welcome in. Excited for all the Disney World discussions and content. You guys rock. Well, thank you so much. We greatly appreciate you being in here. And yeah, as Conductor said, as I said, there's going to be a lot of Walt Disney World and a lot of Universal Orlando content. Probably literally the whole month of March and probably bleeding into like the first couple weeks of April. We'll probably have.
100%. Because it's really funny that we're going on this trip because, like George and I mentioned, lots of content are going to be coming from all three of our channels. But when we get back to California, I have a laundry list, literally a laundry list of fellow content creators, just to name a few: Hollow Gelato, Orange Go 55. We have Leaving Today podcast. We have Canon Camper. We have Tones TV. We have I think Bricky wants to do another video. We have possibly maybe Disney Drew would want to do another video. I have a laundry list of content creators that have already reached out, including I think Mondo from Five Fires wants to do a video, and they all want to see my reaction and my thought process of what I experienced in Orlando at Walt Disney World and Universal Orlando. So even before I come back to California and I'm still on vacation, I have much more content to produce with other fellow content creators. So it's definitely going to bleed into April.
Yeah, when you return, especially because it's almost like a shark smelling blood. It's like when fellow content creators know that there's a newbie that experienced Walt Disney World and Universal Orlando for the first time, it's like they have to find out what you think of it. So it's like everyone's going to jump at the chance to say, oh, we have to have a talk. We have to have a discussion. Let me know what you think. What was this? What was that? So
absolutely.
So you're going to be, you're not only going to be busy when we're done there making the content, but you're going to be busy coming back with all the reviews and the, all that good stuff.
And what I'm going to try to do, again, before we move on to the next topic, and I'm going to let George pick out of the list, is that I'm going to take a different approach, because my channel has always been about doing as, and it's not to not be professional for a YouTube channel, but I like to get the content out there as soon as possible. So a lot of my videos, POVs, even
I do too. I just wish YouTube would cooperate with me.
Exactly. And recorded videos, a lot of that stuff I probably will upload as soon as I film it. Again, I know a lot of other content creators like to edit and take time. Personally, for me, I think when it comes to any content, and this is just my personal view, I think just the raw footage, unedited, and literally uploaded, it kind of shows,
it brings the realism out, because exactly. I am the same way. There is some times where it's like, okay, I took too long to say this. I was kind of stuttering my words. Let me cut that a little bit, shorten it a bit. But yeah, I like raw footage because it brings the reality in. It's not done like a production value.
It makes you human.
Yes. It brings the realism to say, oh, this is what actually happened. So I'm the same way with you. As I said, I am just like you. I am not knocking the content creators who do take the time to do that.
Oh, sure.
Our good friend Tommy Toon is one of them. He loves to take his time and make it absolutely perfect to his thing. And guess what? That works for him. That works for his kind of content, But for me, I'm this, especially with the amount that we're going to be doing,
Oh yeah,
If you don't kind of get it up right away, you're going to be backed up like a bowel movement. Like
exactly.
it's
I
like
don't like that.
you would have to take literally a content creator laxative to kind of like flush all that out.
And
So,
I'm going to tell you this, um, that, and I don't want this to sound the wrong way because this is not my intention.
well,
But
really quick, hold your thought. I really like this from Remy D. It puts the U back in YouTube. I like,
yes,
I
I
like.
I love that. I really do love that, Remy, and that's what I love about Remy. Comments like that is amazing.
Damn, that needs to be on a shirt for every single content creator because I think
100%.
it's comments like that, taglines like that, I think that really content creators really need to look at because that's essentially what YouTube is. If you really think of it, YouTube, it's us, we're the creator, and we're basically creating our own television, our own content, you
Yes.
know? It's so yeah, wow, that was genius.
That was awesome, Remy, and thank you oh God, here we go. Here goes George again with the bathroom. No, okay. I want to clarify something because I told Jared from Capture the Magic last night. I said, "You better behave yourself, or I'm running away from you." And he's like, "I'll try to behave myself." I'm like, "No. You better try, because if not, what I'm planning on doing, because I do have access to the members." And this is only a joke, but as a running joke, I told him I have access to the computer system at Costco. I'll just find your membership through the Costco network, and I'll just ban you from Costco. And he's like, "No, you can't do that." And I'm like, "Relax, it's a joke." But believe me, you're going to see the raw side of me if you start with your bidet jokes. I'm telling you right now. But going back to what I was mentioning, though, this vacation for me is a way to escape my 9 to 5 job. And I say 9 to 5, it's not literally 9 to 5, but 9 to 5 full time, 5 days a week job at Costco in the customer service industry to hang out with, again, 2 dear friends, George and his wife Abby, and Tommy Toon World, and hang out at the Orlando theme parks, Walt Disney World and Universal Orlando. But I'm also going to use this opportunity to use this as a working vacation, like a fun working vacation, because I do consider YouTube, as small as my subscriber count is, which I wish it was higher, but over the
You know what?
I will get there, but I
Yes.
consider this a working vacation, but a fun working vacation.
But I have to say too, and
Sure.
this is what I think a lot of a common misconception is with content creators.
Yeah,
When they solely just look at a number from subscribers.
you can't do that.
You cannot do that. And I know that may seem easy to say because, my subscriber count is growing and it's still growing.
Sure.
But I don't look at really the numbers of the subscribers. I look at how I'm doing as a content creator and creating content for everyone to enjoy.
Absolutely.
As long as they enjoy it,
then I keep
I
going.
don't care if I have 2,000 subscribers. I don't care. And it's also to the company that you are surrounding yourself with. As you had mentioned, I can't wait to okay, Peter, there we go. Yeah, subscriber count. Yeah, that's
Oh God. See, you got Peter on a roll. Nice going. Love
yeah,
it.
and it is really true. It's like you want to go by the views than the subscribers, because really, as much as you do want a lot of subscribers, anyone can just press a subscriber button
Sure.
and that'd be that. You want the views, you want the engagement, you want
sure.
the so and as Florentin, that's perfect. The content is my subscription.
Absolutely.
So as I said, even though you have you're almost at 6,000, honestly, you'd be proud of that.
Oh,
and honestly, it's because you do a hell of a lot of work for the
oh,
channel. And let me tell you, folks, going into the realm of content creating, it is fun. We do enjoy it, but
oh
it
yeah.
is work. It's
Oh,
work.
it's definitely work because you, as a content creator, especially in the space that we're in, the theme park entertainment studio aspect of this group of topics of content creating, you have to be on top of, literally, you have to be on top of what's happening in the theme park aspect and the studio side and all aspects that relate to the subject, because literally almost daily or every other day, new information's happening at Disneyland, new information happening at Universal, new information's coming about the Avengers movies and Avatar movies and how Hollywood's doing and this and this and it. So it's something that we enjoy. It's something that we love doing to kind of escape our 9 to 5 jobs, our full-time jobs, and kind of interact closer with our communities for our channels and then collaborate with each other. Like, for example, I started my YouTube channel 2 years ago, and I just passed 5,500 this morning, and I'm very proud of that. And I want to thank everybody who subscribed to Theme Park Conductor and continues to watch my content, because again, like John mentioned, subscribers don't matter as much, even though you hope for a higher subscriber count. But what really matters out of all of it is, do you have people that enjoy your content? Are the views there? What can you improve about your content to increase the views? That's what's important. And as long as you have a community that literally spends time out of their personal life to watch your content, to interact with you in the chats, that right there solidifies why we do what we do for YouTube and our channels. Right?
Absolutely. Like with all of you that literally has been here with us, even if you might have been like on again, off again, but you still are on with us. We're almost hitting the 7-hour mark of our live stream marathon, and you guys have been with us the whole day. So, that tells us that, hey, you are enjoying what we're doing and we're doing something right, And
Absolutely.
John Make It Rain says life is work. It sure is. And I don't know why the fact that life is work and we still don't get paid off the clock. I don't understand why.
I don't get it either. But kind of pivoting now to some of the subjects we haven't talked about. George, what would you like to pick?
Let me see. Oh, really quick. So John Make It Rain, Gelato, let me know which comment section needs my comments more. Honestly, John, well, thank you so much. You can just keep doing how you're doing. You can keep jumping back and forth, jump over to Conductors, jump back over to mine, however, you want to do it. That's perfect. So I thought we can talk about, I'm going through the list while we're actually still kind of like on the subject matter of Walt Disney World. This isn't a real long topic, but I thought it was something to mention because it may kind of circle back to Disneyland. So recently Disney announced that there's going to be Jesse's Roundup show that's going to be in the Diamond Horseshoe Saloon at Magic Kingdom. Now the Diamond Horseshoe is basically basically sort of like how it's a replica where they used to have shows there for Frontierland, and they're actually finally putting in a show, but it's going to be geared towards Jesse and the Toy Story characters, more so like Woody's Roundup kind of thing. But here's the thing, I'm okay with that because it's a show going back in the Diamond Horseshoe. And so I bring that up because that is a piece of news, but also Do you think that could show signs that they could actually bring life back to Disneyland for that?
I honestly do think that is more than possible because I've said it time and time again, and I'm gonna sound like I'm gonna sound like a crazy man. But I don't mind saying it. Is that when you look at uh the Fantasyland Theater out here in Disneyland, you look at the Hyperion Theater, two massive kind of theater stage areas that have hosted shows over the years, but aren't doing really anything to the full potential. Is I think we do need more entertainment back at Disneyland and even DCA because it's been reported since they started construction for the Avengers campus expansion, and then we had the strike that happened with the unions and all that. We lost a lot of entertainment over the years across both parks at the Disneyland Resort. And again, it could be, like I said, it could be due to COVID. It could be due to the union disputes. It could be towards possible not having living wages for a lot of the cast members at Disney, which I want to go on a little bit of a tangent real quick about that and just fully say all the cast members that come to work every single day and create the magic for all of us that love going to the parks, whether it's Disneyland, DCA, or Walt Disney World, or even the team members at Universal, but mainly focused on Disneyland cast members and Disney cast members in general. For people that go online, and I don't know who you are, but people that go online and say that cast members do not deserve a living wage, I 100% respectfully disagree with that. And
I'm not even gonna say respectfully for on my behalf. I think honestly, anyone that is working and is trying to bust their ass to earn a living,
yeah,
to survive for themselves and their family, deserves a living wage.
absolutely. And the reason why I say respectfully is because I don't want to be a troll online or anything like that, but I do agree with George. It's a
Oh,
disgusting.
yeah, of course. You say respectfully disagree because you actually have that respect. Me, I don't give a shit.
Hey, that's okay though. That's okay, and that's fine.
But no. But that was me just being sarcastic. But no, in all seriousness, yeah, I have to respectfully disagree as well. It's that anyone that is really trying hard, because here's how you have to look at it. This is how people look at the optics. If you look at a cast member who is maybe doing retail,
Sure.
doing attractions, doing food service, but you put them up against someone who is of a higher power, of an executive kind of thing.
Yeah.
And you say, oh, well, that executive has a much more important job. It pays more. Why should this person has a peon kind of job? Why should they earn a living? They shouldn't deserve it. Well, you say that they don't deserve it, but without them, you would have no service when you go to these theme parks.
Exactly.
Who makes your food? Whether it's crappy or not, they're still making it.
Yeah.
Who's handing the food to you? Who is scanning out your purchases for merchandise?
Yeah.
Who is guiding you through the lines for you to ride the attraction? You didn't have all these people. Guess what? Everyone's job deserves a purpose.
Absolutely. And I
I
couldn't.
do apologize. I interrupted you. So
No. By all means, that was beautifully said, George. And I have to agree, though. People online that say these horrendous things about Disney cast members not earning are not deserving a living wage is distasteful and disgusting, in my personal opinion, and George's as well. And it's something. It's something that we actually talked about we did a reaction, me and Orange Grove 55, because if many of you don't know, we have a weekly series called This Week in Disney News. And we filmed a video that premiered this morning before me and George went live for this all day live stream. And one of the videos we reacted to was from Bricky Vlogs. And at the end of his video, because we review the entire video from start to finish, and we talk about it throughout certain parts of the video. But he gave DCA a report card, and he said two of the categories. One was cast member friendliness, and I think the other one was just the atmosphere, or it might have been this trash and DCA, how it's not up to Walt Disney standards. And he gave pretty low scores. I think one of the scores was a C, another one was a D.
I watched that video.
Okay, so George watched that video, so that's perfect, because I think the grade that Bricky gave for cast member friendliness is a D. And the reason for DCA, not Disneyland, but for DCA, I haven't really seen it too much in Disneyland, mainly in DCA. It's not that the cast members don't want to be friendly, don't want to engage, don't want to create that magic. The problem really relies deep down that they're not giving a living wage. They're giving the management is having less cast members in the park and giving the cast members that are there even more responsibilities and duties to do on top of what they already have to do. And that's the stressing them out. It's tiring them out. It's creating an awful environment for them, which kind of reflects on all of us as guests. And I know the team members don't want to reflect that, because that's not what Disney's all about. That's not what Walt Disney's vision was when he created Disneyland and all these other theme parks, and what the environment is supposed to be. But when you have and I say this with respect, but when you have management that treats you lower in dirt, refuses to pay you a living wage, gives you more responsibility than you can handle, and has less cast member supportive staff, and limits the amount of cast members, I can see why the morale between cast members is way down, and how it reflects on people that visit the theme park. And it's quite sad, because I don't blame
it really is, and I do agree with you with that. Now, I also wanted that there are two ends of the spectrum. And again, when I say this, I'm not speaking of all cast members or all team members, because this also goes for Universal as well. There are people who do work at Disney and Universal, and they feel like they can just get by.
Yeah.
By not doing anything and not doing their job. There are people out there, because it's not even just in Disney or Universal, it's anywhere, really. There are just people that are out there. They need to be held accountable for as well.
Yeah.
But what a lot of people do is they'll take that one bad apple out of the bunch, and they'll say, oh, the whole bunch is spoiled.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
Or what they'll do is, because I see it even at my work and just across the customer service industry, including the theme parks with Disney and Universal and other places, is that a lot of times too, you'll have hardworking cast members, team members, employees that literally bust their ass and work their ass off, and then you have other employees, like George mentioned, that just get by, and yet they're getting all the praises from the bosses. They're getting promotions. They're getting special amenities And on the other hand, you have hardworking employees, team members, cast members that are literally doing the jobs of 3 people. And where's their recognition at? And I see it at my work all the time. I do. And it's a sad, sad thing, because a lot of times management, when it comes to the customer service industry, it seems like their focus, at least at today's standards, is, catering to the employees that barely get by, like George mentioned, and they cater way too much for guests and paying customers, which I understand that's the focal point of the customer service industry. But then what gets left behind is the employees, the team members, the cast members that literally do the jobs of 3 people and don't get recognized enough.
And honestly, too, what makes a cast member's job even more difficult, and I'm going to say this as being a customer, it's not me personally, but just
Sure.
the guests. The guests tend to want overindulgence of what more that they really expect in these
Yeah.
parks. And that was actually one of the topics as well that kind of like interwovens into this topic is the guests cutting in line.
Yes.
That cast members and team members have to deal with that. And it's like, how do you deal with that? And in this world today, people don't want to confront people like that because you don't know if you're going to get hit. You don't know if, other horrific things can happen. It's not that a cast member doesn't want to do their job, but just like everyone else, it's like when you have to confront people who are just guests and you don't know them personally, you don't know their background, it's like you get scared.
Well, see, that's the other thing, because you see it on social media all the time. And just recently they had a guest at DCA literally screaming at another guest on Hollywood Boulevard. The guy was probably drunk or angry. I don't know what the situation was, but you had a grown ass man yelling at another family over, I have no idea what, but then it ruins the magic. It ruins the immersion of what Walt Disney's vision is for the parks. And on top of that, then security, which is also cast members, have to deal with that. And that's horrific as well. And to answer John's question before George's answers, I don't know if they are given bonuses. I don't know how Disney works on that. And then holiday and seasonal perks, I don't know about that either, because I don't want to say if they do or don't.
Yeah, I actually really don't know myself, to be honest with you. I'm very curious to know if they do.
Oh, sure.
But yeah, I don't know if they do or not. That's actually a very good question.
Yeah, no, 100%. But George, what's the next topic you want to go into? Because
so kind of going into, again, with a lot of what us guests and even cast, because here's the thing too, cast members have to learn this stuff possibly day before or day of while dealing with all us guests. And that is actually reworking a new virtual queue system. Because we all know how a virtual queue system goes.
Oh, it's horrible.
Oh, wait, we got confirmation here. Disney fan 99. I was a cast member for 7 years, and they do not give any bonuses.
See, that's distasteful.
That's a shame. That really is a shame. And Disney fan 99. I assume you're not a cast member anymore, but thank you for the 7 years of you being a cast member.
Absolutely,
we greatly appreciate it.
Definitely.
That's a shame that no bonuses. But then again, no company does any like holiday bonuses anymore. It's like very rare.
So as far as I know, a lot of companies don't. One thing that Costco offers, because when you first become an employee of Costco, like myself, I've been with Costco a little over 4 years. They give you a threshold. So like for me, I have to work 12,000 hours with the company until I start receiving bonuses. And once I hit that mark, they give you a bonus every year, twice a year, and to incentivize you for being a great employee, being loyal, and working hard, they give you little pay increases along the way. So I think that's awesome. But I do think, as big as Disney is, and I can't speak for Universal, but in this case Disney, I think it's kind of sad that they don't offer bonuses, especially for what the cast members have to go through day in and day out, or
Yeah,
at least some type of perk or something.
absolutely. Now, and now, kind of going back on the virtual queue system, do you? I mean, I know a lot of people in here have opinions on it. I personally am not a fan of it.
I
I
don't.
would prefer that if someone is willing to stand in line for 4 hours, I just say do it. I think it causes less traffic, less hassle between guest and cast member, in my opinion.
No, absolutely. I think the virtual queue system is a joke. I think that's just another prime example of what came to be about when the reservation system got implemented, both at Disneyland and Walt Disney World. But the difference now, as of today, Walt Disney World still uses the reservation system, but as a need, a- as a need to be basis. They don't use it every day like Disney or Disneyland does out here in Anaheim. And just real quick, I want to give a big shout out again to Disney Fan 99 for being a former cast member for 7 years. Again, my heart and prayers go out to you, because customer service and the customer service industry is crazy, and it's
Mhm.
only gone crazier over the years. So,
And they were a jungle skipper, and then this is the one, a crowd control lead.
oh my gosh, that's crazy. Oh my gosh, that's nuts. But this virtual queue system, I hate it. I really honestly do hate it, because that's something again that me and Hollow Gelato, Tommy Toon World, and so many of us content creators struggle with every single day we're at the parks. Um, Welcome in, David. Good to
What's
see
up,
you.
David?
That we struggle with. Like, perfect example of this, February the 5th. Okay. We're supposed to be, they invited Magic Key holders to be at DCA to kick off the 25th birthday of DCA. Problem is, for the magnet and the photo opportunities, we have to do a virtual queue system. And I hate that. It's like, why do you have to have a virtual queue system for that? And I think that's where Disney really abuses the term virtual queue for stupid things, like, well, not stupid things, but things like that. Do you really
Yeah, for
honestly need
something
to
that's
have
like, yeah, something that you wouldn't consider for like a virtual queue.
yeah. Do you really need to have a virtual queue for photo ops and to give out a magnet set?
So do we have to actually be on property?
I think so. And that
What
sucks.
time does that start?
I have no idea. I think it
Like the
was
actual virtual queue opens up?
I think at noon. I think.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're right. It does open up at noon, I think.
But the problem is, even with the app, and this kind of ties back to what we're talking about way early, a couple hours ago, about the D23 event and trying to get tickets through online. They have no great handling about the Disney app when it comes to virtual queue system. Like, perfect example of this, and I find it funny and I love telling this story, was we were at Disneyland for the 70th, not the one back in May, but the one in July, the actual birthday of Disneyland for 70 years. And what I found funny was, it was me, George, Abby, and Madame Lizelle, and we're all waiting at the gates, and they were allowing people in. And it's funny because George temporarily adopted me as his son, because they were taking families in to the little Esplanade area, right when you enter the gates of Disneyland. because they had a stage set up. They had all the media crews there, especially Tom Corliss from WDWNT and Mice Chat and so many other bloggers and influencers that are way up there in the YouTube theme park community. And they had a little stage set up, and they had Josh Tomorrow come up, speak for a little bit. They had Bob Iger.
And I got him to wave into the camera.
Oh, so actually, okay, George, if you want to take it away, I'm going to try to find that video and I'll play it for everybody.
Yeah, so as Conductor was mentioning, so we basically, Abby and I like said to Conductor, like, no, come on, you're family too, you're our son, because again, they were only like allowing families into that little media area, like groups and everything. So the cast member probably like let him in, but they were probably like, because both me and Abby, I'm 5'7",
Yeah.
Abby is like 5'1" and Conductor is like 7'5", and they're probably wondering, oh good Lord, if that's her son, how is she even able to walk? Like
that's hilarious.
They're like, where did he get his genes from? Because he's like towering over them. But no, but he was able to get through and everything, which that was perfect. We were able to get through, and we were really close to the podium, right by where the train station is, and the Mickey Flower Garden area. And that's where Iger and Tomorrow was. But they had Iger and Tomorrow off to the left side. And they're just kind of standing around and everything. And I was filming some B-roll and everything. And I saw Josh standing there. He was talking to some of his people. And I thought, I'm going to try to get him to wave into the camera. So I'm standing there and I got the camera set on him. And I just keep on waving. Even though he's not looking my way at first, I just keep on waving. Till essentially he just looks over. And I think someone was kind of like standing in his way, and he kind of leaned like to the left or the right, and then he waved into the camera. And I was like, I got him to wave.
I know, right? I actually got the video. I don't know if I captured that. So if I didn't, I'll try to find George's video on his channel to showcase that. But I'm going to play this. This is how close we were to the stage that they built in front. This was amazing. They had the Disneyland band. They had this. What would you call these guys? I want to give them the proper name.
Oh, the Dapper Dans.
The Dapper Dans. They had them there. Like I said, it was a whole media event, but it was open to the public as well. It wasn't like, oh, it's only news cameras and influencers and that's it. No, it was open for what, 200 people, probably.
I believe so. Yeah, there was only a small, like, intimate amount of people they could fit in there. Plus, because they also had all the camera equipment in there as well.
Yeah, they did. Okay. Here's Bob, Jesus. Josh tomorrow. And then I think I'm going to try to find a video, George, on your channel.
I think it's on mine because I think it was before he came on stage.
Okay, so as I'm playing this, George, if you want to find it on your YouTube, and then we'll share your screen.
Yeah, let me see if I can.
But
where did I?
But this is how close we were to the stage. This was pretty awesome. To see Tomorrow this close was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. I literally thought I was at D23.
Yeah, I almost felt like putting on my sunglasses because the glare from the sun and off his hair. It was like,
oh my gosh, it was crazy. It was crazy. But George, if you could find your video,
yeah, I'm gonna see if I could find. I think it would have to be further down because it was actually during the 70th. So
okay, so I'm actually gonna play the sound with Bob Iger coming on stage and speaking, because he does say some quotes from Walt Disney himself. So let me play that while George is trying to find the video.
Thank you very much, Josh, and good morning, everyone. Good morning. This is a happy day for the happiest place on earth, right? It is my distinct privilege to welcome you all to Disneyland on this very momentous occasion. It was on this day, in 1955, that Walt Disney opened the gates of Disneyland for the first time and introduced the world to this very special place. Now, 70 years later, Disneyland remains one of Walt's greatest achievements. A place where generations of people from all over the world have stepped through these gates and entered a world of joy and imagination. Now, Disneyland exists today because Walt possessed abundant courage, ambition, and vision. And he didn't just look around corners or peer into the future, he actually went there. And when he determined that he wanted to do something, he did it, often against all odds, defying skeptics and naysayers. Walt invented the modern theme park, and in just 1 year, Walt and his team turned what had been a patch of orange groves into a completely new entertainment experience. A new way to be entertained with family, friends, and loved ones, creating indelible memories and some of the most cherished moments in people's lives. I'm sure all of you have experienced that. A source of joy and inspiration to all the world, he said on opening day, and it's no wonder that this place is called the happiest place on earth. Everything you see and experience in the park today is a continuation of Walt's dream. And as Walt famously said, Disneyland will never be completed. It will continue to grow as long as there is imagination left in the world. And Walt's legacy is alive in every corner of every Disney park around the world. His story of perseverance and innovation continues to inspire people of all ages. And I'm certain you would be amazed at the scale, the reinvention, and the extent to which his dream became such a reality. But more than anything else, he'd be awestruck by the fact that almost 30 million guests go through the gates of this beloved Disneyland each year, and that 36,000 cast members are carrying out his vision of delivering one-of-a-kind, memorable experiences for people young and old, from all walks of life, and from all over the world. So now, on this occasion, we know that it would not be complete without some of our best Disney friends.
I love this part. This part was phenomenal.
Yeah.
You had to train with all the characters. This is up close to it. This was amazing. This was awesome.
Yeah, so that's really cool. And they had all like the cast members and up on the train.
I love that.
But I do have the video.
Okay. Man, I think we can send you real quick. Okay.
Great to see you here. And so to pay tribute to Walt and to all the dreamers who made this place possible, I'd like to echo a message from his powerful dedication on opening day 70 years ago. To all who come to this happy place, welcome. Disneyland is your land. Thank you all for being here this morning and enjoy your visit to the happiest place on earth.
So I do give Bob Iger a lot of credit because I loved that he mentioned quotes from Walt Disney's statements from opening day. I do love that, and I do respect that he did that, and he told that to everybody. That was awesome. But George, go ahead.
Yeah, so yeah, as long as they keep that tradition alive and keeping Walt alive, that's what they have to do, So we got Amusement Park Pirates in the house. Hello, Conductor and George. And he says, good evening to everyone. Welcome in. So I'm going to share my screen. So this is my vlog on Holo Gelato. So as you can see where my cursor is, here's Damaro and then here's Iger. So it happened shortly after. So just keep watching. So he's like talking to his people. And then he like turns and then he's just like, he starts looking into the crowd, just like looking and gazing to see all the people.
And that is where it happens right here.
And I'm like, I'm waving. I just keep on waving. Like I'm trying to get like his.
There it is. There it is. Magical moment. Oh my gosh. See that right there was absolutely awesome. I love that. That is a memory that you probably can never replicate ever again.
Oh, absolutely.
That's lightning in a bottle memory right there. That was awesome.
I was determined to get him to wave, just like how I was determined. I ran down Main Street to get a selfie with him. So.
And he actually did, because I literally was walking down Main Street because there was probably, oh my God, there was probably like 400 people running down Main Street, like speed walking. And I turn around and Abigail's right next to me. Then I'm like, where in the hell did George go? And then all of a sudden I see a crowd forming on one side of the Main Street. And I see Damaro and his ushers trying to usher him backstage, but he's trying to, say hi and take photos with, guests at Disneyland, which I thought was absolutely phenomenal. And
that's the funny thing. Like, I give Damaro a bunch of crap, and there are things that I am concerned that I hope he does well with the company. But as a person, I do really legitimately think he's a cool guy, Absolutely. And yeah, so it was funny at D23 day. I was actually sitting on the curb on Main Street, waiting for the cavalcade to come, because they were going to have a bunch of Disney legends and Imagineers and celebrities that were part of the cavalcade parade. So I wanted a good spot. So I'm sitting, I got my spot, and then I hear people yelling, Josh, and I look to the left, and there he was, and he's walking down Main Street, and I'm like, oh no, I'm not missing this. I want a selfie with him. So I get up from my spot, and just out of a quick reaction, I turned to the person who I was sitting next to, who I didn't even know. They didn't even know me. And I'm just like, hold my spot. And then I just hurry up and I booked on.
Oh my God. That's awesome though. I love that. See, that's the determination that I love. Lightning in a bottle moments like that you can never replicate with that individual. I absolutely love that. And then to answer one of the comments from Jacob Willard, we did talk about Pokemon coming to the Universal Parks. It's something that the domestic parks, both here in Hollywood and Orlando, will probably greatly benefit from, is having Pokemon in the parks, because it was announced the other day that it's going into Universal Japan, but also our version of Parks Chairman Mark Woodbury put out a statement saying that Pokemon's going to be in the Universal Parks worldwide. So
yes, absolutely. Completely agree. And Amusement Park Pirate says, I was there too, but like outside the park, it was packed in the Esplanade. Oh yeah, there were people that were just like waiting, that to get in. And luckily we were able to.
So,
and honestly, here's who I give credit to, is this guy right here. Because he got up at before the butt crack of dawn, and like it was nighttime, and he was like the second person. There was like one person ahead of him that they were literally standing by the closed gates of the resort. And let me tell you something about Conductor when you hang out with him in person. Us as people, when we walk, we could power walk.
Yeah.
My power walking could be 15 to 20 steps maybe every second.
Oh my God.
Conductor, literally, he elongates his walks. So
I do.
I can literally get to from point A to point B in 120 steps. He can get from point A to point B in about 30 steps. So he was like ahead of the crowd. And I tell you what, we got like right up there to the turnstiles where the gates are. And we were about, I don't know, I'd say maybe like 7th in line. And they
Yeah.
were only letting so many people in per row. And sure enough, that's when, Mademoiselle got in, Abby got in, I got in, and Conductor was right behind us. And they were saying like family or groups. And we're like, "Your family, come on, let's go. Let's go. Don't just stand there. Come on, go." And then the cast member let him get in. So like, yeah. So again, the credit goes to him because we probably would have been backed up in the Esplanade had he not secured our spot at like 3 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah. I was literally, like George says, I was literally there from 3 a.m. to 7, I think it was like 7:45 when they opened the gates and let everyone go to at least the security. And then they opened security like a couple minutes later, and then I booked it. I mean, I booked it. I was almost full sprint to the front gates, and it was totally worth it because, like you guys just saw from my video and George's video, we were right up front. We were feet away from Josh Tomorrow and Bob Iger, and that's something you'll never be able to replicate, as far as I know. And that was absolutely phenomenal. And it's funny because George tells me all the time too, there's a restaurant that I introduced him to, and Abigail, and good friends Mindy and her husband Brandon, and it's a restaurant in the Grand California. It's called the Hearthstone Lounge. And
yeah, that was probably the best thing that you could have introduced because that became my new crack. Like that was like I absolutely I love that restaurant. I've never heard of it. I never dined in it, but it is one of my favorite restaurants on the Disneyland property. It's in the Grand Cali, as Conductor said. I just love the atmosphere. We ate there for dinner for my birthday with all of us. And it was just, I love the menu, the food. Literally, me, Conductor, and Mademoiselle, we do it family style where I'll order something, Conductor will order something, Mademoiselle ordered something, and we just basically just kind of shared the food. And we just took our plates and took a little bit of each thing. We did it family style. But yeah, that's I absolutely love that restaurant. So Rudio says, at one point of this stream, is George going to perform a Sherman Brothers banger on that piano behind him?
I wish you could.
Yeah, I wish I could too. I wish I was like musically
talented,
but I'm musically challenged. So it's
musically challenged. Oh my gosh.
Let's see. Isn't that basically the Guardians of the Galaxy with Groot in the back?
Pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much. George, what's your temper like when you are close to enter the turnstiles and the family ahead of you can't load their tickets or have to take? Oh,
I'll tell you my point of view because I know George is going to go on a rant here. I absolutely hate it, and it drives me nuts, and it makes my head split open like an egg.
It's not rocket science.
See, here we go.
It literally is, and I don't know how hard it is that you take your ticket, you scan, you stand there in front of the camera, you press the button, and then that's it. Like I don't get. And then you have these people that like I don't get it. I don't understand like why it's, and it happens every single time. I always get in the line that the person right before they go into the turnstile, it's like they take like 15 to 20 minutes to try to figure out, oh, you don't have a reservation today. Oh, you have a start time at DCA, not at Disneyland. Oh, like you have to scan each individual ticket and then you have to have the person. It's like, oh my gosh, it drives me absolutely crazy.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh. I like Remy D's comment. He says, Josh tomorrow was lucky to meet the future co-CEO of Hollow Gelato. 100%.
There you go.
I think that's a badge of honor right there. That's what I think.
Amen.
Oh my gosh. See, this is the wild side that you guys barely see sprinkled down. I get the full version when I'm with him. Like, I mean, the
He really
uncut,
does. He gets the full effect.
yeah, the uncut, unrated version. That's what I get.
Yes, a Disney fan 99 says Hearthstone is so good. The vibes and drinks are top notch. And I love, as I said, I love the food. I'm sorry, I have to do it. I got to give it a.
Okay, and just so you know, going forward, because obviously we're going to try a whole bunch of foods at Walt Disney World and Universal Orlando. If at any point, I'm being honest with you, I mean no disrespect here, but at any point, if you watch George's food reviews at any point and you see him doing that, it's not a tick that he has. It actually means that he really enjoys the food. So just keep that in mind.
Yes, I do my praise and worship Baptist church, kind of like, oh, this food is really good. Hudson Thomas, I assume you're talking about like the ticket thing. Tell that to my mom. Now, let me ask you this: is your mom privy to going to the parks? Like, is it something? See, here's the thing. I do have patience for the people that it's not their everyday thing, that like they go once in a while and it's like they're new to it. I completely understand. I'm more so talking about the locals that go 4 to 5 times a week and they still can't get they can't get the understanding.
Yeah, no, 100%.
So Conductor is going to dip out
Step away
really quick.
just for a quick second, guys. I'll be right back. Quick minute.
So while we are waiting for Conductor to come back, I'm not going to start any new topic. I'm going to wait for him. But okay, so Hudson Thomas. So when you say yeah, does that mean she's not too privy? Okay, let's see. We went every year for vacationing growing up, but that wouldn't matter. Okay, so she's like one of the people where you can go like every year on vacation. And here's the thing, there are people that are just, see, there's also a difference too where people just aren't tech savvy. Now that's also a thing too. There are people that just like, no matter how hard they try to get it on the phone. It's like, I don't understand these buttons. I don't understand these apps. I completely understand. It's just more so people that like know the system, that are on the apps. It's just like, and John, make it rain, you say 4 to 5 days a week is a lot. Actually, technically, well, right now I did cut back a little bit, but that's technically my norm with Disneyland, because I utilize my Magic Key a lot, and this is my right now this is my full-time job as a YouTuber and content creator. I worked 2 jobs prior to this, and I was able to, have, savings and everything to kind of get me by while I built this YouTube channel up. So, and I'm also blessed with with Abby, who's very supportive of me, and she's part of this journey with me. As I said, she's the hollow to my gelato. So, and yes, Peter, yes. If George has 2 Magic Keys, does he go 8 to 10 days a week? So yeah, actually, as Peter said, I do have 2 Magic Keys. And now actually Abby has 2 Magic Keys. We both have Believe and we both have Inspire. So we literally have 12 reservations. And how I end up doing that is I usually book my reservations for the whole month. So that way I am covered. I don't have to worry about. So if there's like an event going on, if there's something that I need to go to the parks to record, I literally plan out my Disney days like a whole month in advance. So I'll literally use my 6, for Believe, book for April, and then my 6 for Inspire. I book for May. So, and then I just keep rotating. Let's see. Going in April to Orlando, is it easier to park outside or inside the park? I'm assuming you mean, Jacob, like the Magic Kingdom parking lot and everything. My personal opinion, I always like to, I mean, if you're a local, I guess you would use your car, your vehicle. Going on vacation, I always love doing the Disney bubble, where literally I have Disney take me everywhere with their transportation, because I don't like to deal with like the parking lot situation and the transportation and ticket center and everything. It's a nightmare, especially at Magic Kingdom. Um, but I think, yeah, I mean, if you're parking, like more so park, like depending on like where you're going, park in that designated parking lot.
Absolutely. And I wanna ask you, George, because this is one of the topics for all the topics we're talking about, because I mentioned it early on, and I think it was like within the first 2 hours of this amazing live stream. And again, I want to thank everybody for tuning into this all day live stream, first of its kind, and having an amazing co-host, George from Hollow Gelato. But George, I want to ask you, since I mentioned it early on, about the Disney cruise, because you're a veteran as a Disney cruise liner guest. Again, it's going to be my first time in 2027 going on any Disney cruise, but in this case, I'm going to be enjoying the Disney Treasure with you and Abigail. For someone like myself that has never been on a Disney cruise, but has been on cruises in general from Royal Caribbean and Carnival, what can I expect from a Disney cruise that kind of shares the same qualities as if I was at a Disney park?
So how I like to look at Disney Cruise Line is you get the magic of Disney, you add that splash of water, but this is actually where it feels like a vacation.
Sure.
You automatically say, I'm going on a Disney vacation, I'm going to Walt Disney World, I'm going to Disneyland. But it's still at times stressful with the hustle and bustle of the theme parks. You have to deal with the reservation systems, you have to deal with Lightning Lane, you have to deal with crowds, you have to do, with like managing, dining and attractions and everything. It's more time management. Where with a Disney Cruise Line, you get that specialty Disney qualified service, but it's more chill, it's more relaxing. You get to actually like relax on vacation, even though there's stuff to do on the ship. The point is you don't want to run around and like, oh, I have to do this, I have to do it. It's like, pace yourself, because
Absolutely.
the ship is going with you, it's not going anywhere.
No,
that's the beauty part of it. Your vacation is moving along with you.
absolutely. And one of the things I think we're gonna one of the stops we're going to be making on the Disney Treasure, if my mind serves me correctly, because again, alongside planning the Walt Disney World trip towards the tail end, I think I got with George and I told him about the Disney cruise idea with Tropical America's opening sometime in 2027, hopefully around April or May or even June.
Speaking of which, and I'm glad, because I didn't even get to talk to you about that, because we talked about it on the phone and I didn't get a chance to talk to you. So might as well do it live. Why not? So they did not open the June 2027 yet. It only goes to May. So that's good, because we're ahead of the game. Because I'm going to keep an eye on that, because if we do decide to go in June, I want to try to lock that in sooner, because the sooner you lock in your stateroom, that's the cheapest that you get.
Perfect.
And with me being a Platinum Castaway Club member on the Disney Cruise Line, I'm one step away. Well, not one step away, but I'm one tier away from being Pearl. So it goes silver, gold, platinum, pearl. So I'm in the platinum stage right now. So I'll be able to, Pearl will be able to book rooms first, and then it'll be the platinums, and then the gold, and then the silver, and then the general.
Gotcha.
So I'm second to the first when I can book at the earliest. So that's when it'll be at its cheapest.
Absolutely. And I can't wait for that by far. But one of the stops before we get to the comments, because I know there's several people that commented, was one of the stops we're going to be making, if my mind serves me correctly, for the Disney Treasure. Because our game plan for everyone watching, our game plan is going to be we stay at Walt Disney World somewhere. And I talked to George about maybe doing a Disney villa at one of the hotels where it's a 2-bedroom villa for a week. And I told George, I said, well, I make a mean, awesome, amazing chili. He makes great Italian food. And I also make this new recipe I kind of concocted from buying 2 food items at Costco. So I'll definitely make that as well. But we're going to be staying at Walt Disney World for a week to go experience Tropical Americas, hopefully Monsters Land, and anything else they opened up, like the new Muppets roller coaster that's taken over Aerosmith Rock and Roller Coaster, and other things as well. But when we're on the cruise, one of the stops we're going to be making is at Castaway Cay, which I know you love that, and you actually have a little bit of history at Castaway Cay, because actually before you rebranded to Hollow Gelato, you actually were called, what was your YouTube name? I can't remember.
So actually, yeah, I went through several different aliases.
You did.
I remember when I first started out in my early days, the good old days, the olden days. I was Disney Family Man 23.
Yes.
And then I became Citrico Central. And then from Citrico Central, that's when I was always known as the Italiano.
Oh yeah.
So let me rephrase that. So I was Disney Family Man 23, and then I became the Disney Italiano. But as the Disney Italiano, I created the channel for Citrico Central. And then Citrico Central became Hollow Gelato, with me still being the Disney Italiano. I know I just completely bamboozled you folks. Now you know how I feel when I try to do Common Core math.
Exactly. It's the reason why I bring up Castaway Cay and Citrico Central, which was your channel name before you rebranded to Hollow Gelato, is because when you look at Citrico Central, his logo that George had, it showed just like what he's wearing right now, the button-down shirt, but it showed like chest hair. And it's funny because
the logo for Citrico Central, I was I was shirtless.
Well, that's what I mean. Like it was a memory that kind of formed into your logo for your
YouTube. Absolutely. Yeah. So definitely my logo for Citrico Central was a graphic artist illustrated it to be more animated. But it is actually from a real life photo, which I still have, of me on Castaway Cay on the island with my Bahama mama. Just so you know, folks, that's a drink.
Oh my gosh. But I love that story. I love that story.
Thank you. And Radio says, George, you forgot another nickname, cruise ship wrestling champion.
There you go.
There you go. And then I'm going to come up here really quick because I still want to stay on the topic of the cruise line, because we do have some topics. But wait, where'd it go?
I would start with Mademoiselle and then work your way down.
That's where I'm trying to. That's exactly I was trying to. Oh, there we go. Yeah. So she said, Mademoiselle says, "You're still alive." Yes, I am, but I can't say the same for my ass. Like it is like completely like numbed.
Hey, that's why I'm standing up. People are probably like, "What the hell happened to the Conductor?"
I kind of figured you were standing, and I probably thought like you're giving like your butt and your legs some.
I am. because part of my desk is actually a electronic button raise desk, so I can lower it or raise it. So that's what I'm doing. That's why it kind of looks a little weird in the background. It looks taller than what it was when I was sitting. But go ahead, George.
Oh, okay. So Animaniac 2122, welcome in, by the way. What's the cheapest but decent place to stay at when going to Walt Disney World? Great question. I like to stay at one of the value resorts, to be honest with you. I know that they may seem like low key on the totem pole, but I still enjoy them. You know, you have the all-star movies, you have the all-star music, and you have the all-star sports. Now, I highly recommend don't staying at the all-star sports unless you actually have to, because you get a lot of actual cheer teams and sports teams from schools that are traveling and everything. They stay at all-star sports, and it's like very chaotic and noisy and everything. So I would recommend don't stay at all-star sports. Go for music or movies. Also, another great value hotel would be Disney's Pop Century Resort. It's a little bit more pricier than the All-Stars, but it's still in decent price. And you have adjacent the Disney Skyliner that you can utilize to go to either Disney's Caribbean Beach Resort, Disney's Riviera Resort, you know, the Epcot area where you have the Yacht and Beach Club Resort, the Boardwalk Resort that leads into Epcot, and then also Hollywood Studios. So, I mean, you're pretty much adjacent to all those specific areas. And that also works for the Disney's Art of Animation Resort. Also, to what Conductor was saying, for a 2-bedroom suite or villa, one of my favorite suite and villas is Disney Saratoga Springs Resort. It's still great in quality, but it's more on the lower totem pole with price. Still going to be pricey, but it's better than some of those higher end ones. And if you stay at Disney Saratoga Springs Resort, it's walkable to Disney Springs.
Absolutely. But
and
yeah.
Then, really quick. Disney Fan 99 says, are you going to watch any Walt Disney World or Florida bloggers to prep for your trip? I enjoy watching the Florida vloggers, Paging Mr. Morrow, Super Enthused, Tim Tracker. But I just enjoy watching them. I personally, not to toot my own horn, I really don't need to watch them to prep for anything, because I basically, as I said, 35 plus times at Walt Disney World, I'm pretty much good to go.
Absolutely. So that's why I said early on, I'm very blessed and happy that I'm going with George, because he knows his way around the parks out there with his eyes closed, basically. So I have no concern whatsoever that I'm going to need help navigating anything, because George will be right there to help out.
Absolutely. And they got him and Tommy got 2 in 1. Not only did they have a travel advisor and a travel agent, but they're also going to get a personal VIP tour guide.
Pretty much.
So, yep. I'm a like a Swiss pocket knife thingamabobby. I'm in a Rubik's Cube with pants. So, so Xtina's Fighter 2000. We need an adults only Disney cruise like Pleasure Island at sea. I'd never been. And Remy D says Disney adult cruise. And and then Peter said Disney adult cruise with George. Oh dear God, he's going to be crowd surfing the pool deck and atrium. Oh, you know it. It. I would absolutely love an adult only Disney cruise, and I know people would say, well, it's taking away from families and kids and everything, but you have all the other cruises, for them. And that's a common misconception about Disney Cruise Line. And every time someone asks me and they say, do you have to have kids? Do you have to take your family? Absolutely not. I've done a couple. Me and Abby did a cruise on Disney Cruise Line. I did a family cruise with me, my son, and now ex-wife. We did a family cruise. I've done a solo Disney cruise where I went by myself. I did a friend's Disney cruise. So there are multitude of areas that you can basically fill in the gaps depending on what kind of Disney cruise that you take.
Absolutely. And that's
Oh,
something. Oh, go ahead.
I'm so very sorry not to cut you off. But yeah, to answer your question that you asked me before, which I didn't get to add, and Remy D just reminded me, I like for a Disney cruise, you get free fountain drinks without paying for the extra package. That is big when it comes to dividing Disney Cruise Line with Royal Caribbean and Norwegian. Is you pay less upfront, but you're then paying for it once you're on the cruise. They nickel and dime you. You have to pay for your sodas. You have to pay for the. No, it's a little bit pricey up front for Disney, but you know what? When you get on board, aside from alcohol and specialty treats, which is pretty, I think, reasonable, but everything else, the soft serve ice cream, the fountain drinks, your quick service meals, the buffet, the sit down dinners, it's all included.
Well, see, not to get off the Disney Cruise Line subject, because again, we have a lot more information we're going to discuss about that. But that's why I also give kudos to George, because as we were trying to plan out the Walt Disney World trip in 2025 all year long, communicating back and forth and whatnot, one of the brilliant ideas that George came up with that the Walt Disney World Resort offers is the dining plan. Again, it fits that subject criteria where you pay more up front, but then when you're there, you don't have to worry about it as much. And George, if you want to explain that a little bit more, that'd be awesome for anyone that doesn't know.
Yeah, absolutely. So with the dining plan, now Disney used to have 3 tiers of the dining plan. They used to have the quick service dining plan, the general dining plan, and the what was it called? It was the higher tier dining plan. It was the higher tier dining plan, but there was a word for it. I can't remember what it was. They don't have that higher tier dining plan anymore. It's just the dining plan or the quick service. The quick service is basically what it says. You just get your quick service meals per person per day. The regular dining, you get a sit down, a quick service. I think also the quick service has a snack. So it's a quick service and a snack per person per day. And I believe you also get your free mug. But the regular dining, you get 1 sit down, 1 quick service, 1 snack per person per day, and you get your free refillable resort mug, which Abby and I really utilize big time. You save a lot on spending on fountain drinks, big time, because literally you could just go to your resort and refill your mug with a Coke, a lemonade, a Powerade, whatever, tea, coffee, whatever you want to put in it. So anyway, I brought it up to the guys because I thought it may be beneficial since it's going to be their first time.
Sure.
And we're going to be there for 2 weeks, that you don't have to budget. You don't have to say, okay, well, how much is in my account? How much do I spend? Because when you go to a restaurant with a dining plan, and I think this is where I got, because Tommy was a little bit, he wasn't too sure about it. He was on the fence. And I explained, and I think this is where Tommy got hooked on it. And I think this is the best analogy I can give to anyone who is maybe a little bit apprehensive about doing the dining plan. Because I get it. It's, you think that, okay, maybe if I spend too much up front, am I really going to eat all that food? I also say it depends on how long of a length of stay you're staying. So being that we're going to be there 2 weeks, I think it was legit to possibly bring it up. So anyway, I explained to Tommy and Conductor, I said, look at it of how it would go this way. If you were to go to a restaurant and you're on a budget plan and you're like, I really want that prime rib, but that prime rib is $65. It's like, oh man, okay, I'll settle just for the New York strip for $48 or $30 or what have you. With the dining plan, it doesn't matter what the price is for what meal you want. You can get a $65 prime rib. You can get a $30 T-bone steak. it's all going to count towards your sit down dining meal, and that even counts for the buffets. Like we're going to go to Ohana's at the Polynesian. That's going to count for. I think now there are some places that take 2 table service restaurants, which we're okay with that because we have enough of them. I think Ohana's is one of them, unless they changed it. And we're also going to dine at California Grill. That one I do know that takes 2 sit-down meals. Now, there are some restaurants that do not take the dining, which, again, I made it aware of the guys, but they both said they're okay with it. Space 220 does not do the dining plan. And I asked them, are you guys sure? I booked the reservation, but it doesn't mean we have to keep it. They said, no, we want to experience it. We're fine with it. And I was like, okay, cool. We'll keep it. Now, again, if they change their mind when we're down there, I have no problem with canceling it. Also, too, the bar lounge areas like Geo 82 at Epcot, Beacon Barrel at Magic Kingdom is just like Oga's Cantina. They don't count towards the dining plan just because they're bar lounges. They're not like a full service kind of thing. But as I said, in your hotel, when you're at the food court, get your quick service, get your snack. Each night you get that. You can, and you don't have to say there's maybe one night that you may not be wanting a quick service and you want to double up a night. You can use 2 quick services for one night. You know, you can switch it up. So that's why I highly recommended the dining plan for them, especially since it's going to be their first time. So
no, absolutely, absolutely the point. That I love this idea because how George just explained it, in the long run, while we're down there, it's less that we, and I don't mean this as a negative way, but it's less that we have to focus on our wallet, and it's more time we can spend enjoying the atmosphere and spending time at theme parks out there that we've never been to, me and Tommy, and hanging out with George and Abigail. I think by doing the dining plan, by adding the dining plan, like George just broke down for all of us for the package before we even get on a plane to fly out there, is amazing because that's just one less hassle you have to deal with. And
absolutely. Okay, I have to just stop for a second. Wow, this is like a blast from the past. Hudson Thomas. Wow, like that is some dedication right there that you actually remember my old spiel with that sweet juicy, but sometimes sticky Disney news and info.
I love that.
Wow, like that just that blew my mind there for a second. That is amazing. That is, and see again, it's moments like that where it makes me feel really good as a content creator that you guys listen and pay attention and invest yourself and time into what we're doing. That you literally just said my slogan, my tagline that I used to say. Like that is awesome. That is, I'm very humbled by that. So thank you, Hudson. I greatly appreciate it.
Definitely. But was there any more information you want to add about the cruise line, or?
So yeah, I think as far as for the cruise line goes, I'm very excited to see the fleet keeps on growing, and it's growing in extensive like amount of rate. Like it just keeps going. They literally just opened, or not opened, but set sailed on the Destiny. The Treasure was shortly before that. They're going to be having Japan's going to be getting their own Disney cruise ship, and it's going to be paid by OLC. Disney is not putting a dime to this cruise ship. So if we know how the Tokyo Disney parks are, I can't imagine what a Tokyo Disney cruise ship is going to be.
Oh, dude, it's going to be phenomenal.
And the Disney Adventure, literally, will be leaving Port Canaveral, Florida. It actually will be making its way out here to, I believe, in San Diego for a stop, but it's media invite only, unfortunately. I wish that we were able to cover that. Maybe one day. One day, you know, you never know. But then the Disney Adventure will be sailing out of Singapore. Till hopefully maybe in time that they'll make way to different locations. And then after that, they're going to add 4 more cruise ships to the fleet, which is going to bring the grand total to 13 ships by, I believe, 2031.
God, that's crazy.
And I actually, as a D23 prediction, I can almost guarantee that one of the 4 ships is going to be announced at D23. We're going to get the name of the ship.
I think so. That's a pretty solid prediction because I think it will happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Mademoiselle says, yes, I miss George's end line. I'm going to have to maybe try to get it in there somewhere. That's what she said. But anyway, I'll have to I'll have to try to like fit it in with the hollow gelato. I'll think of something how I could fit it in there.
Oh
and Fanny Bat says dining plan sounds like a good plan. I think for us in our case, it definitely was the right route to go.
No, absolutely. There's
And
one.
then, sorry, you were saying something?
Oh no, there was one subject I want to touch upon. It's kind of a medium-sized topic, but I know also someone, I think it was John, mentioned about Universal UK.
That's actually, I was just going to click on that. Yep.
Okay, so let's actually talk about that for a second.
Okay, just don't lose your topic that you wanted to discuss.
Oh, I already know what it is. It's so controversial. How can I forget it?
Oh, okay, then perfect.
No, but the Universal UK park, this is an interesting park. The reason why I bring that up is because what they want to incorporate into that land. And George, I don't know if there's any way you could pull up a picture of the concept art and put it on the screen, but if you're able to, if you find it, that would be great. But one of the lands that I'm hoping they bring for this UK park, and I think Universal is the best theme park company alongside all the other toes they dabble into, like media, television, so on, is a iconic IP that has been around for 50 plus years, that has been just a staple of the spy world. And George knows where I'm going with this, a James Bond land. I think if any theme park company would be able to pull that off, it would be Universal. And what a great homage it would be to have a representation of James Bond in a theme park. It would be a phenomenal.
I agree. I definitely agree.
But some of the other things we saw from this concept art, it looks like they might be dabbing in that. They might be bringing a land, or at least a attraction of Back to the Future. Perfect. Is there any way to blow that up?
Let me see. That's what I was trying to do. I thought there was one that like it went bigger, but let me see.
It looks like you could click on it. I don't know. Oh, there we go. That'll work.
Will that work?
Yeah, that's perfect. Okay. So when you look at it, I'm not sure what area will be what, but one thing I could tell you that's almost a dead giveaway is the top middle of the screen here. That looks like Waterworld. Does that not? Yeah. Move your cursor up to right. Oh,
come on. There we go.
There, right there. That almost looks like Waterworld to me. Does that not?
I'm wondering if that you had mentioned about James Bond. I wonder if that's going to be like sort of something like uh Waterworld, but like a James Bond stunt
Stunt
show.
show? That'd be amazing. That'd be awesome, actually. I would not be opposed to that at all. Because I think I honestly think Universal building a park in the UK is phenomenal. And I'm very happy that Universal's expanding. But one thing I would like to see in this park compared to other Universal parks around the world is really tie into the UK IP genre and incorporate it into this park. I think
Yes.
it would be an absolute amazing opportunity.
Yeah,
And like,
I want to see like originality and like a
yeah,
different look of what would fit for the UK, like James Bond, like 007, like Lord of the Rings. As much as I mean, I would love to see Lord of the Rings out here somewhere. But I think honestly, if there's any place for them to do it, it's going to be at the UK park, which I'm wondering, and that's what I was trying to figure out too. I'm trying to figure out like because they never confirmed what. Do you think this is Lord of the Rings right here? Because
where
don't it look like right here? Doesn't
Hmm.
it look kind of like a shire?
It almost does, but I can't tell 100%. But it kind of does. It's very vague. Like, I mean, extremely vague. It almost could be that, or it could be Harry Potter.
That's true too. I mean, they're definitely going to add Harry Potter. That
Oh, yeah.
there's no given take on that one.
No.
And then this over here looks more like a wild but mild kind of like roller coaster.
Yeah. I'm trying to think what that IP would
But
be.
look, if you look over here, see these houses? So they're
Yes.
basically like facades, like backdrop. So maybe do you think like Minions, Despicable Me?
I think Despicable Me is an option. I think Kung Fu Panda could be another one. I'm trying to think. They have a lot of IPs that could fit that type of theming. You got Trolls, you got what else? What else could you put there that's kind of animation for Universal that I'm not thinking of that fits that genre?
Shrek?
Maybe Shrek. But I don't know. This is a state of the art roller coaster. It looks like it almost looks like a single rail roller coaster. So I'm kind of unsure what that IP might be. Or maybe it could be pets.
Secret Life of Pets. Yeah, because of the neighborhood kind of
Yeah.
look to it. Yeah, that's a possibility. I'm trying to see if there's
Now, right there, that building that you
Do you
just
think it
were
could be
showing,
do you think it could be SpongeBob?
it could be SpongeBob, but I'm not 100% sure. But one thing I could tell you from just looking at that picture right there of that building, that screams to me Pets, Secret Life of Pets at Universal Hollywood because of the facade. Either
Yeah.
that or Despicable Me.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking either Despicable Me with Minions or Secret Life of Pets.
That's what that building kind of looks like.
And then I was over here before this very long green roller coaster because look, it starts over here,
Yeah.
but look, it runs like
Oh, it's massive.
look, it
Holy
runs like all the way over to here.
Wow. I wonder what that could be. I wonder if
Look, I
that's
was trying to
Shrek
like
monster.
make out like what the ride vehicle is, but I mean they have it too blurry to even make it out. But
I wonder if you go back to that area real quick. I want to see what's surrounding that. I don't know.
oh, you know what? I wonder, could this be a Jurassic Park roller coaster?
It could, or it
Because
could
look
be.
at the building. Look at the building right next to it, like with the dome.
Yeah, yeah. That kind of Interesting. That might be possible. That whole area might be Jurassic Park or Jurassic World. I never thought about that. Interesting.
Yeah, because that's the only thing that I could think of, like with the top of the dome, like that. That's literally, it's like adjacent to this roller coaster.
But that's if you I don't know if you're able to zoom out real quick to just get a bigger scope of what that area looks like. And sorry, I probably messed you up, but if you look at it, that's a massive chunk of that park just
Yeah.
for one IP. That's
It
humongous.
is. It is, unless this green coaster really doesn't have anything to do with that building. I think this building right here, no matter what, I think is Jurassic Park or World.
Crazy. And then
But what is that? Oh, where the hell
What?
did I go? This
What?
thing. What is this?
I almost want to say that's part of Jurassic Park.
Oh, okay. So it could be like a little play area kind of thing.
Probably. It probably is. And then I just want to address 2 comments in the chat. Shout out to Mound Lizelle for gifting 5 Hollow Gelato memberships. Thank you
Oh, wow.
very much for doing that.
Thank you so much, Mademoiselle. And thank you, Conductor, for keeping an eye on that, because while I'm working the map, I can't like see the full screen, so I greatly appreciate it.
Oh, no worries. And then we got Hidden Geek Village again, great supporter of Theme Park Conductor and Hollow Gelato. He asks, "How are you 2 feeling? Anyone sleepy?" Also, I'm going to do going to that park as soon as it opens. I'm feeling fine. Me and George, you will, if you haven't figured it out by now, me and him are like 2 chatty Cathys. That's why we've been able to go 8 hours and not feel tired, or at least I don't feel tired. But
I think I'm doing pretty good. But Hidden Geek Village, thank you for checking in on us. Asking like how we're doing and everything. So yeah, we greatly appreciate it.
Absolutely.
And then we also have Lene Ward in the house. Welcome in, Lene. I'm so glad. I was hoping that you or Mark or both of you would be great. But at least maybe one of you could have made the marathon live. So I'm so glad you were able to join in.
Absolutely.
I want to try to hit Universal Great Britain's opening too. I'm for sure you probably will, Peter. I mean, you have that kind of like
world travel,
sort of like Jason Hill, that kind of thing, like where you just kind of like go, I want to have that. I do have my passport, so like you never know. Maybe when it opens. That's why I kind of was like tying into and Mademoiselle gifted 5 memberships to Theme Park Conductor.
Mademoiselle, I have to say, you've been extremely generous throughout this entire all-day live stream marathon. Big shout out to Mademoiselle. She is so awesome to be friends with, to hang out in the parks, and just a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful supporter of Hollow Gelato and Theme Park Conductor. Thank you so very much, Madame Lizelle, for both Hollow Gelato and Theme Park Conductor gifted memberships.
Absolutely.
But I want to.
What I was saying was, and that's why when I was talking to Conductor about wanting to go out to Disneyland Paris, which eventually I do. I want to. I want to wait for The Lion King to open. I want to wait for the other parts of Adventure World to be opened. And that way, while we're already over there in Europe, I figured, kind of kill 2 birds with 1 stone. And do Disneyland Paris and Disney Universal UK.
You know what? That would actually be the perfect opportunity, and I'm extremely sorry for whoever it was that posted in the comments. George, I don't know if you remember, but they said, "Are you ever going to do a train ride? Since you're called Theme Park Conductor, and board a train and stay in one of the staterooms and travel across the world That would be a perfect opportunity to go from Disneyland Paris and ride a train to the
Yeah.
UK.
Our good mutual friend Kev strongly suggested, and I'm going to kind of go through him and Peter because they kind of know their way around. That yeah, I definitely want to do a train. Actually, a train is the only form of transportation I have not yet taken.
Interesting.
So I definitely want to do that, and I think it's beneficial for us to do that, especially getting a run from one place to the other. But Mademoiselle says, you guys are doing a marathon live. It's amazing. Keep it up, fellas. Well, thank you so much, Mademoiselle. And again, thank you so much for both gifting our channels with memberships. And Lene says, Mark is jumping on the stream. He was in the bath. And Mark, welcome in, and it says, hey, thank you so much for the membership. How do you like that? You get out of the bathtub, you jump on a stream, and you got a free membership. I mean, come on. Like,
dang.
That is like...
That's the dream right there.
And Lene Ward says, ooh, Europe. Yeah, like that's definitely... that is definitely something. Oh, you got something, Mr. Conductor.
I did. I tell you, Hen Geek Village, Mount Lizelle, you guys have been an absolute fantastic supporter of Theme Park Conductor, and I cannot be any more grateful than I am to have both of you following me on YouTube and my socials. Amazing. But
well, this is your super chat, so you take the question.
All right, I'll take the question. Hen Geek Village says, what is Disney Adventure World? Is it a new park? And George, you can help me collab on this question. Mm-hmm. I think Disney Adventure World is going to be the new addition to Disneyland Paris with Frozen and some other stuff, if you can extend on that.
Absolutely. So the Disneyland Paris Resort currently has 2 theme parks. It is Disneyland Park and the Walt Disney Studios Park. For many years, the Walt Disney Studios Park has been needing a lot of help. So what Disney decided to do was, after the fact, Disney kind of took over majority of the rights to Disneyland Paris. They decided to revamp the Walt Disney Studios Park, hence changing it to Disney Adventure World. So it is a theme park, and technically it is kind of a new park, but it's just revamping from the Walt Disney Studios Park to Disney Adventure World. As Conductor said, they're adding Frozen, they're adding The Lion King, they're adding new like a Tangled spinner ride, they're adding swings that are going to be themed to Pixar's Up. So yeah, there's a whole new array of attractions and things to do. The park is basically going to be unrecognizable, but in a good way. Yeah, because it really needs it.
And one of the things that we're going to see, because Adventure World is going to open up in March. Obviously, the Lion King attraction is being constructed, or going to at least start construction extremely soon and go vertical. Is when we've seen pictures and video clips from WDI and their Walt Disney's social media accounts. The one thing I love about the world of Frozen, just aesthetically breathtaking on how it looks. It's going to have a lot to offer. I love the world of Arendelle. I love Arendell's castle. It looks beautiful. The lagoon, which is going to offer a kind of entertainment show. And then to top it all off, you're going to have an Olaf walk around animatronic character greeting guests.
That's going to be really cool. I hope in time with Galaxy's Edge we get something like that with Yoda.
That'd be dope.
Like that's what I would love. John Make It Rain asks, hello Gelato, have you been on a blimp yet? I have been on a blimp. I was very young when I was on a blimp, so I have very faint memories of it, but I know that I was on one. I also was on a helicopter. Now, the thing with a helicopter is that kind of gets your palms sweating a little bit, sort of like how I am on the Pixar Palaron, the swinging gondola, because a helicopter is very unstable. It rocks and moves. It's not very stable like an airplane. So,
Um, okay, so let me further clarify something. When he mentions Pixar Pal Around, George cracks me up because I kid you not, this guy. So we're sitting there, we get on the Pixar Pal Around. It's just me and him, and two other ladies with us because Abigail didn't want to go on it, and I understand heights is not for everybody. I don't.
oh yeah,
even
she did not hesitate. She was like, "Oh hell no, you
Yeah.
two go ahead, have fun."
Yeah, exactly. And I don't like heights either, but I'm doing it for content purposes because actually we got the inspiration from David from Fresh Baked. So I told George, okay, let's go on it. And we went on the non-swinging one through the screened in wired fencing, basically the cage to enclose you in to the sit down area, the cage as I call it. And George kept saying, as we're going higher and higher, right? George kept saying, I hate this goddamn freaking fence thing. I wish they didn't even have one. And it was just a bucket, or I wish there was netting here. And literally every time he mentioned something like that, it was driving me nuts because my anxiety was getting so bad because I hate heights unless I'm like secured in a restraint system. I was literally shaking as I'm trying to, zoom in on the backstage for Coco and trying to zoom in and not impede on the two ladies that were with us in the Sky Bucket, but I'm trying to zoom into Avengers Campus and George is mentioning these stuff, trying to be a funny guy. And I'm like, damn it. And you'll hear it on his video. I say, damn it, George, quiet. I don't want to hear that. Stop. Because my anxiety was getting out of control.
But it really was. Like, I'm trying to like get the footage that I need, and it wouldn't focus because the fence barrier thing that's on the gondola was in my way. Like, it would have been so much more of a convenience if they had nothing there. Like,
oh my gosh. It was funny though. It was a great time though.
oh yeah, so. It really was. And luckily we were on the non-swinging, so that
yeah, thank God. I wouldn't passed out if we were on the swinging one. Good God.
So Lene Ward says, which did I cuss more on, Mark? She was asking, the Death Wheel or Goofy's for Goofy's Sky Skull. So
we'll see what Mark says.
Yes, I'm very curious. Mark, let us know. Was it Goofy's or was it the Pixar Palaron? Giant Peter says, how rude of the fences. Absolutely. Like,
exactly.
I mean they're very inconvenient. Like, it's
so Hudson actually, well, let's answer this one first since you brought it up. Lene Ward says, I was in another chat for this video, so he couldn't find the comment. Gotcha.
Yeah. There's several outlets of watching this live stream. So if you're both on different ones, then yeah, you won't be able to see.
Okay. He responded. He said, Goofy Sky School for sure. I thought we were going to be escorted off the property.
Oh gosh. And Lene, I assume that you had the right to remain silent, but you didn't have the ability.
No, exactly. And George, didn't you go on Goofy Sky School with Mark and Tones?
I did. Yes. That was interesting because I had to make sure that I did that with them.
Yeah.
Because they despise that ride. And I'm not saying this as shade because they would agree with me. They're big guys. They're pretty big. And you're getting this tight, compacted vehicle that you can't and then they have this thing that's in the center of the seat.
Yeah.
Does Disney not know what men have down there?
I guess not.
Like, apparently not, because we all walk out with division signs. So that was, I mean, I think of how I was speaking tongues for the D23 tickets. that was Tones on Goofy Sky School.
Oh my God. Yeah, that was funny to watch because we were I think it was me, Madam Lizelle, and Orange Grove 55. Was he with you or with us?
For
Goofy Sky School.
no, he actually went on with us. So it was me, him, Candid, and Tones.
Okay, so me, Madam Lizelle, I think was Tommy with us? Yeah, Tommy was with us, wasn't he?
I don't really know. Honestly, once we got into the park, everyone just like dispersed, like
I-
in different directions. So it
Oh,
was like,
yeah.
I
You-
think, no, I thought Tommy was over at Disneyland.
He was at Disneyland because he didn't have a park hopper. So it was me, Madam Lizelle, and like 2 other people. I remember it was a full thing. I don't know who else was with us, but me and Madam Lizelle are looking back because George, OG, Tones, and Mark are behind us. And all we hear is Tones. If it wasn't Tones, it was Mark cussing up a storm. Just like
I think it was
Mark.
both of them.
Oh yeah, I think just as the same as Mark McHugh and Lene Ward were doing on Goofy Sky. Because I have to tell you, some of the turns on Goofy Sky School, if it, like literally, if you're not feeling good, I do not recommend that ride because it is rough. Like I
Mhm.
mean, whipping around corners and it whips around. It's not gentle. It's
Mhm.
rough. Yeah, I mean it. It's
Yeah,
not good.
it's not a meow, it's a rough. So
Pretty much.
uh
God.
so Lene Ward says, I don't remember it at all. All I remember is Mark apologizing to the people behind us.
Oh God. Oh Lord. I don't blame him either.
I hear the Crush coaster in Paris Studios is also rough. I'm very curious about that ride. I do want to try Crush's coaster. I know Kev actually enjoys the ride. I don't know. It kind of has like sort of like how the Curse of the Werewolf does, where the vehicle rotates as you go on the coaster. So I'm very curious. Peter, have you done Crush's coaster?
Comment down.
There we go. He just answered it.
Down.
In all caps, I freaking love Crush's coaster.
There you go. That's confirmation right there. And then I want to just address the comment that Hudson made. So he said if they get a Gordon Ramsay restaurant, Conductor's booking Universal Britain. Oh, you better believe it, because I mentioned it on the live stream I did with Tommy Toon World, OG, Cannon Camper, and Cap the Magic last night. And then when I did a video with OG about This Week in Disney series, and we were reviewing, David from Fresh Baked actually showed us the building where they kind of had the building semi done with Gordon Ramsay, the Carnaby logo, or the signage on the building, because Gordon Ramsay was there with media, I think the day before or something, or a couple days before David filmed that video, and he was promoting his new restaurant. And I can promise you, when me and George eventually, when we make our way to Universal Great Britain and Disneyland Paris, if we have time, and London is not too far from this park, I could promise you I am going to try one of Gordon's restaurants. I'm going to make that an effort.
Yeah, I am actually too. That's actually on my overall things to do bucket list. I always wanted to dine in a Gordon Ramsay, like official Gordon Ramsay restaurant.
Absolutely.
Xtina Fighter 2000 said maybe Goofy's be replaced with Crush. I don't know if the Crush building is bigger than that area of Goofy's, but I would not be opposed to that because it's the Pixar Pier and you do Crush's Go Coaster. I mean, it's Finding Nemo and it's right by the Jumpin' Jellyfish. So, hey, I'd be cool with that.
And Peter says it's a 50-foot drop. right at the
Oh,
beginning.
wow.
Dang.
Nice. My kind
That's
of route.
excitement. Exactly.
Yeah. So
George-
while we were still on the topic of the UK park and everything, so then there's this roller coaster, which a
That's
lot of people were thinking, could this be Back to the Future? Yeah.
Well, let see if you can go towards the front of that building, like to the right. I just want to see what the facades look like. Actually, to tell you the God honest truth, and I know I'm going to go out on a limb here because literally we're only looking from the side of it. But if I had to guess, I'm being honest with you, this kind of looks like the courthouse from Courthouse Square from Back to the Future, and you would enter in.
Oh, you're right.
That's kind of
Holy crap, you're right. It does, because they just filled this greenery in just so it doesn't give off any clues. But this is essentially like the park area with the benches.
Yes, and then
This part right here is
the courthouse.
the clock tower. Yeah, the courthouse with the clock tower. And then if you come over here, when you start inside, obviously it looks like there's a launch.
Yes, that can represent the 88 miles per hour.
I did not even think to look over here, and you put that together. That is, I can see it now.
Yeah,
and then of course you have like a little amphitheater right here.
Like
that's where they could play like music and stuff.
See, I kind of
wait, and you know what they could actually do there?
What's that?
That's where they can do, if they want to stay in the theme of Back to the Future, they can do the Enchantment Under the Sea dance.
Yes. See, I like this idea. That's what Universal Hollywood once had before Harry Potter came around. But if they were going to build a new amphitheater on the lot, and I know they'll never do this because they're thinking about theme park expansion. But if they ever built a new amphitheater like the Gibson Theater that got replaced by Harry Potter, I tell you what, my dad's told me some wild stories about going to the Gibson Amphitheater and seeing bands like the Monkees, seeing Led Zeppelin, and some of the other big name bands. I think even not U2, but who am I thinking of? It's my mom's favorite band too, with Mick Jagger.
Oh, the Rolling Stones.
The Rolling Stones, I think, even played there at one point. So I love that they have an outdoor amphitheater. That's awesome. And then they have a big lagoon that they can also use for a nighttime show. I love that.
And it's a pretty big.
It's massive. It's humongously massive.
And then this is like, I guess, like the entrance way. You have the fountain.
Okay.
Kind of like.
It's in. Okay, stop right there. Okay, so on the right side, these facade buildings right here on the right side, does that not scream to you Kung Fu Panda DreamWorks Theater?
On which side?
On the right side, this middle tower right here. Yeah,
this right here.
Yeah, that right there.
Yeah, it kind of does actually.
Yeah,
I can see them doing like the Kung Fu Panda if it's very subtle, if it's a theater, because that's where it would fit in that main, like, again, folks, East Coast walking path.
Walking path, I love it. And then to the right here, if you go down a little bit and to the right, George, this kind of glass looking facade. I wonder, and I'm going to go out on the limb here. Doesn't that kind of remind you of Emerald City?
Wicked. I was just going to say Wicked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That kind of reminds me of that. It screams that. It's weird.
Because normally, like, when they have buildings like that, you just have like basic buildings like this right here. But this is like very specific.
Yeah.
How it has like a glare. See how it has like a glare from like the sun that it like shines.
That's crazy. That's insane. Um, Cal Waves has come back into the chat,
Oh,
and,
nice.
and he mentioned, "Do you have plans to visit the Japan or Europe parks first?" George, I'm gonna let you go first.
Let's see. I'm gonna bring their thing. Here we go. Okay, yeah. Do you plan to visit the Japan or Europe parks first? Very good question, Cal Waves. Ideally, I would like to visit Japan first. Because I really want to see Tokyo Disneyland. I want to see Tokyo Disney Sea. I want to see the Enchanted Tale of Beauty and the Beast. I want to see Pooh's Honey Hunt. I want to do Journey to the Center of the Earth. I want to do all that. But I'm also open that if we're able to have the opportunity to make it to Europe first, I think Japan might come first only because I want to try to hold out for Universal Great Britain.
And the Lion King attraction at Disneyland Paris.
And the Lion, yeah. And I obviously I have a feeling that the Lion King will be done before Universal, and I could easily say go out, but then that means I would have to do 2 trips. So I would, as much as I would like to go for the opening of the Lion King, I'd rather just wait, let it work out the few kinks and bugs, no pun intended. Hakuna Matata. I would rather just wait and then just do one whole big Europe trip to do Disneyland Paris, Great Britain, Universal, and also to see some of the other sites of Europe while I'm over there. Because as Conductor said, London, I want to see some of like the National Geographic sites of the places as well.
Oh, absolutely. 100%. And then Mark McHugh comes up with an interesting comment. I would rather a Schindler's List land than another Harry Potter land for this UK park. Now, I want to ask you, because I've seen Schindler's List, I'm sure you have too, with Liam Neeson. Do you think that would be too graphic of an IP to build as a land, or do you think it would be appropriate? I think it would be phenomenal, but what do you think?
Here's the thing. I think for Schindler's List, very, very beautiful movie, but beautiful in the sad terms of like what it was about. Steven Spielberg deserved that Oscar, and the fact that he didn't even ask for a dime, he did that movie for free. Because it literally it hit home for him, you know, with him being Jewish and everything. But I think for like Schindler's List, I don't know, would work like in a theme park environment, but I would love for them to do a Schindler's List like exhibit. But I think honestly, I think Mark, I don't know if he was being more like
he was kidding. Lene word clarified. He was kidding.
Yeah. He was joking. I kind of knew. Well, I kind of knew he was being sarcastic because, like, in comparison to Harry Potter, he would rather see Schindler's List. So, but yeah, I kind of knew that. But in a sense, since it got brought up, I think it's very important for Schindler's List. I think would be a really cool exhibit to do, maybe like in a museum of history kind of thing.
Or
I think that would be actually really cool. And very informative that people know that history.
Well, I think that would be awesome. And again, the Holocaust and all that, it's a very serious, touchy subject. But to kind of bounce off what George was mentioning, you know, since Steven Spielberg did earn an Oscar for that, Liam Neeson's role in Schindler's List was amazing. The movie was, like George mentioned, beautiful in a sad way, but it tied in the actual events that happened. I would not mind an exhibit at this park, being that it's in the UK and it's in the Europe, you know, country. I wouldn't mind that. But
Yeah.
for an actual attraction or land, I think that's a little too much. And I know Mark McHugh was kidding around. Lene Ward clarified. I'm just saying, I think, though, because it was, again, a movie that was beautifully showcased in a sad way, but you had Steven Spielberg, one of the best known, absolute fantastic, wonderful, creative film directors of all time, film this movie. I would not mind a museum or historical exhibit incorporated into this park about that,
Yeah.
with
I mean,
actual
they do everything else, so, like, why not do something as important than that, you know?
yeah, and you can have actual props from the movie. So I think that'd be awesome.
And he says, the Brody actor has been in a lot of good movies. I'm assuming you mean Chief Brody from Jaws, Roy Scheider.
If you could clarify that, John.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, that is very true, Mark. Spielberg did Schindler's List and Jurassic Park in the same year. Like,
Right.
to go back and forth with two big movies like that, and you're going to deal with something that's more personal and more touching and pull at your heartstrings, and then have to flip on a dime to do this fantastical fictional blockbuster of a film with dinosaurs. Like, his, that definitely had to take a toll on him, because I do think after he finished that year, I think he did take time to recover, physically and mentally.
And then John further clarified, no, it was the guy from Schindler's List.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. But anything else you want to bring up about the UK park?
No, I think we covered the UK park. Now, didn't someone mention about the Explorer Key?
Yes, it was Magical Hop. So let's dive into that.
Okay. Perfect.
I don't know if you could pull up the Disneyland website that brings up the benefits of the Explorer Key, but just a little back history why George is doing that. The Explorer Key is replacing the Enchant Key, which at one point or another I actually had before I bumped up and upgraded to the Inspire Key. It looks like, from what I understand, and again, that's why George and I are the perfect co-hosts to kind of dive into this subject, because George knows stuff, I know stuff. But the Explorer Key, is there any extra benefits, George, that the retired Enchant Key didn't have?
So I believe, I'm going to read on to it, but I believe of what I've heard that the Explorer Key is basically the same as the Enchant, but it has opened up, I believe, some weekends, and I think some months that the Enchant Key was blocked out of completely. I believe so. But I'm going to read on. So it says the Explorer Key, let's see, reservation-based park hopper admission, select days, 25% off parking at Toy Story parking area.
I don't remember. Real quick. I don't remember the Enchant Key ever having 25% off.
No, I don't remember that either. So that's another.
And Lightning Lane as well.
Yeah, 25% off of Lightning Lane, multi-pass, 10% off of select merchandise, and 10% off of dining. That, I believe, stayed.
Yeah.
So now I want to read more with the reservation, because I think that's reservation-based park hopper admission, select days of the year. Enjoy reservations to both. Okay, well, we already know that. We don't need to know that. So let's see, view admission calendar.
And while you're bringing that up, George, Lene Ward says the free parking is worth the top tier. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
That's why I upgraded from the Enchant Key when it was still a thing to the Inspire, because I'm like, I'd rather pay more monthly, but have the freedom to go to Disney a lot more, because what is it now, $45 to park?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's insanity.
Hold
It's
on, give
crazy.
me 1 second. I have to.
So it's definitely worth it, Lene Ward. I 100% agree with that. The one thing I would like to see if the Inspire Key, which we all know will probably hit $2,000 this next year or sometime this year, is I would like the discounts for dining, the discounts for merch, the percentage to go up a little bit more. So that's
I
what
agree. Okay, so they actually left the enchant key up, which I'm glad they did because it'll show the comparison to the Explore key. So the Explore key right now, here's February, here's March. Okay, so all weekends are still blocked out for these months. But let me see how it was for the enchant. Okay, kind of the same route there. Let's come down to April. So June enchant is completely blocked out.
Okay, so what is Explorer
Okay, so
for
let's see Explore. Okay, see, there is going to be
openings?
openings. Okay, so let me rephrase that because I was probably wrong. You still can't get weekends with the Explore key, just like the enchant, but there are months that opened that the enchant key was not allowed to. So
May and June were
June and July. So there are openings with the Explore key in June and July that you can just no Fridays, no Saturdays. Actually, you can do Sundays in July except for July 5th. So Sundays you can do.
So I want to further clarify something when I mentioned about the Inspire key, the top tier pass. John was asking, has it always been for the top tier pass? Has it always been free parking? As far as I know, yes, it has. And then with what I said about the benefits for dining and merch for the percentage for off, like I said, I personally want to see those percentage numbers go up for the Inspired key holders. Also, I think if it's going to go to $2,000 or more, I would like to see them possibly have less restrictions on the reservation system if you are an Inspired key holder.
Absolutely. I just have to share this real quick. This is from Mark. Universal also owns a beautiful mind, a real honest look at what it's like to live with schizophrenia, maybe a roller coaster.
Oh, God. Oh, he's funny.
Oh, we done did it now.
Oh, yeah. He did it in. That's for damn sure.
Which also A Beautiful Mind, another great movie. Won the Academy Award for Best Picture. Ron Howard won for Best Director. You know, Jennifer Connelly won for Best Supporting Actress. So, very good movie.
Absolutely. But were there more benefits for the Explorer key, or was that it?
That was the only thing that I saw with the Explorer key that it. So you can't do all weekends. Majority of Sundays are opened, and June and July are opened.
Interesting.
That enchant is not, and then I assume that well, instead of assuming, let me check. Where's that other page that I had?
And
Let
then
me
Mark,
see. Let me see.
Oh,
Mark, oh, sorry.
No, I was just gonna say Mark McHugh also says, also, damn, George knows his movies. Yeah, he does.
I do. I love my movies.
You do. I love it. I love it. But as George pulls this up,
they don't have the enchant key listed there. I was going to see if they had the percentage, like for the parking, for but they don't. They don't have it for enchant.
Interesting. But the next subject I want to dive into, and this is news that recently broke. It's not literally breaking news, but it's pretty recent news. And this ties back into the changes we're seeing at the Walt Disney Company with the next CEO announcement starting next month at a quarterly earnings call. Then we're seeing a massive shakeup at Lucasfilm with Kathleen Kennedy departing. And then what we're seeing with all the announcements at Galaxy's Edge at Disneyland, with all the changes about the original trilogy characters being incorporated in the Galaxy's Edge and the sequel trilogy characters kind of being shunned away. George, I have to ask you right off the bat, do you think it's a coincidence at all that at the same time Lucasfilm is going through a massive transformation of their president leaving the company, and a new president's going to be taken over? Do you think it's any bit of a coincidence at the same time we got these announcements about the original trilogy characters being incorporated finally in the Galaxy's Edge?
I always say with any business, any industry, any company, theme parks, nothing is ever a coincidence. So I think honestly there are some tie-ins that maybe because of the change up with Lucasfilm, they're kind of loosening up their belt buckle a little bit, kind of, letting just some relax. And maybe that's with it. Disney's like, okay, well, since we're going to get a change up at Lucasfilm, can we now like bring in the original characters into Galaxy's Edge? I definitely firmly believe that.
Yeah, it's interesting that gets brought up, because Lucasfilm, especially for the sequel trilogy movies, with the one exception to Rogue One, I think Rogue One was an absolute success in my opinion. And then you have the Mandalorian series. The first 2 seasons were absolutely amazing. And I'm still going to hold it close to my heart. I did like the fact that they did bring back Ian McGregor and Hayden Christensen for the Obi-Wan series.
I know a lot of people don't really care for it. I like that series.
Oh, I loved it. And I hope they incorporate a season 2.
The battle between Obi-Wan and Vader, that's the battle we all wanted with the original trilogy. But back in those days, they didn't really have the technology to make it this big epic fight. So it's basically just 2 old guys going like this with sticks,
pretty much.
So
it's pretty much what it was. But the one thing that I think was the biggest downfall for Lucasfilm and Kathleen Kennedy is the mere fact that when The Last Jedi came out, obviously a lot of the Star Wars fan base did not like what they saw. And that's fine. You can respectfully disagree and say, oh yeah, this movie sucked. It was this, it was that. And I'm not disagreeing with everybody. I think it was very weird how they killed Luke Skywalker off, and how for the sequel trilogy they didn't really they didn't really tell the backstory of Luke from the original trilogy, where he was this badass master Jedi, and then he went from that to a hermit on a forbidden island, like a homeless person almost, and pretty much dying off. I think a lot of people were upset how that kind of transpired. But the one thing I will say that was literally the final nail in the coffin for Lucasfilm and Kathleen Kennedy's career as president of Lucasfilm was the fact that she went on social media after Last Jedi was released in theaters. Everyone had a chance to experience it, go see it, comment online about it, and she literally did not like what people were saying about it, and she literally went on social media and started attacking the fan base. You don't do that. You just don't.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. Abby said, "Hello, Gelato Familia." Wow, still going.
Almost 9 hours.
9 hours where is upon us.
Gosh, that's
That is
crazy.
crazy.
But George, do you have any thoughts about with the new president coming in for Lucasfilm? The question I have for you is, because we kind of have our sneaky suspicions that Iger, as CEO of the Walt Disney Company, also meddled with ideas and creativity from Lucasfilm and didn't really let Kathleen Kennedy have the full reins of the company. It's almost like he overshadowed projects and movies that were possibly going to be greenlit but annexed at the last minute. Do you agree with that, or are you kind of
say this? It takes a village to run a company.
Yeah.
I can't really say, as much as I disagree with Kathleen Kennedy's decisions at the end part of her career running Lucasfilm, because she did a lot of great work in her early years, like in the 80s and stuff. Very great work, And that's probably why they kept her on for how long. But I can't say or not say that it was all her fault. I'm for sure she did sign off on those bad decisions, but I'm for sure there's other people in there that contributed to that, I will say.
Absolutely. And I personally honestly think, again, as a president of the CEO or president of Lucasfilm, you don't go on social media and start attacking people. You don't do that. That was the final knife in the coffin for me and probably so many other fans. If she wouldn't have came out and spoke positive, I think she wouldn't have had a further career either with Lucasfilms, but maybe stepping away from the president role, or she could have had a position at the Walt Disney Company somewhere. But the fact that she did that just literally put a knife in her career, and that was horrible. But Giant Peter had two comments. He said, "Happy birthday, Super Nintendo World Hollywood." And then he asked, "Conductor, were you at the annual pass holder preview for Nintendo World?" I was. I forgot if it was literally day 1 or day 2. I was there though. And I was definitely there opening day because I was staying at the Hilton Hotel. Tommy was staying at a hotel down the street from Universal. And that's literally how I met Tommy, is the first opening day of Super Nintendo World, when we're all hanging out at the entrance gates of Universal at 3 a.m. with JP and several other people. It was fun. But go ahead, George. My voice is starting to get a little weird.
I would think so at almost 9 hours.
Yeah, a little bit.
Theme Park News Net, welcome in, says, "I get what they were going for by anchoring Galaxy's Edge to the sequel timeline, but it just seems like such a limiting decision." Absolutely.
So from what I get from what Theme Park News Net, and thank you for joining this all-day live stream marathon. Deeply appreciate the love and support. But I kind of feel that the way they did the sequel timeline for Galaxy's Edge, they kind of handcuffed themselves, and they really didn't let the full weight of the Star Wars universe be incorporated. And now they're trying to undo that, but it's already kind of too late.
Yeah, I think like they're gonna try to scramble to get things kind of reconciled, if you will.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, it's gonna do a lot of damage control. And I don't know if they can reel it back in time if people are just like over it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's something. It's something that I'm very curious about. So we'll have to wait and see. It's something that I'm literally gonna try to look at from a different perspective and just keep an open mind. So I will see. But George, what's the next topic you want to talk about?
Now this topic kind of goes together like in a package kind of deal.
Sure.
So this was a topic that you actually brought to my attention when we were discussing topics like over the phone, and you brought something to my attention, and this kind of goes back to way earlier when we were talking about Disney's 10-year plan, and I didn't think to mention it then, but we were just jumping from topic to topic. But the 10-year plan marks at the same time of Disneyland's 80th birthday. Now, was that a coincidence?
I think they planned that because there's something big. And someone in the comments a couple hours ago, I forgot who it was, they said, are they going to do a 55-year birthday celebration for Magic Kingdom? I'm not sure. It's possible. I'm just not sure of the scope of that.
I think with Walt Disney World, because it's a lot of tourists traveling in and out, I think what they'll do is they'll do like the opening ceremony kind of thing. They'll have something for the day, but I don't think they'll have like a big marketing thing. Now they may do for the 60th. The 60th Disney World, I'm for sure they will.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you right.
Especially because they didn't get to do what they wanted to for the 50th.
Yes, but you know what? One thing that I think we can all agree with, and we'll get back to Disneyland, but this kind of ties into it as well. The one celebration that I think we can all agree that was absolutely phenomenal for the Disneyland Resort and Disneyland, aka Walt's original Magic Kingdom, was the Diamond Celebration, which was the 60th. So if the Magic Kingdom really embraces the Diamond Celebration for Magic Kingdom, I would love to see what they do with that.
And honestly, the Diamond Celebration for Disneyland was one of my favorite celebrations that they did for a Disney park. I loved also the 50th. The Disneyland's 50th and Disneyland's 60th, I think, were phenomenal.
I might be interested, George, and I know it's still years away, but I would not be opposed to doing another 2-week stay at Walt Disney World for the first 2 weeks of the Diamond Celebration.
Oh, we're doing it. Yeah.
Oh yeah. See,
it's already there in my head. See,
see, this is funny because I mentioned something on the whim, just an idea, a theory that I kind of speak out in the public forum with George and all you guys watching, and he's like, "No, hands down, we're doing it. Don't even hesitate. We're doing it. That's it.
And,
we're doing
it." The other thing is, about me is that while we haven't even gone on our March trip, while that one is just ending the planning and about to enjoy, again, I'm already talking to Conductor about our 2027 trip and our possible European trip. It's like I always have something like on the back burner that I push to the front burner. I think I took that from Disney. It's like I always have something on rotation.
You did. You just know how to explain things better than Disney. So
thank you.
That's the one up that I see.
So Mark McHugh says we're doing the same.
Ooh, okay.
For Disney World's 60th.
Mark, if you could clarify, then that'd be amazing. Then maybe we should, if Mark and Lene Ward are, he said we always need something in the pipeline. If they're gonna stay down there for 2 weeks, George, we should just rent a villa, a 3 or 4 bedroom villa, and split it between all of us. That'd be amazing.
That would be cool. As I said, I think for something like that, when you have like a bigger, like a smaller but bigger group of people, you get like a multiple room like villa and you split it, and it's like,
oh, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, I mean, because you're then paying the amount that you would for a value resort, because again, you're splitting it how many ways.
Exactly. So Mark, Lene Ward, keep that in mind. Me and George are already planned. He's determined. I'm determined. So if you two are determined, then we're gonna have a great time out there. Because, like I said, the Diamond Celebration at the Disneyland Resort was one of the best celebrations they've ever had, besides opening Disneyland in 1955 with Walt. So I am extremely curious what the Diamond Celebration has entailed for the Magic Kingdom.
So wait, so if I'm trying to do my math here, so if it's going to be, what year are we on for Walt Disney World?
I think we're on 51.
Well, no, because it was the 50th in 2021.
Oh, it was? Are you sure? Because they just took. Okay, no, you're right. Was it 2021 or 2022?
COVID kind of ruined the 50th
yeah.
anniversary for Walt Disney World. So 50, 51, 52, 53, 4, 55. Okay, so this year is Disney World's 55th. So in 2031. Okay, now this is interesting. The start of the second part of the 10-year promise is Walt Disney World's 60th. It ends at Disneyland's 80th.
Ooh, that's going to be tough. Like I have full confidence me and George are going to pull it off, but to be out there for Walt Disney World for 2 weeks, hopefully with Mark and Lene Ward for 2 weeks for the Diamond Celebration, and then literally a couple weeks from that, then we kick off the 80th birthday for Disneyland.
Okay, and Rodeo just confirmed that's right, and Disneyland 75 is in 2030. So
we have time.
Disneyland's 75th and Walt Disney World's 60th are really like close, coincide. And I'm glad Rodeo brought that up because I completely forgot about that they said, from what we heard, Disneyland's 75th anniversary is supposed to be bigger than the 70th. So that is
no, absolutely. So I just had to grab my phone. It was charging. No, absolutely. And that's pretty close. I'm not gonna lie. That is really close. Personally for me though, I'm gonna be extremely honest with you. And I'm just saying if for whatever reason, well, I shouldn't even start a sentence like that. I should curse myself, but when we go for the 75th anniversary for Disneyland, and that's in 2030, because I've been telling you for a little while now, actually since I met you in person and even on camera, even before then, that I've wanted to stay at the Grand Californian and do like almost like a suite, where it has like 1 or 2 bedrooms. That'd be the perfect opportunity to do that with a handful of people.
But yeah, so that's what I was saying, like while you were like getting something. But yeah, so they said the 70, when Rodeo mentioned it, so the set of what I've heard, the 75th anniversary of Disneyland, they said is supposed to be much bigger than the 70th.
I hope so.
So we're essentially going to have Disneyland's 75th riding alongside Walt Disney World's 60th. And then within the last part of the 10-year commitment is going to hit Disneyland's 80th and Walt Disney World's 65th.
And that's going to be interesting. Again, three. Well, I don't know if I consider Walt Disney World's 65th a big celebration, because I don't even think Disneyland's 65th was a big celebration.
No, they I don't think, again, they did Disneyland. with Disneyland's 65th, I feel like that's what they're going to do with Walt Disney World's 55th.
Yeah, kind of mild, maybe a little celebration, but nothing crazy. But I think for the 60th, the Diamond Celebration, I think for the 75th for Disneyland, and even the 80th for Disneyland, those two right there, the 75th and the 80th, are going to be absolutely bonkers. You thought the 60th was bad for Disneyland. This is going to upscale that by 100 times by far.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Ooh, October
and
the 1st.
Fanny Bat says we're going to need the dual pass for that. I really wish that they would bring back the Premier Passport.
Yes.
I had it. I loved it. And until they revamped where they did the magic keys and the reservation system, it like, and then Chapek thought there wasn't enough sales for the Premier Passport. I'm like, I don't give a crap about anybody else if they didn't purchase it. I had one. You made me get rid of it.
Exactly. Exactly my point. And just to further clarify, because I always forget the number, how much were they charging at the time for a Premier Pass?
At the time, I think it was a little over 2,000.
Oh, dude.
So really, honestly,
it's like having an Inspire key.
At the time that I paid for my Premier Passport, no block out dates, no reservation system. It went for Disneyland and Walt Disney World. It's almost about to be the same price just for an Inspire Magic Key for Disneyland.
That's disgusting.
With block out dates, with a reservation system, no Walt Disney World. Like, that's great. Now, mind you, too, to be credit, if they still had the Premier Passport, I'm for sure it'll probably hit maybe $3,000 by now.
Yeah.
But you're still banking for your buck of what you get with it.
Yeah. 100%. 100%. The 1000th birthday. What, are you trying to make me feel old? I'll be dead. Jeez Louises.
So Lene is asking, when do you think they will get rid of the paper maps in the USA parks? Paris is apparently getting rid of them. I love the maps. Oh, man. They can't get rid of the maps. In the words of Dora the Explorer, I'm the map, I'm the map, I'm the map, I'm the map.
Oh, God, here we go. Here we go. Oh, my God. No, but 100%. I love the physical maps, too, because they're a collector's item.
Yeah, because we got them with Disneyland's 70th. I got mine for D23 Day at Disneyland. That is very curious, Peter. He says $1 million magic keys by then. I wonder how much a magic key would be in $29.55.
Well, it's funny because I don't know if it's a real thing or someone made it up and it's just gone viral online, but there is $1 million ticket out there that you can buy, and it covers literally all the theme parks around the world. And I think it even covers plane flights. It covers some cruises.
Oh, I think I heard of that.
Yeah, I don't know if that's made up or real. I'm not sure.
No, I think it was. I don't know. I think it's real. I think people just don't talk about it because no one can afford it.
Yeah, $1 million.
It's out there. It exists.
For $1 million, I'd better be able to live at Disneyland with my own apartment and freaking go to Disneyland and Walt Disney World anytime I want with no issues.
Yeah, that's
for $1 million. That's what I want. Kidding me?
Yeah, like if I'm going to spend $1 million, like, yeah, I'm going to buy a house in what is it? Oak.
Golden Oak.
Yeah.
Which is literally on Walt Disney World property, which I want to do. But I can only imagine the association fees are freaking astronomical. I can only imagine what they charge for association. It's disgusting.
Oh, yeah, I'm for sure all the hidden fees for that is...
Oh, God. Oh, man. Mark says, if I had $1 million, I would absolutely buy that.
Okay. Yeah, they got, I mean...
To be honest with you, though, I'm going to be very honest. If I had $1 million, I'm going to be honest with you guys. If I had $1
If
million,
you had $1 million to spare, like that's not
yeah,
your only million. See, if that was my only million, and then I would
yes,
be broke afterwards, I might have to. But I mean, if I had $1 million to spare and
yeah,
still have money to come back, then yeah.
yeah, I would do it. But if I didn't have $1 million to spare and it was my money, I'm gonna be very honest with you. Instead of buying a ticket like that, I would own one Magic Key, the Inspire Key at Disneyland. Obviously,
Mhm.
I would probably what do you call it? I'd probably own an annual pass at Magic Kingdom, and I would probably do.
If I had 2 million, I would spend on that.
Of course you would. Um, and then I'd probably do the $100,000 buy-in for Club 33.
See, now that's worth it because
Yeah.
with Club 33, you get tickets for family and friends. You don't have a reservation system, no blackouts. You can go to Walt Disney World. You can go to Disneyland. It's basically you have the premier passport, but then you also get the benefits of the club itself.
So actually, that would probably be a better option than buying that $1 million ticket. Because if you can only pay a fraction of $1 million and pay $100,000 to basically get a premier pass card that gives you access to Club 33 locations, both at Disneyland, DCA, the Magic Kingdom, all the parks out there, and gives you basically a free passport to come and go between Disneyland and the Magic Kingdom, then I'd rather do that, spend $100,000, and then use the other money to obviously, invest, buy my own home or condo, and then travel a little bit. That's what I'd rather spend $1 million on.
Yeah, I can agree on that. I think honestly that's what I would do because I am a traveler by heart. I'm a traveler by nature. And I just would love to see the world. I think honestly that's why I resonate with A Whole New World as my favorite Disney song. It's like
Yeah,
you just you go out and you see the world,
absolutely.
I can show you the world.
Oh God, here we go.
Shining, shimmering, splendid. I better
Oh,
stop looking copyrighted.
yeah, you probably would because you're that damn good. So you probably would get copyrighted. Oh my gosh. Mark says for $1 million, I better be in the Club 34, the more exclusive and more secret club.
Club 34. Just it's one up. It's one up from Club 33.
Exactly. Hey, I'm telling you right now, if I'm gonna pay $1 million for a ticket that gives me access to all the parks and it's a forever ticket, then they better stop they better stop doing the Make the Wish the found or was it Make a Wish Foundation auctions where they auction off a free night at the kind of bedroom condo living inside the Magic Kingdom castle, and that better become my new home permanently.
Absolutely. And I just realized I made Rudio's prediction true. I ended up singing.
You did. Unbelievable. But what's the next topic you would like to talk about?
Next topic is just
This is
kind of like
crazy.
funny. Oh, this was the other part. This was a topic, but it was also part like with the 75th and the 80th.
Sure.
Do you see the dragon coming back anytime soon for Fantasmic?
Yes. I'm not even going to hesitate on that question. I think with better because see, I'm going to butcher the name. George, can you say it for me? The dragon's name?
Oh, Maleficent.
Maleficent. Okay, there we go. I got to remember that name. With Maleficent, the dragon going up in flames when it did, which was insane. I'm going to tell you right off the bat, I don't know when that dragon was built, that animatronic. I'm sure it was early 2000s, mid 1990s when that thing was built.
Well, you mean the original dragon or the newer one that caught fire?
The newer one that caught fire.
The newer one that caught fire, that came online. Oh my gosh, I'm trying to think of when that came online.
Well, you could probably Google it.
Was it oh, here we go, Rudio. The newer one debuted in summer 2009.
Okay, so 2009. So a lot of the technology field and the IT infrastructure and the modern day animatronics have greatly improved since 2009. So I think it's more than possible we'll get the Dragon back in its full scale original form as we once had from the 2009 version, but a much upscaled version of it and a better animatronic and better infrastructure and technology and safety protocols for this dragon animatronic for Phantasmic. But I have no doubts in my mind they're gonna build a new one if they haven't started already, and they're gonna bring it back in full scale.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, so I think honestly it's going to come back. They know they're working on it. They're going to work out the kinks that they know would happen the last time, and they know they're not going to want to deal with it again. I think it'll be ready for the 75th, honestly. I know that seems like it's a while off. People think it's going to come sooner. It may. I don't know. I think well, no, I take that back. I wonder if it would be ready for next summer for when people come out for D23.
It's a possibility. I'm not gonna shy away from that idea, but if I had to put a safety net over it, I think it will definitely be ready for the 75th. If I had to put a safety net over it. And then I want to give a big shout out to Giant Peter's Adventure. He happened to mention in the comments we've been going 9 hours with no tech issues. So
that is really surprising. To
yeah.
be honest with you. I thought there was going to be some kind of hiccup.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
And I'm glad it hasn't. But
not much from me saying that. I'm going to be like,
yeah, pretty much. But if you want to read this comment, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Mouseware Bond says, I think they need more than a dragon to fix that show, unfortunately. Saw it in December, and it's a real sad state. So sad. So I'm glad you brought that up, Mouseward Bound, because you're absolutely right. The state of Disneyland's Phantasmic is in rough shape, and I'm wondering if it's because while they don't have the dragon and they're going to have to reinstall it and fix it up, that's when they'll take the time and revamp Phantasmic. Unfortunately, I just think as a company, that's how they think and do things like that. I personally wish that they would just fix things as they go, because if you're a first timer at Disneyland and you never experience Phantasmic and you pay for that premium Phantasmic dinner package and then that's the show you get, I would be very disappointed. I mean, it's bad enough for making me sit on cement brick, looking through a fence, and again, I know they have it blocked because of the water, but then again, it's a fence. You still don't have to have it.
Well, 100% your point. And one of the things that I would like to see for the 75th, and I don't think it's necessarily out of the realm, but if they brought the dragon full scale animatronic, fully updated, back to Phantasmic. Because right now, since the dragon caught fire years ago and was damaged beyond repair, Phantasmic has been running in B mode. And it's really kind of not hit the mark that it once had. But for the 75th anniversary, though, if we got the dragon back, if we got a lot of the broken effects on Tom Sawyer's Island fixed, I think that would be great. Because once, if they do bring the dragon back, obviously they're going to have to close the rivers of America because they're going to have to install the animatronic dragon. They're going to have to retrofit the show to incorporate the dragon back in. There's going to be a lot of infrastructure work. They might at that time address maybe some leak issues that they might have with the River of America at the same time. And then, like I said, they could go a step further and fix a lot of the broken effects that is on Tom Sawyer's Island as of today.
Absolutely. Yeah, completely agree. Rudio says, I'll always remember Recession Summer Night-tastic Pass to promote the new Dragon. $99, $99 pass for a 3-day park hopper.
I vaguely remember that.
That's something.
That is.
They are going to bring the dragon back, but it'll be a cast member in a dragon costume.
I hope not. Well,
and if that's the case, it would be Dragon Blood, because I'm for sure he would be willing to do it.
Oh, 100%. If not Dragon Blood, you're looking at him right here, the George, because he gets hot and steamy when things don't go his way. So he'd be a perfect dragon. He could breathe fire.
Well, then if that's the case, maybe then I could just stand on your shoulders, because that way would be tall enough for it. And then, yeah, I could get like that, just breathe the fire.
Oh my gosh. Bring up Linnea Ward's comment. Her latest comment.
The latest one?
Yeah. She said, I still don't know if the Rivers of America is safe. Might be a good place to put a tunnel or something. And then she went on to say something else. She said, what will happen first? The People Mover tracks being removed in Tomorrowland, the submarines being drained or rethemed, or the population sign on Main Street Railroad Station building updated. So between both her comments, I'm going to say this. I don't think Rivers of America is going anywhere. The only reason I say that is because our Rivers of America actually is a reservoir for different areas of the park at Disneyland. That's how it was built when Walt constructed it. And perfect way to see what I'm talking about is go check out that Disney handcrafted documentary that will clearly show you what I mean by that. Now, when it comes to the People Mover and the submarine being drained or rethemed, I'm going to tell you this. I don't think the submarines are going to be something that's going to stick around much longer. Even though the lagoon is absolutely breathtaking at night, I'm not going to lie about that. But the submarines themselves are very claustrophobic, and someone that like George liked to mention, I'm 7'5", not really, but he thinks I'm 7'5". I'm actually 6'3". It's very claustrophobic.
Hey, to a 5'7" person, you're 7'5".
Pretty much. But even for a 6'3" guy, even though I'm tall and skinny, I do feel very claustrophobic in the submarine lagoon and the subs. So I see that.
I actually do, and I'm only 5'7". Like it's like a tight quarter in there. I do find it relaxing. I just wish that the subs were built not like a sub.
Yeah, exactly. But if they tore in the submarine lagoon, they would also have to destroy part of Autopia as well, because both attractions sit on top of each other.
No offense to Dave from Fresh Baked. I know he loves that ride. I just wish they would get rid of Autopia in general. That single attraction literally can be a whole entire new land.
Yes, I agree. And it's outdated. It really is, with the gas powered vehicles that you'd probably find at just random third party theme park that really doesn't have a brand name, but it's a theme park nevertheless, like K1 Speed or Boomers or any of those places. So I totally agree. Getting rid of Autopia would probably free up a lot of room. Now, when it comes to the People Mover tracks, this is where I kind of am going to split hairs like I talked about another subject early on in the live stream, is I do think the People Mover tracks will be torn out to the point where it leads almost up to the station where it sits. I don't think the station will be ripped out. I think it's going to stay. I think once they tear out everything else, besides Space Mountain, don't freak out, everybody. Besides Space Mountain, but everything else, I think they are going to rebuild the People Mover aesthetically like the one we see in Walt Disney World. And I think, honestly, they're going to go the route of having the People Mover track kind of go along go along the front of the buildings instead of through the buildings, because that's the problem when they built Tomorrowland out here in Disneyland. They integrated the People Mover tracks inside all the buildings in Tomorrowland, and the only way to get rid of the People Mover tracks is partially destroy a lot of the buildings that the tracks run through. That's why they haven't been touched, and they've just been left to rot. Because if they touch those, they would have to touch other buildings like Space Mountain, Star Tours, Toy Story Mania, or Astro Blasters, the Star Wars Launch Bay, Space Mountain, and all that. So that's why it's a logistical nightmare to touch it. So if they rebuilt it, they would follow what they have in Magic Kingdom and their Tomorrowland and build the tracks on the outside of the buildings.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So. Okay. I mean, as I said, it's possible. You know, is it likely? Again, possible. It just depends on if Disney wants to go the easy route or the challenging route. I don't want to say easy. Nothing's easy. If they want to make it happen, if they want to make it work, you know,
sure.
That's going to be the big question.
Sure. No, absolutely. But George, anything else you want to add on this topic, or you want to move on to the next one?
So, okay, so yeah, I'm done. I think we're pretty much good with this topic, but this topic kind of ties in with everything. Again, we were talking about the anniversaries and everything and the milestones. What about the time capsules that Disney has? What do you think? Like when it's time for them to have them resurface, like, do you think that they'll have it as like an actual ceremony? Do you think they'll have it like a D23 event? What do you think actually we'll see in those time capsules?
Okay, so this it's interesting you brought it up, because I think DCA even has a time capsule as well.
Yes.
So this is something I want to know. You know, because obviously they're having the celebration kickoff on February the 5th, which me and George will both be there. But the question really remains, are they going to have it on the 5th or the actual birth date of DCA, which is the 8th? And if they are going to have it on the 8th, will they do some type of celebration that has yet to be announced? And we're only less than 2 weeks away from that date.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, Lene War says, "Oh my God, time capsules! When are those due?" Yeah, there's multiple. There's even a time capsule up at the Imagineering Creative Campus.
Yes,
in Glendale. So there's like time capsules like all over the place.
Yeah.
And John Make It Rain actually asks an interesting question. Would you guys ever consider getting a phone line for viewers to call in? I actually like that idea.
I love that idea.
I really, that is like very, I like that where it's like, okay, next caller, you're on the air, you know, kind of thing. And like, what's your question? I like that.
I love that. So it's interesting because one of the things that OG has, because he has the Roadcaster Pro, the second version. And on that soundboard that he uses, it does have a capability to have a phone line, or like with your smartphone, have a plug-in into the board, so anybody can call your phone, and
Radio says it could be done via Discord.
Inter-
That's interesting. I actually have Discord.
oh, interesting. So we could look at that.
Yeah, that's something we will definitely look into. If anyone is interested in that, in the comments, put in a thumbs up. Put in a thumbs up if you guys are interested. Hey, if this is something that you guys are interested in, you guys want to partake and participate verbally through audio, hey, I'm all for it.
Yeah, we'll do obviously not a marathon live, but we'll maybe do, me and George, since we love doing long lives, we'll do maybe a 3 or 4 hour live.
Yeah, absolutely. So we got a thumbs up with Rudio. We got a thumbs up from John. We got a heck yeah, I'd call in from Mark. And then we also have an, oh my God, you're still here from Kevin.
Of course we're still here, Kevin.
I told you when you get back from work, we're still going to be on.
I wonder if we're going to hit a Guinness World Record for the longest live stream for two.
I don't know. I mean, we might have to look that up, man, because I would want to be in that book. Let's see, we got a thumbs up from Lene. We got a thumbs up from Mademoiselle.
Ooh,
okay, so we got pretty much. I think it's pretty much a unanimous decision here. Abby got the thumbs up.
Perfect. I'm giving the thumbs up. So absolutely,
yeah, I am
too. I think we'll definitely look into that for sure, because I would love to be part of that. That'd be awesome.
Let's see. We could get advice for all our heart's desires. There you go.
There you go. Yeah. Now we're talking. But I love that idea. I really do love that idea, and a big shout out to John for coming up with that idea. So we're definitely going to do that. That was
very creative. Because I never really thought of it that way, because there's times where we have guests on, where we actually invite them on, which I'm still not opposed to. If anyone ever would want to come on and have a specific topic you want to talk about, I'm all for it. But to actually have like a phone line that you can reach multiple people within multiple topics when we're doing like our lives, that is very creative. I actually like that.
Yeah. So we'll definitely look into that, because I would love to be part of that.
And Lene Ward has a request. I want to have a Dear Abby call in line, please.
There you go.
Abby, for sure, if you see that, that's a request for you.
Absolutely. But George, anything else you want to add before the next topic?
I think. Oh, really quick. I think it was Lene that actually posted. Wait, where'd it go? Oh, I just wanted to just showcase it. Oh, here it is. The DCA rededication time capsule is to be open June 15th, 2037.
Ooh. Okay, so it's not on DCA's 25th anniversary. So hold on. I'm going to take a picture of that and save that in my files, because I definitely want to take that day off and be there for that.
Yeah.
But no, that's interesting. I wonder what Disneyland's is.
I'm not sure. If anyone on the fly can bring up Disneyland's time capsule, we greatly appreciate it. Chris West, do you plan on going to Peanut Celebration, George? Yes, I am planning on going to Peanut Celebration. Abby as well. We're just not able to make it to the opening weekend because we do have our Knott's pass, but we bought it through Six Flags, so we have to scan in through Six Flags first before we can go to Knott's. So, so we got to go to Six Flags first. So, unfortunately, we don't have the time to go to Six Flags first to activate our Knott's passes. But we are going to go. I think we're going to try to shoot for February 21st for the Peanut Celebration.
Jeez.
No. I take that back. I'm sorry. Not February 21st. February 22nd, we're going to try to shoot for the Peanut Celebration.
Interesting. That's crazy. Wow.
Let's see.
Interesting.
Let's see. Lene says July 17th, 2035, 2 years before DCA.
Dang. Here, let me take a picture of that because I gotta save this for my records. I have to. Okay, hold on. Okay, got it.
Got it.
Yep. Crazy. Dang, that's awesome.
And then we got Sean Williams in the house. Welcome in, Sean. You can let them come in on the link for StreamYard as well.
Interesting. I did not
like
know
as
that.
far as like joining the live, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah. Let's see. Do you have the Knott's meal pass? No, not on our pass. We don't have the meal pass. Because I think for us, we don't really do Knott's that often. And when we do, it's usually like for the Boysenberry Festival and something like that. I do know that if you do Knott's often, I've heard that the meal pass does benefit, but we do the drink. We buy the refillable mug because you have it for the whole year. And that includes with Boysenberry juice.
Absolutely.
Or whatever you want to call it. So, yeah, I highly recommend the refillable mug.
And I do want to reinstate that Knott's Berry Farm actually has a Starbucks location right outside the gates. That's kind of in like their little version of a shopping district. But it has exclusive boysenberry drinks at that Starbucks location that's 100% unique to Knott's Berry Farm, which is incredible. And then their Knott's Berry Farm punch is amazing. I love it.
Oh, I do too. I love the Boysenberry punch. Absolutely. And Chris West says, perfect. Let me know. I will try to hang out. Absolutely. As far as I know, we're going to try for the peanut celebration February 22nd.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
John asked, and I didn't even know this. He asked, at Hollow Gelato, will you guys be riding any of the horses at Walt Disney World? Does he mean there's actual like horseback riding?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there is actually horseback. Yes, there is. You could actually ride horses. You can do horse-drawn carriages. You can do those at Fort Wilderness Resort and Campground, and you can also do it at the Port Orleans French Quarter, I believe, in Riverside.
Interesting.
Yeah. So yeah, there's tons of stuff to do at Walt Disney World outside of the theme parks. That's why it's when people say Walt Disney World theme parks have less than Disneyland, yes, that is true.
In the theme park,
like each individual park, right?
Yeah.
But when you put the whole resort as a whole, then yeah, there's a lot of to do. And then yeah, Chris West says, yeah, try Circle D Ranch.
Oh, Rudio says, need to see Tommy Toon doing a presidential horse carriage ride to let the people know he has arrived. That's hilarious. I think he would laugh so hard about that. Chris West says the boat tour like Adam the Woo would do where he would drive the boat. That would be so interesting fact about this. We me, Orange Cove 55 and Sam Chad did a video and it kind of went viral. Again, wasn't expecting to, but we did a reaction to one of Adam the Woo's videos as a tribute to his legacy, his memory, and just everything he brought to content creation in general. And the video was where he started off at Walt Disney World early in the morning. Literally, he spent a couple hours there, rode some attractions, and then literally got on a plane, flew to Disneyland, rode the same attractions at Disneyland in the same day. Absolutely phenomenal. But one of the things I told George I would love to do, even though we have it out here in Disneyland, but to pay homage to Adam's memory and his legacy, I'm going to try my damnedest to get on Autopia for Autopia Speedway out there and ride number car 34, which he actually rode on in that video, and pay homage again to his memory and his legacy. That's something I definitely want to try to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I remember you mentioning that to me. And I'm for sure you guys know by now, but just in case if you haven't, just as clarification, this was officially confirmed by Adam's family and what have you, that the cause of his passing was due from a heart attack in his sleep. He had severe cardiovascular disease. And I bring that up because I say to everybody, let's all try to take care of ourselves. You know, learn your body, know your body, read the signs, you know, get checked if need be, because you could end up either saving a life or your own life if you know, read the signs. And unfortunately, Adam, you know, being busy all the time, you know, doing his daily vlogs and what have you, probably honestly didn't even really notice, you know, and it's unfortunate. And I wish he could have, and maybe he could have spared his life, but unfortunately that wasn't in the cards. And as I said, he will be dearly, dearly missed. I still, every time I talk about him, I want to talk about him in the present tense because I still can't believe he's not with us anymore. But yeah, I think this is just a lesson for all of us, is to just try to do the best we can to take care of ourselves.
Absolutely. And John mentioned definitely get your blood work done when possible. Definitely.
I actually just got mine done with Abby's. We both got our blood panels done.
Oh, perfect.
Literally right before the new year.
Perfect. And definitely stay up on your physicals as well. Because if you can catch something that might be detrimental to your body early on, you might extend your life longer if you catch it early.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then Amusement Park Pirates mentioned, since I
had
Autopia for a second and honoring Adam's memory, he said also, when do you guys think Autopia might officially go electric? And he's meaning ours at Disneyland.
I personally think, I don't know if they will, only because it depends on when they're going to do something with Tomorrowland.
Yeah.
I think if they do something sooner, they're not going to take the time and the money if they're going to remove Autopia.
Yeah.
If it's going to stick around, maybe within the next year or so. But
I kind of felt, and this is just my prediction, I kind of felt Autopia and that announcement about them being becoming electric, I think that was just a placeholder. I don't honestly think that Disney is actually going to pull that off for an attraction they may rip out in the near future anyway. Why spend the money when you're going to rip it out or possibly rip it out?
Yeah. And I think maybe that's why they're delaying it.
Yeah.
Because I really don't think that they want to. I think they made that announcement to kind of appease the city and the state.
Yeah.
But I think they're delaying it as much as they possibly can.
Sure.
And then also Amusement Park Pirates asked, you guys think for the 100th or earlier of Disneyland would have drones? Absolutely. Yeah.
I think so. I think it's possible. But one thing I talked about, I think I was within the first hour or two of this live stream. And again, shout out to everybody watching this live stream, especially John.
Yeah,
he's been with us.
You guys made this live stream possible, because literally, if not, Conductor and I would have been sitting talking to ourselves for 9.5 hours.
Exactly. And a big shout out to Mount Lizelle Matthew Murr and Hen Geek Village for the super chats, the gifting the memberships and whatnot. Thank you all for the love and support. But going back to what Amusement Parks Pirates said about the drones, I think it will be incorporated at the Disneyland Resort. I personally think it's probably going to be saved for the third gate. The reason why is because I think what if Disney was smart, if they were smart and they planned it correctly, you would have 3 different entertainment nighttime offerings. You would have Disneyland offering with the projections of Main Street and the castle and fireworks. You would have DCA as the World of Color, and you would have the third gate a drone-based show. So you would have the best of 3 worlds.
Yeah, that is true. That is very true. So I kind of want to, being that we were still talking about Disneyland, I want to pivot to another topic, even though we kind of touched upon it a little bit, but I wanted to kind of talk about it, was for the Coco construction and layout.
Sure.
Because we talked about Pandora, and that was actually the first topic that we did like 9 hours ago. So for Coco, so we were touching upon like it being, obviously it's going to be a boat ride and what have you, and it's going to go into the back of the Incredicoaster.
Sure.
Do you see them doing it kind of like Carousel of Progress rotation style, where they're just moving the show scenes along and you're basically just floating on a boat and it makes it seem like you're moving through the scenes? Or do you think it's going to be a big actual like building where you're going to move through scene?
I think it's going to be moved scene through scene, because that's what the Shanghai Pirates attraction is, and that's what we've all heard, that it's basically going to be a version of the Shanghai Pirates attraction, but Coco themed. Don't get me wrong, I love your idea of you floating on the boat in the water and the show scenes are moving past you and you're going right through it. I love that idea, but I think they're gonna.
Well, actually, I got that. I think it was from Drew that commented on. I think it was that Park Place that
interesting
that they said there was a possibility because of the amount of room.
Sure.
That there would be a possibility of a ride system like that.
I think it's possible, but I also think the Shanghai Pirates route is more possible. But one thing I think they could really benefit here, and I mean really benefit, if they take up that whole footprint, I mean every square inch of that area, if they got rid of all 3 of those massive big buildings and they built a humongous, and I mean a humongous building that not just only housed the attraction for Coco, but maybe housed for staff break rooms, for possible parade float storage, or maybe the vending cart storage. If they did that, I think that would be a awesome incorporated idea, because not only will get a attraction out of it, but they'll regain some of the backstage area they lost and incorporate it all in one big, massive, humongous building.
Okay. And Animaniac 2122 says, I think the Incredicoaster will be replaced in the future and the pier reimagined.
Interesting. Because that's not too far off base, because we've all seen the Incredicoaster. The coaster itself has been around since DCA was built. So it's 20.
And I believe it's one of the longest roller coasters in the world, I believe. Like as far as like length of how long it stretches.
I think so. But one of the things I've noticed on the track I don't think painting it white or keeping it white
Oh yeah, I mean
is
it
a horrible color.
no. I honestly really wish because they did it for The Incredibles that they
It
would
w
have painted it like red and black.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
make it like yeah, it for its keeping it as a white track, I mean, it really shows its wear and tear. And that's why honestly, I don't wear white shirts. I don't wear
Don't
light colors because it shows through. And
Yes.
it's like it's wear and tear.
John asks, well, I wonder what would replace it. What do you
Yes.
think, George?
Oh, if they were to reimagine the whole entire pier, oh boy. I think that's kind of tough because of the placement of the pier.
Yes.
Because majority of that land is the water area for World of Color. And then you have like it to the side. So I don't really know what you really could. I mean, you could turn it really into anything, but I would think then World of Color would also be on the chopping block. Because I don't know really what you would do with that amount of narrowed area.
Yeah, it would be a little weird. I think they would keep World of Color, but they would they would scale it they would scale it well back and make it a smaller lagoon to give more room to Pixar Pier. And I think because someone mentioned it, I saw in the comments, I never commented on it. Since Bob Iger, when he first became CEO, alongside buying Lucasfilm, he bought 21st Century Fox. And since we've all talked about one point or another, DCA being more of a adult park, you could incorporate 21st Century Fox properties.
Yeah. Oh, that is, yeah, you can. And DCA is already kind of like a mature kind of park anyway that you can kind of get away with that.
Yeah.
So Xtina's Fighter 2000 says, ooh, red and black would be so much better. I think so, especially at night with the lights. Yeah. Oh, man, yeah. That would be awesome. And Hudson Thomas says, you guys been on so long, George grew a full beard.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still going.
It's still going.
And also, too, this is happening right now. Abby just sent me a text. This came from David Vaughn. Disney just released that the same day that tickets go on sale for Star Wars Night on February 5th is also the same day they're releasing tickets for Disney Channel Night.
Really?
Yes.
Ooh, that is highly interesting. Actually, oh my gosh. I know we talked about this subject already, but I'm going to repost this on my page and show you guys real quick. If I can, I'm going to share my screen real quick. Mm-hmm. Again, this is from Scott Gustin. And let me bring this up. Look at this that he just came up with. This is wild. Okay.
Oh.
This is
okay. That's a much better understanding a little bit here.
Okay, so let me turn off the volume because it's kind of loud and obnoxious. But this is from actually Mickey Views from Braden, that runs Mickey Views, and Scott Gustin just posted it on X. But this is kind of what we're looking at from Google Earth. It looks like of Cars Land and Villains Land taking over Tom Sawyer's Island. But let me play it for you guys. This is pretty interesting. And there's Thunder Mountain, Haunted Mansion. There's that mystery building. And then there's Villains Land. See, that's what I mean. We're doing this almost 12 minutes to 10-hour live stream and still going. And news is just trickling in. It's crazy. But let me see if I can find that David Vaughn thing real
Yeah, it
quick.
was on Instagram. Here, maybe I can send it to you on your phone.
I wonder if he has it posted on X though. I know you said Instagram, but let me see if he posted on X. I don't know if he did or not.
I just sent you to it on your phone if you wanted to.
Okay, let me see. Okay, so Instagram. Is there any way you can send it to me on Instagram messages so I can pull it up there? Do that, and I'll pull it up there. Unless, let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Just waiting for. Okay, perfect. Let me bring that up, and then here we go. Okay. Since my voice is kind of given out, George, you want to read this for all of us?
Yes. Let's see. Okay. Disneyland After Dark Disney Channel Night goes on sale Thursday, February 5th, 2026. The event takes place April 12th, 14th, and 16th. Okay, so they're going to have 3 days at Disneyland Park after hours from 9 p.m. to 1 a.m. Wow. Guests can enter early starting at 6 p.m. Daytime guests will be asked to leave at 8 p.m. Just give them the boot. But you'll be able to remain in the park with the wristband and credential provided upon entry. These events are fun, lively, and have limited crowds. I don't know about that one. Yeah. Most rides will be open and entertainment is included, like character meet and greets. Penny Proud makes her debut this year, plus photo ops, dance shows, and more. Specialty snacks and themed items will also be available for purchase. A limited number of pre-sales will be available to Magic Key holders. However, all sales will be refilled, so it can't sell out in the pre-sale.
Interesting. I like that.
Yeah.
And that's something, again, they should definitely look at incorporating for D23 tickets.
Oh, and I think possibly Stitch is going to be back with his cousins.
There you go, right here.
Yep, there it is.
And then we also have character meet and greets, Kim Impossible, Lilo and Stitch, DuckTales, Goof Troop, Tailspin, and more. Then we have High School Musical, Zombies Prep Rally.
No Darkwing Duck.
Yeah, not your luck, unfortunately. It's interesting they use David was in this picture. That's kind of cool.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so entertainment. What does that say? Was that Descent Dance Rivers of America?
Descendants.
Descendants Rivers of America, Disney Channel Rocks, Camp Rock Sing Along.
We rock, we rock.
Oh Lord, here we go. It looks like they're gonna have some food items, exclusive eats. Looks pretty incredible. Let's see. They have though most rides will be open, some attractions and experiences may be unavailable, including Jungle Cruise, Roger Rabbit, Cartoon Spin, and Buzz Lightyear Astro Blaster, which is like, I don't know why that would be, but okay.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And then prices and sale dates. So April 12th, $169, April 14th, $159, also April 16th, $159. And anyone that's an Inspire key holder, pre-sales go on for Inspire key holders on February the 3rd. All Magic key holders pre-sale February the 4th. And all no earlier than 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time.
Okay.
Interesting. That's what I mean. Disney dropping.
I missed the first Disney Channel night, so I don't know. Maybe I would like to go to that one just to see what it's like. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, and then I don't think Thrillabee's been in this live stream tonight, but they chimed in. It says George.
Yeah, there's Thrillabee, George with a G and Choo Choo.
Absolutely, you know it. The dream team right here.
Yes.
And
yes, even as Fighter 2000 says, Buzz is weird one to close. Yeah, I don't know why.
I don't even know why they would have any attraction closed if it's not under refurb.
Yeah, I'm not.
That's kind of stupid.
Kind of weird.
It's kind of dumb. But George, what's the next topic you want to hit?
Yeah, so there was oh, here we go. This came from Animaniac 2122. If Disney buys the hotels in the corner, they could have a coaster start at DCA proper and extend to that area. Monsters Inc. suspended coaster?
Possible.
I mean, I don't know if they would do the Monsters Inc. suspended coaster, but I do like that idea of kind of like, and again, I think that's what Disney's plan for Disneyland Forward is going to be regardless. They're going to start slowly buying up businesses and residential areas little by little till eventually they have a monopoly in that area. I don't know. I just think that's the long-term goal for Disneyland Forward.
So I honestly think the $60 billion, is it 60? Am I losing it? $60 billion they have to spend in 10 years? Okay. So that's why I said early on when I was showing the Google Map images about the third gate, you know, like George was mentioning, they could buy up businesses. They can have the convention center if the Angels move their stadium to another location. They can move the convention center and all those businesses to that footprint, which would be close to OC Vibe and the Hana Center, and Disney could acquire that other plot of land next to Toy Story and really have a amazing, humongous third gate for the Disneyland Resort. There's endless possibilities they could do. Endless possibilities with $60 billion.
Yeah, absolutely. And they can get creative with it too if they really wanted to. So let's see. I kind of condensed it down a little bit for like ones that we can. Okay, so we did talk about Coco. So really, I mean, I only have like a couple more here.
Oh, perfect.
Which actually that works because we're hitting like literally the 10-hour mark. So
crazy, man.
Easy to hit the double digit there.
I love it.
So the last couple is the painting of Cinderella Castle.
Okay, let's start with that.
Okay,
let's start with that because that was a comment I was actually going to bring up for the Diamond Celebration at Walt Disney World in 2031. You know, since they're painting the castle back to its original colors, which I know a ton of us, including yourself, George, really do appreciate, because I do think that pink color that the Disneyland Castle has was not really a great fit for the Magic Kingdom Castle. But do you think that they might paint the castle again, not as a pink color or not as, you know, a different color in general, but maybe kind of really brighten up the silver and the gray tones of the brick for the Diamond Celebration, because the Diamond Celebration kind of has those colors with the grays and the blues and the crystal and all this stuff. What do you think?
I think for me, and maybe this is just me.
Sure.
When they do celebrations and stuff for the parks, rather than paint things till they have to paint it back,
sure,
like I just say decorate it. Make it look nicely. Yeah, give it that shimmer, give her that glitter look, whatever you want to do it, because it's going to be temporary anyway. just
Yeah.
like how they, and then remove it. Like, I don't know why they go out of their way to like physically like paint things till then you have to like repaint. I gotta understand painting when you want to retouch, it fades in the sun. But yeah, I agree with you. I think like if they give it like a nice shimmer kind of look for like the 60th, like they did like with Disneyland, but give it the shimmer where it's temporary, where you're not actually like painting over the castle.
No, and 100%, and you're not wrong on that. But I do. How can I put this? How can I put this very nicely so it doesn't sound mean or rude? I
Honestly, it won't. I'm curious just what it is, so you could just say it.
Okay, so I actually do take a different approach. I think
Okay.
I think painting the castle was not a bad idea, but painting it pink to match Disneyland, that was the wrong paint scheme. I think they kind of chose a better color scheme to kind of tie in with the gold trim and the gold accents of the 50th celebration of Walt Disney World. I just don't think pink was the greatest choice they
I don't
could
know why they always go for pink. They always go for the Pepto-Bismol. I don't know why.
Well, you know what? To be honest with you, and I know this is controversial as well, but I'd rather have like they did paint the castle pink with the gold trim instead. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, hold your thought right there. I just want to say, folks, we literally just crossed the 10-hour mark for our live stream marathon. So for everyone who is still with us at 10 hours,
crazy.
Thank you so much. And Big Samus, glad you're here. I haven't seen you in a while, but wanted to just say really quick, good point. Just add some gold, silver, or diamond decorations. Yeah, see, that's kind of where I'm at. But yeah, so anyway, Conductor, continue.
No, absolutely. So, we've seen different iterations of what the Magic Kingdom castle has looked like over the celebrations. And actually, to tell you the God honest truth, I don't think the castle being painted, as George calls it, the Pepto-Bismol color of pink was necessarily the worst thing they've done to Cinderella's castle. I think the absolute worst thing they've done is make it look like a damn birthday cake.
And that's exactly what they did for the 25th anniversary. They literally turned it into a birthday cake with the Pepto-Bismol colors. And people who were having their Disney fairy tale weddings, they were so upset because when you get married in the Disney wedding pavilion, and you're in the main altar, they have a big bay window behind you, and it's literally angled that Cinderella Castle is in the backdrop. And people wanted to have that $1 million shot for their wedding photo, and they have a giant pink wedding cake. I mean, a giant pink birthday cake for their wedding. And it was just, now a lot of people did like it because it signified, hey, we got married for Disney World's 25th anniversary. But there was a lot of people that were very upset about that.
No,
but Giant Peter Adventure says, I really went to my college classes, took my sister to the dentist, had IHOP, ran a bunch of errands, went on a walk, went to go have ice cream, took a shower, and y'all are still alive.
Damn, that's a lot to do, Giant Peter's Adventure. That's amazing we've been on that long. And again, I from theme park conductor myself, I want to deeply appreciate everybody for being on this live stream off and on, or for the entire time. You guys are amazing to be sticking around with us for 10 hours now on a continuous live stream with no issues whatsoever. It has been absolutely incredible. I knew this was the one thing I've been wanting to check off on my recent list of my bucket list, and the best person to do that with is George the Disney Italiano from Hollow Gelato. Because I'll tell you what, George says it all the time. When we do lives together, it's at the very bare minimum 2 hours.
And I think that's what came to the conclusion for us to even have this discussion to do this, because it was like we were doing lives, we were covering stuff through for D23 and everything. We did 4.5 hours, and I'm like, I'm very curious to see how long we could really go. Let's do a marathon live stream, you and I, and we'll like knock it out of the ballpark and see what happens.
That's awesome.
But Giant Peter asked, did you guys even eat? No, not yet. Actually, for me, Abby is ready. She has like the Uber Eats already ready, and she's waiting for my cue, and then she's going to hit the button. So yeah, but that's okay. I think I needed to lose a little bit of pondage, so I probably, could have used a couple things, but now I'm going to eat like a horse.
I thought you looked thinner in the face.
Thank you. Yeah, I actually, in all seriousness, I actually lost from being sick and not having too big of an appetite. I ended up losing, I think it was like 9 pounds.
I lost 4.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
Great.
That's normal for you because you're already skinny. I had more ass to lose. So
see, that's what I mean. George on cue. Incredible. I love it.
But I also had up, okay, so Sean Williams says 10 hours. That's awesome. Impressive. 10 hours is still a cakewalk for you guys. No pun intended to the 25th anniversary birthday cake. Oh, and then Giant Peter mentioned the Stitches teepeed castle. Yeah, I remember that. That was a lot of people did not like with the teepeed and like the graffiti, like that Stitch was there and he messed with the castle. People like they had to hurry up and they cleaned up that mess quick.
Oh yeah. So I think out of literally not so for Cinderella's castle being the original colors, but not including that, and with all the celebrations and different designs we've seen of the castle, actually, I think the 50th anniversary for the castle was literally the one of the best to date of decor and paint that we've seen on the castle. Because all the other ones, like George says, the teepee and the graffiti from Stitch, and then you had the birthday cake of the 25th birthday. It just didn't look right. It looked horrible. So I don't think honestly, if we don't include the original colors from the Cinderella's castle and we only include the decor and colors from the celebrations, I think actually the 50th was one of the best.
Yeah, I agree. Again, because it's more of decoration than painting. It was more of like, make it elegant, make it fancy, make it fun. You could do whatever you want, but I just think the painting is like what really like gets me. But again, I also see your point too, that you can do the painting, but it depends on the color palette that they choose.
Yeah.
And I think they need to kind of go away from, I didn't really mind the dark blue towers.
Yeah.
It was just that pink. Pink.
No, 100%. I think if they went with the different shade of pink that wasn't so vibrant, I don't think too many people would have had an issue with it. But it was like a really, really bright pink color they used. And I understand it because the Florida sun is just, it's a killer when it comes to paint and especially facades for attractions and stuff like that, and buildings in general. The Florida heat's awful. So yeah, I get why they went with that shade of pink.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah, because it wasn't as strong as the pink for the 25th anniversary birthday cake, but it just like, again, it's still like leaning towards that same, direction.
Okay, so what was the next thing you wanted to bring up?
Okay, so actually for me, the final topic for me would actually be the Avengers Campus direction of like with Doomsday, coming out, it's going to be big. Marvel's even considering splitting up Secret Wars. That depending on how well Doomsday does, which I think they already kind of know how Doomsday is going to go. I mean, people are already ramping up for this thing.
Oh yeah,
they're gonna turn Secret Wars into 2 parts.
Oh, by far.
They're gonna do it. It's more money.
Yeah. Makes sense.
How can you see that moving in the direction with Avengers Campus? Because while this is all going on, and we're going to finally get X-Men back in the MCU, we have now the Fantastic Four, and now we're going to be battling King Thanos, But a lot of people have speculation that Thanos will be making an appearance somewhere in between Doomsday and Secret Wars. So is there still relevance for Thanos?
Okay, so when it comes part to Doomsday, I'm going to be honest with you, and then you have Secret Wars. I don't know by the time the e-ticket attraction actually opens. I don't know how relevant King Thanos is going to be at that point. So, because
really quick, Conductor, I actually have to ask you, and I think do you have tomorrow off?
I do, thank God.
Okay, cool. Okay, I would have felt freaking so bad.
No, I do, thank God. But because King Thanos was actually introduced by Bob Chapek during D23 in 2022. So my whole thing is with Doomsday coming out, and obviously we have Robert Downey Jr. playing Doctor Doom. And then you have Infinity Defense, one of 2 attractions coming to the expansion of Avengers Campus. I wouldn't mind seeing a Doctor Doom element in Avengers Affinity Defense. Now,
do you think with Infinity Defense, because there was a lot of talk of doing like a black box attraction, do you think that would have been wise to do Infinity Defense as a black box attraction? Because essentially you can maneuver of how big and widespread the MCU is. You can add in Thanos. You could take out Thanos. You could add in Doctor Doom. You could take out Doctor Doom. You can add in Galactus. You could take out Galactus. Like whatever, like the promotion is for whatever movie that you can kind of do a lot of different stuff with.
Okay, so I'm going to be 100% honest with you here.
You're not a fan of the black box?
No. Well, no. I love the black box idea. I do. The one thing I would say to that, it would totally be beneficial and it would work perfectly if they didn't have Stark Flight Labs there. And that whole building took up the entire footprint for Infinity Defense. I would say 100% I'm on board. Because when you look at when you look at Tony Stark Flight Labs, I know what WDI Imagineering was trying to do is to actually incorporate a Tony Stark attraction, an Iron Man attraction. I honestly just don't think the Kuka arm was the best idea for that, especially sharing the same building as Infinity Defense. I think what they should have done, if they wanted to do Stark Flight Labs with the Kuka arm, they shouldn't have gave the whole building to Infinity Defense, which would fit your theory perfectly about swapping in and out, different characters of the MCU and X-Men and all that stuff. And then have the Kuka arm attraction, which would be a Iron Man attraction, as a standalone attraction in this area that would not be connected to the Infinity Defense building, but would be kind of like a kiddie ride, but still be an Iron Man attraction, that would still cater to also adults if they want to ride it, but it would be a much smaller scale footprint, kind of like they could take a concept art of, or a concept idea of Knott's Berry Farm and Camp Snoopy and use one of those type of attractions, but with the Kuka arm and a little bit bigger than what one of those attractions would be at Camp Snoopy, and have it Iron Man and leave the entire building for Infinity Defense and really give us the full scale e-ticket attraction that we wanted. Because when you think about it, they just recently mentioned that they're also going to have another quick service, possibly quick service / dining location in this expansion area. And I kind of thought in my mind, I said, well, if you have room to do that, then why didn't you just put a way smaller scale version of the Kuka arm attraction in that footprint instead and give the whole building to Infinity Defense and really truly make it an e-ticket attraction? Because when you look at the construction nowadays, like if you walk in Avengers Campus and you look at the construction of both Infinity Defense and Stark Flight Labs, I'm sorry, I'm going to be brutally honest here. The truss system that they're using for the roof aspect of Stark Flight Labs literally looks like they called Cedar Fair and Six Flags and asked them, hey, where do you guys get the trellis system for your park entrance to Six Flags? We want to know the vendor and we want to incorporate that into Stark Flight Labs because it looks god awful, it looks horrendous. So
Yeah,
I
think Stark Flight Lab will be cool at first because it's like the brand new shiny thing, brand new toy to play with. But I don't know how long in the tooth that attraction is going to hold up.
I don't think very long.
I don't think so either, because essentially it was a fast, quick decision because they had the Kuka arms that was supposed to be for Infinity Defense, and now they went a different direction, and now they bought all these things, and they're like, well, we got to do something with them. Oh yeah, we'll just make we don't even have to cover them. We don't even have to, we'll just pretend like, oh, it's made out of, from Stark Industries, we could just have them ride it, around. And it was like, okay, there wasn't really too much creativity added there.
No.
But Cody Anderson, welcome in, by the way, says, I think they need a Marvel coaster next, maybe with X-Men.
That would be dope.
Absolutely. I think, honestly, they were planning on actually having like a speeder bike roller coaster that was supposed to be either based off of Captain America or the Winter Soldier. And again, that was supposed to go over in the Hollywoodland area when they attempted the Eastern Gateway the first time. So really, Avengers should be where Hollywoodland is right now. Now, that also comes to my other question. And before I do, I have to say, doing X-Men, downright, I would do it. We have enough Avengers attractions. Now we need an X-Men and a Fantastic Four. Even though Fantastic Four didn't do so hot at the box office, people thought it was going to be much more, but I still enjoyed it. I loved the movie. I love the Fantastic Four. I still stick to it. But kind of coming full circle to what we talked about earlier, Avengers Campus is kind of boxed in because it then replaced a Bugs Land.
Yes.
So when you put Pandora over in Hollywoodland, that's it. That's it. It's done. You cannot do nothing, no more with Avengers or Marvel. Take Avengers out of it. I scratch that. Take Avengers out. You can't do anything more with the MCU.
Yes.
How is that possible? Why not take Hollywoodland and make that part of an expansion of Avengers Campus and put Avatar over in the Simba lot where it belongs?
Absolutely. Here's another theory. It's funny you mention that.
Because Avengers was supposed to go there.
Exactly. It's funny you mention that, though, because remember I was talking on early in the live stream and I said, well, you know, that I love how George is leaning his arm on nothing.
Yeah, that's fine because there's a chair right here, and I didn't realize it because I have like the green screen. And yeah, it does. It looks like I'm just like I just have my arm in the air.
Jeez. No, but I was mentioning early on with Avatar going in the Hollywood backlot, if they tore down the Hyperion and built the building back up, but used the building as a second attraction for Avatar, and then obviously put back the theming for the Hollywood facade that faces Hollywood Boulevard. But what if, and I'm going to be honest with you, what if, because if you think about it, where the old Fast Pass area is, that's behind construction walls, that's going to obviously be converted to a sit-down area, where Guardians of the Galaxy is and whatnot. But the buildings behind that, which is, facades, and also, what's that one building that we walk into and there's like multiple experiences on Hollywood Boulevard? What is it called?
You mean the animation building?
The animation building, which takes up a massive footprint. What if they literally tore those buildings out? Stay with me because I know it's going to get wild and weird. They tore those buildings out, but they kept the facades and they rebuilt the buildings. But again, instead of the animation building and all that stuff, they kept the facades to keep up with the Hollywood Boulevard. But the building actually that supports the facade would be more attractions for Avengers Campus. And what if we had, to kind of tie in the X-Men, that literally just came out with Deadpool and Wolverine? We have a Deadpool and Wolverine attraction. That'd be dope.
And they'd utilize Deadpool during like the holidays for story time with Deadpool. I do love that idea. That's very creative. There's just one problem.
Sure.
And if anyone can correct me in the chat if I am wrong, I think those buildings that you're referring to, Avengers Campus shares those buildings on the opposite side.
I think Pimteskishin might.
Is that the only one?
I think that I think literally that's the only one they would have access to, because if you go more towards Cathay Circle and that restaurant, obviously you can't touch that. So the only area of those buildings you can touch is literally where the animation courtyard or the animation building is, and everything headed towards the Hyperion.
Okay,
which is still a massive footprint.
So what would you do with the Hyperion? I think the Hyperion is going to be on the chopping block one way or the other.
Well,
but does that go for Pandora or does that go for Marvel?
I think, I think personally, I could go either way with this, but I'm more favored for it to go to Avatar. Like I stated, tear down the Hyperion because it would cost too much to gut the damn thing. Tear down the Hyperion, rebuild it back up to the size it was, put back the Hollywood facade decor that faces Hollywood Boulevard as of today, and put the second Avatar attraction, which Disney can't even confirm there is going to be a second attraction. So personally for me, that's where I would put the second attraction for Avatar. And then to answer Giant Peter Adventures question, Pym Test Kitchen does not. It just butts up right to those restaurants. Then that's even more perfect, because then you don't have to worry about Pym Test Kitchen as much, and you can tear out those buildings for the animation building, possibly. Maybe not the Disney Junior thing, because obviously you want to keep it for kids.
Right.
But the animation building and everything headed towards the Hyperion building.
Okay, so he meant the animation building, so maybe not Pym's.
Okay,
So
so
maybe
the
it is connected to PIMS, but it's not the animation building.
Okay, so the animation building, as memory serves me correct, it actually takes up a massive footprint. It takes up literally the half of the right side of Hollywood Boulevard. If you ripped out that building and you built another building just like it, and it housed another Avengers attraction that possibly could be an X-Men attraction, like George is stating, for the MCU. And then give the Hyperion building to Avatar, you would have the best of both worlds. Because then at that point, you could possibly have an X-Men maybe roller coaster, indoor roller coaster, like Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind style. And then for the Hyperion, for Avatar, you can actually build another roller coaster, because I've seen this. I don't know if I have it on my X account. Let me see if I do. If I
And while you check that, I just wanted to bring this up when Mark McHugh tear down the Hyperion and put in a Goofy movie ride. I tell you what, they do anything with a Goofy movie, I would approve of it 110%. Because I absolutely love that movie. I would love to see a roller coaster where everyone is in Goofy's car and you have to race in time to get to the Powerline concert. And while you're riding, Max is jamming to the Powerline soundtrack and you're just listening to Stand Out Eye to Eye while you're riding this wacky, whimsical coaster through LA. I would love that. Give me a Goofy movie ride, folks.
No, absolutely.
And then John Make It Rain says, I'd keep the Hyperion Theater, but I'd move it south by a couple 100 feet.
Interesting.
I'm curious of that. So if you move it a couple 100 feet south, would that still allow you to keep the Hyperion, but still be able to do what you want to do with Marvel and or Pandora?
Oh, don't mind me. I'm trying to find that image.
Oh, and then he also says a storm attraction would be really cool.
That would be awesome. Let me see.
And then if Goofy movie ride took over the Great Movie Ride, George would have approved. Yeah, see, that I would have approved. I would have approved. If they wanted to do something with the Fab Five, do Goofy.
Absolutely. Let me see. I'm trying to see if I can. Oh, here we go. This is just a picture. Let me share my screen real quick, if I can. This would be amazing as a second attraction for Avatar. Look at this, George. Pull this thing up.
Yes, you sent me that. That was really cool.
That would.
I'm glad you remembered to bring that up.
That would be freaking dope to build something like that as a second attraction. Are you kidding me? A Banshee roller coaster? Oh, dude.
That would be cool, honestly. It kind of gives off the vibes like Hiccup's Wing Glider at
Yes.
Epic. Now, I just want to bring this up. Rudio sent me, and this was coming from Five Fires. For nearly 3 decades, the Anaheim Transportation Network, or the ATN, has supported mobility in the Anaheim Resort, serving residents, employees, and millions of visitors. After an extended evaluation of our current and future financial position and exhausting all options, ATN will begin an orderly wind down of operations with conclusion of service on March 31st, 2026. This transition will be implemented in a manner to allow for coordination and transparency as services are responsibly concluded. And Mondo more so put of like, what's going to happen to the Toy Story transportation? Now, I'm wondering if that is a start, because again, I spoke to an employee when we were staying at the timeshare, and they even said, starting next year, here it is, 2026. The bus route that is to that timeshare is going to stop going to the Toy Story lot. So they already knew as businesses that it was going to stop. And now confirming right now, is that a start sign that the Toy Story lot is transitioning to a possibility of clearing stuff out for a third gate?
That'd be dope. That right there is giving me hope that, like you said, they probably are going to start developing or slowly developing the third gate before they touch the Simba parking lot.
Yeah, I really think they will.
signifies-
Now, speaking of the parking lot, Giant Peter Show also said, give us a new Marvel land in the Simba lot. Now, if they wanted to extend Pandora a little bit further to the Hyperion, but still do Marvel, I mean, when they were talking about Disneyland Forward, they did mention Wakanda as
They
a new
did.
land. So, I mean, they could essentially still, that is true. You could technically still do Marvel outside of the campus. Maybe the campus is just focused on the Avengers, but X-Men, Fantastic Four, Black Panther, maybe they'll just get their own section either in the Simba parking lot or maybe somewhere in a third gate.
More than possible. More than possible. I'm open to anything at this point. So I'm not opposed to that idea by far.
Yeah, see, and Abby confirmed, see, yeah, they told us that in August. That was during my birthday.
Yeah.
So again, the businesses surrounding the area already knew this.
Absolutely. And then again, Hen Geek Village asks, what is the 100th? I think he's mentioning for Disneyland.
Oh,
What-
yeah, and John Mega Rain confirms 100th anniversary of Disneyland. I think there was also a show called The 100.
Oh, the 100th anniversary of the Walt Disney Company.
I'm
Or-
assuming, yeah, I think. But I think he's also referring to the 100th anniversary of Disneyland, I guess. I don't know. Unless it's the 100th, because, I mean, unless it's the 100th, yeah, maybe it's the 100th of the Walt Disney Company.
Yeah, which we had a couple years ago, and it was a weird celebration. Again, it was a weird celebration because they had limited decor. They had like little information boards of telling about the history of all the Disney parks and the history of the Walt Disney Company on little boards for the tram route. And people caught on to a couple of them because they had inaccurate information, and that turned into a big meme on social media. But that celebration, the one thing we got out of it, and then Disney took it away, and I think that was a bad move, was the fountains on the bridge leading to Cinderella's castle. I think that was literally a great a great aesthetic to Cinderella's castle, and why they got rid of that, I still don't really understand to this day.
Yeah. Oh, and speaking of which, speaking of the Sleeping Beauty Castle, just recently, it was either yesterday or the day before, Sleeping Beauty actually turned 67.
Oh,
So
wow.
it just celebrated its 67th anniversary.
Oh my gosh, crazy.
So, John, make it rain. Well, I wish you guys a great night, and I hope you guys do a short stream tomorrow. Thank you for this crazy long live stream. We appreciate the effort. John, thank you so much. Literally, you were with us. Literally, I know you stepped away, but it really didn't seem like you were gone that long. And you were with us basically
8 hours.
Literally the entire live. Like you were here, you were present. So
that's crazy.
As much as like we already knew what to expect, that we were going to do this for the long haul, but you guys being the viewers and the listeners, that it means a lot to us that you literally, it means a lot to us when you guys stick it out with us when we do an hour and a half live stream. let alone we did 10 and a half hours and you guys stuck it out with us. That is like, it's really a loss for words, to be honest with you. And I really don't usually have a loss of words,
No,
but I guess we just say we just appreciate you guys.
absolutely. And I think we have a little bit more information. George, I don't know if you want to push it since we're so close already to the 11th hour mark.
I was just going to say, like, we are so close. If we can at least that we went this far, if we could hit the 11th hour, I'd be satisfied if we could just hit the 11th hour.
Let's do it.
So Big Samus says, may we get an announcement at D23? Now, okay, so Big Samus, are you referring to possibly a direction with the Toy Story parking lot?
Maybe.
What do you think of that? What if that is a major move for tomorrow if he was to step in as CEO? Can you imagine that announcement?
I think that would be an awesome announcement. I think the fact that this news just broke literally minutes ago on social media, I think that would be something to talk about at D23, because basically this D23, and shout out to Brentley Weiser for joining in this live stream. Great to see you. I'm going to tell you right now, though, because this D23, me and George kind of already semi-figured it out. It's literally, see, I can't even speak anymore. It's literally going to be a parks panel about updated information about all the expansions they announced 2 years ago in 2024 at that D23. And I think we're going to get some information about at least one of the 4 Disney Cruise Line ships, the name, and where possible information about that. We might hear some stuff about the international parks, especially about Adventure World opening in March. Obviously, it's going to be open by then, but we might get some more information about the Lion King attraction and that whole area. We might get some information about Shanghai Disney getting the second park expansion. So we would still hear stuff about that. So it's more than possible.
Yeah. And Big Samus says, yeah, with Toy Story, maybe it happens before the Simba expansions. I really think so. I really do think so. I mentioned it. Conductor agrees. Big Samus, you said it. Anyone in the chat, give me. Oh man. I know it's like you're getting those.
No, I'm good. I'm good. It's just
everyone, if you guys could give me a thumbs up if you agree with us that there's a possibility that the third gate into Toy Story Land might happen before more future expansion of DCA over at the Simba lot. Put in the comments. Put a thumbs up if you agree with that.
Yeah, no, 100%.
I hope it's Westcott so much. And Cody, yeah, like we were mentioning that earlier too. I think a lot of people are rooting for the Westcott.
Mark says,
oh yes, Mark. See, Mark has to put it all in caps. He's like, "Give me that third gate."
I love it. I love it. There you go, Giant Peters with the thumbs up. And then,
Sean Williams says, 12 hours sounds so much cooler. Let's effing go. So Sean, the only issue with the 12 hours, because Abby did the research on StreamYard, is it hits capacity. So it would actually kick us off the live if we hit 12 hours.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah. But that would have been really cool. But I think it still is cool with the 11th hour. You know, when they say it hits the clock of the 11th hour and everything, yes. I think it'd be really cool. Let's see. Josh announcing it year one would be a boss move. It would be. That actually would be a boss move.
I personally think it would be a great win for Josh, being the face of the company as the CEO. But I kind of hinted at, and I'm going to be honest with everybody, I kind of hinted at with the original trilogy characters finally going in the Galaxy's Edge at Disneyland, and this change is not happening at Hollywood Studios. It's only happened at Disneyland's Galaxy's Edge. Um, I think that might have been our first our first move by the new CEO, making that move.
Yeah.
I don't think it was Iger and the board that made that decision.
No. No, I don't think so. I think I think some behind the scenes stuff is a brewing.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this, since we got about 20 minutes left. Go, you know, and I've talked about this many times over all the live streams and the videos we've done together, and even in person I've talked to you about it, and on the phone. You know, I know it's not a strong subject to talk about, but the Disneyland Resort, they
Mhm.
spent all this money and infrastructure for the Magic Bands. Okay.
Mhm.
And I know it's a touchy subject because a lot of people said, Magic Band should have never came to Disneyland. But with all the expansion we're seeing with, you know, Disneyland Forward, possibly the third gate happening at Toy Story, do you think that they're going to incorporate more abilities and more offerings and more infrastructure for the Magic Bands?
I think in time, yes. I don't think the magic bands were necessary now. But and I know you actually are a fan of them because I have seen you use them in action. And it is very convenient that you don't have to open up your phone. You know, you just tap. So actually, I'm not opposed to it. I'm really not. I would still use it. Actually, if I have my Magic Band, the thing is, because I utilize the Magic Band for Walt Disney World, so
Sure.
you would have to disconnect from Disney World and reconnect for Disneyland and vice versa. Which I'm still okay with that too, unless you get multiple bands, and just know which band is which. So I'm not opposed of it, but I think for like the majority,
Sure.
I think Disneyland was not ready for the Magic Bands. But hey, they brought them out now, so they'll have them ready. But when the third gate does come for Toy Story, because I'm not going to say if, I'm going to say when.
Yeah.
A third gate for Disneyland is happening, and it's going to happen in the Toy Story parking lot.
Oh, by far.
That's what it's going to be. When that does come, and they do expansions of Disneyland and DCA more than what they're doing now, then yeah, it's going to be a bigger, full-fledged resort. It's going to bring more capital. It's going to bring more revenue. It's going to bring more tourists, more travelers, more families. That's why Disney is leaning more towards the day tickets rather than the Magic Key California residents, which they still appreciate them, but they're aiming for that. I think that's their long-term goal with Disneyland Forward as well. And yeah, I could see a lot more Magic Bands selling because that's what tourists do. When you go down to Walt Disney World, I've done it. I've done it multiple times. I've gone down to Walt Disney World and I go into the gift shop and I'm like, okay, let's see what kind of Magic Bands they have because I use it for Walt Disney World. That is the long-term goal I think they're going to want for Disneyland.
And I honestly think that's going to happen. I think, you know, because I've asked Orange Grove 55 this question. I've asked Capture the Magic this question. Even Mr. Webba this question, because he actually works at Disneyland as maintenance in the backstage areas. And you know, I've asked one of these gentlemen this exact same question, and Orange Grove and Capture the Magic don't think they will further expand the technology for the Magic Bands. From what I understand from both gentlemen at the Disneyland Resort, Mr. Webber was open to the idea. I'm 100% open to the idea.
I
You
think
already,
they will. If they're going to make more hotels,
yes,
I think, and more parks and more, I think, I don't know, like, why wouldn't they do more with the Magic Bands? I think that would give them all the more excuse to do with the Magic Bands.
See, it's very interesting, George, because like I was mentioning, you already have the infrastructure there. You already paid the money to have the infrastructure built into the park.
And
And
it cost it $1 billion for that tech.
yeah, so you're going to tell me you're going to take a loss on that? No, you expand on it. You develop it more. You already spent the money as well making all these magic bands and different designs and all that. You're going to tell me that you're going to just throw away that idea like you guys threw away the idea of the Galactic Star Cruiser, even though the biggest downfall for that hotel was you guys and your pricing aspect of a 2-day experience. No,
Yeah. Well,
it's
they
just
did take a hit with the Star Cruiser, but they did get their money back because they left it for a tax write-off, in a sense. So they basically broke even with it, I guess you could say.
they did, but again, I think it would have been a way better
I think
experience.
it's a major loss for us.
Oh, a humongous loss. I think the biggest downfall of the Galactic Star Cruiser, quite honestly, was the price point. If it wasn't for that, that thing would be a massive success. Hands down, no matter what.
And I also think, too, because it was a repetitive storyline that you were getting in Galaxy's Edge. Okay, you go onto the Star Cruiser, you get captured, and the Star Cruiser gets taken over by Kylo Ren. Okay, now the Star Cruisers is going to park in Galaxy's Edge. Go and enjoy your day. Oh, you ride Rise of the Resistance. Oh, we're captured by Kylo Ren again here on Batuu. It's like it's the same thing. It's like, give us a different storyline with it. And again, I think the inside of it, I think they could have done a lot more better with the interior of it as well.
They could have. But if they had to work around issues like they're doing with Galaxy's Edge now here at Disneyland with incorporating the original trilogy characters and working with what they got, I don't think they necessarily couldn't have incorporated different storylines with different characters and different villains like a Darth Vader or a Palpatine or something like that in the Galactic Star Cruiser. Like I said, I think the biggest downfall for the Galactic Star Cruiser was Disney pricing people out because it was way too expensive for a limited experience.
Yeah, absolutely. And Cody Anderson says, don't you think the Galactic Cruiser should have been a traveling cruise ship? See, I think if they would have done that
would have been awesome.
And they would have done a Disney cruise ship that was designed to look like a Star Wars intergalactic Star Cruiser.
Oh, dude.
Oh, come on. Like,
awesome. You kidding me?
No, they shove us in the back of these freaking windowless vans and they drive us to this facility that makes it look like a damn starship. And when they put us in these bunkers, like we're in freaking prison, like
it's true though. It's honestly true. When they showed pictures, I'm not even kidding. When they
took us to the backstage area where you could see the Spire lollipops.
Yeah, exactly. And what's funny is these kind of like box trucks that they shoved you into. And not to get weird, but it almost felt like you're getting captured by the cartel.
Yeah. And then you get rescued and then you get thrown into prison.
Oh my God. Oh, I'm losing my mind now.
Like it was like, and Giant Peter Adventures is asking, what was your guys' favorite hour?
Of what, this live stream?
Of the live stream. Honestly, I mean, call me crazy, but like, I think just the whole entire live stream.
Absolutely.
It was perfect. Honestly, it went without a hitch. No technical issues. None. There was not a dull moment. We had great conversations. everyone, joined in. I have to say, for me, it was all 11 hours.
Oh, same here.
Okay.
Same here.
Remy, Remy
What
D.
the hell?
Goes, holy crap, just came back from a movie and you're still here.
Oh my God. Yep. We're still here for another 12 minutes.
We're here for another 12 minutes, Remy D. We're going to hit the 11th hour and we're calling it.
Damn. Wow.
We should do this. We should do this every month or more often. Well,
that's a little challenging.
Yeah. So Big Samus, what we're going to end up doing is, we actually mentioned this earlier on. We're going to make this an annual thing. So Conductor and I will do these live marathon at the beginning of each year, because that way we're starting off the new year, or around the new year, because it's still the month of January, and basically kind of like kick off with all the news that's going to be coming out throughout the year, all the projects. I think that's very fitting to do at the beginning of the new year. I think
absolutely. So I want to address Giant Peter Venture's comment. We need Conductor's thought on, what is that, Cat's Eye? What the hell is that?
Cat's Eye. The girl group that sings the song Gabriella.
Oh, the all-female girl group?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to brush up on that, but just telling me right now it's an all-female musical group. You already have me hooked right there.
It's actually, Gabriella is my favorite song of theirs. So,
okay.
Yeah.
I'll have to
so George, I just saw a photo of Cat's Eye at the Grammys party. Oh my God. Well, based off of Peter saying, oh my God, I'm for sure that it's, oh my God.
Of course. 100%. Oh my gosh. But I know.
I know that just kind of like came out. I just realized, a female girl group. It's basically one and the same. Folks, you're going to have to, we've been doing this for 11 hours.
We're getting rusty. We're getting off the rails, literally. We're derailing at this point.
Wouldn't they be female then? Yeah, it's the same thing.
It's
either a female group or a girl group, but we had to add in both. It's a female girl group.
I don't know what the hell I'm saying.
I did it too. I did it.
All I could say is I'm in. So that's all that matters. I'm in. I love it.
Big Sam says, haha, Peter, we can all help sub for them.
Oh God. Oh Lord.
Oh God. And as Peter says, hands off, Gabriella. Gabriella, hands off, Gabriella.
See, here we go. The last 10 minutes are going to get wild around here. God. Oh my God.
Well, being that it is the last 10 minutes, if anybody has any last minute questions, please feel free, throw them in the comments. We'll try to do it kind of rapid fire, that we'll try to answer as many questions as we can as we hit the 11th hour.
Yes, but while we wait for these questions, I am going to say, everybody in the chat, imagine George, because we talked about it, George wearing a kimono. Just keep that in mind.
Oh, see, I really, honestly, what I'm telling you right now, as I said, I will get the thick white socks that go past the ankle, and I will literally put on those wooden sandals where it goes in between my toes.
Oh Lord!
I will literally put on the kimono where, God. I don't know. What do you think? Maybe a red one. Maybe I think a red would do, with like the golden writing on it and everything.
Oh my God!
And then Abby says we're losing it.
I can clearly see it, because Abby was, she was playing around with me, but she was kind of irritated and mad. She's like, stop giving George ideas. God dang it. Stop doing that. And I said, George can put the whole ensemble on. He can have the kimono, the wooden shoes, the straw hat. He can have even literally a mustache handle that literally has facial hair going down to his chest.
And I literally would just and I'll make sure that my hands are like tucked in the sleeves. So it's like, and then I just start walking and I just start singing, please bring honor to us. Please bring honor to us.
Oh my God. Oh God. Oh gosh. Hudson says George made it all the way without discussing how much he hates kids at Disneyland. Well, hey, by all means, we have a couple minutes. Go for it.
Well, I think I didn't really like go off off a tangent of it. I mentioned like briefly, like, I don't want to see the back of the kid's head when they put them on their shoulders and everything. Sure. And it's like, and I'm sorry, like, it's our money. And kids really should be grateful that we're spending the money on them to take them to these places. And all they have to give us is attitude and meltdowns and screaming and crying and moping and moaning and like, like, I'm sorry. Like, if you want to do that, that's fine. Then you're going to pull out your own money out of your own wallet and do it.
Absolutely. And to answer Remy D's comment, Bowser is a trooper. He's been here all 11 hours. Co-hosting with me and Hollow Gelato, and it wouldn't be the same without my boy Bubba Fett right here. So believe me, they've been troopers. I can contest to that.
Yes. And Abby goes, "Stop, conductor." LOL.
I know. See, I'm gonna get a text later on from Abby. God dang it! Why are you doing that? Because now George is on Amazon buying all this stuff for his costume. God dang it! Oh, I can hear it.
I wonder if I should get the chopsticks.
Oh, God. See, Abby, I'm sorry. I'll buy you a drink while we're in Walt Disney World. As an apology. Sorry. I'll do it, okay?
And then Amusement Park Pirates, # Team No Kids.
Oh, geez. Just like Haunted Mermaid, Team No Sleep.
Yeah. And then we got the meltdowns. Sean Williams says, what ride would ride over and over as long as this live stream? Okay, so what ride would you ride for 11 hours straight?
Oh, geez.
I know Theme Park Casual did a marathon of riding It's a Small World. I don't know how he did that one.
Oh, I couldn't do that. There's no way in hell. I would literally lose my mind and check myself in a mental hospital. What ride? See, I love that comment or that question. What ride at Disney would I ride for 11 hours? God. I'm trying to think. Shoot. I think if I had to choose an attraction.
Hidden Geek Village says People Mover.
If it was still around at Disneyland, 100% agree. At Walt Disney World, more than definitely. But if we're talking Disneyland, I probably would ride the Walt Disney Railroad for 11 hours.
I can see that. I can see how you can pass the time with that because Abby and I take siestas on there all the time. We just sleep. People probably think we're homeless and we just go in there and just sleep on the train.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
And Cody Anderson says Radiator Springs Racers. That would be a fun one to do for 11 hours.
Interesting. Okay.
Hudson Thomas says, didn't Adam do that with Big Thunder?
I don't remember, but I wouldn't put it past him. I'm sure he did.
Yeah.
I would not put it past.
Big Thunder. I could see doing the train. I could see doing Radiator Springs Racers, Big Thunder, the People Mover, if it was Walt Disney World.
Sure. I see the reason why. Okay, the reason why I picked the Disneyland Railroad is because I'm trying to think of a ride where, again, like George says, you could take a nap, you can eat and drink on that ride, and you wouldn't spill any of it.
You get the aesthetics, you get the visuals, that is true. You get a little bit of it all on the railroad. And Abby agrees with you. She picks the Disneyland Railroad as well.
Perfect. And one thing about Team No Sleep, I want to kind of dive into this because George and Haunted Mermaid's actually the first one that brought this up.
Mm-hmm. I just drag it out.
Yeah, you do. To torment me, but it's okay. I'll let you. One of the things behind Team No Sleep was on March the 3rd. For everyone that maybe joined after that segment of this live stream, was on March the 3rd, me and George and Abigail are going to be at the Disneyland 70th, our 70 years of celebration, a 2-day event between, or not between, but on 2 different dates, March 3rd and March 5th. We're going to be there March 3rd, which is the day before we go to Walt Disney World and we fly out of John Wayne Airport. And what's interesting about that is George is all like, well, think about this for a second. Keep this in mind. I'm like, okay, I'll try to keep this in mind if I can. But he made an excellent point. I love this. He said, well, what if the After Dark event went from 7 a.m. or 7 8. See, I'm getting jacked up. 7 p.m. to 1 a.m. on March 4th. So March 3rd leading into March 4th. So I would actually pull my own version of Adam the Woo and get done with Disneyland at 1 a.m., which would be March the 4th, and then literally fly to Orlando the same day and go to Walt Disney World.
You would officially be in both Disney resorts in
one day.
Yeah.
But George pushed the step further. He's like, you know, the reason why I had you, because for our seating for the flight, Abby wants to, I'm guessing, I don't know exactly, but I think Abby's going to be the window seat. George is going to be the middle seat. I'm going to be the aisle seat. Okay. And George is like,
really quick. Boom. We just hit it. We hit the 11th hour.
Yes, we hit the 11th hour. Congratulations, everybody. Congratulations, George.
Yes, congratulations to you. So sorry, but go ahead, finish your story.
Oh no, no worries. And George has almost insisted and promised that he's not going to let me sleep for all 6-7 hours we're flying to Orlando. So it's really Team No Sleep.
Yeah, basically.
It really is.
I think I'll probably start off by singing the song. Okay. I know a song that gets on everybody's nerves, and
it'll take a quick half a second to get that on my nerves.
Oh my gosh. The music part Pirates gives the horns and the confetti and all that good stuff. And actually Hudson Thomas said, and this really does make sense, you're the conductor, so you have to pick the railroad.
Oh yeah, 100%. That's why I picked it.
Yeah, of course.
That's why I picked it. Even if we had the people mover here, I would still pick the railroad.
Yeah,
so
that's
obviously the people mover would be a tie for first. But since my name is Theme Park Conductor, the railroad does make sense.
You have to stick with the theme.
Absolutely. But again, I want to thank George, the Disney Italiano from Hollow Gelato, being an absolute amazing co-host with this record. I find it a record.
I think it really is. Honestly, I want to look up, and everyone, if you can actually help us, if you could do a little bit of research for us, look up to see what is the longest straight live stream that anyone has ever done. Now, I do know, as I said, if it hits 12 hours,
sure,
it ends that live stream. But if someone already had a recurring live stream set up, it would continue.
Absolutely.
But I'm just curious if someone went that far.
Absolutely. And actually, I don't think there's anyone that has done a 11-hour live stream that has been specifically about theme parks and that genre. So I think me and you are the first ones to do that.
We are the first. We are the Neil Armstrongs of this.
But Rudio does say the longest live stream was 918 hours, which is insanity. Wow. But for the theme parks, I think me and George hold the record.
I would think so. I would hope so. I don't know if I could do 918 hours.
Oh hell no. No. does a marathon annually. I do know they do. I just don't know if they've gone 11 hours. I could be wrong though. I could be wrong.
Let's see. Yeah, so Amusement Park Pirate says there is no single officially recognized longest live stream dedicated solely to a theme park.
So I think me and you hold that record, and I
This
want to
is
say
from Google.
I want to hold a big congratulations again to George the Disney Italiano from Hollow Gelato and everybody in the group chat. You guys are absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
Also,
I think honestly, I'm sorry. I think we all deserve a round of applause. I think so. Like,
absolutely.
yes.
And I want to give a big shout out as well to Mam Lizelle gifting 10 Hollow Gelato memberships, also gifting 5 theme park conductor memberships. Also the $10 super chat from Mademoiselle to me, theme park conductor. Matthew Murr with the super chat all the way from the UK to Hollow Gelato. Also another $10 super chat from Matthew Murr to Hollow Gelato. And the one and only legendary Hen Geek Village with another super chat, a $5 super chat. Absolutely amazing. Big shout out to everybody. And again, what a amazing live stream this has been. Me and George were really hoping this was going to pan out this way, and it turned out exactly the way we wanted it. And we could not be more proud and just fascinated that many of you have sticked around for most of the 11 hours, and we cannot appreciate you guys enough.
Absolutely. I am amazed, and not saying like you guys wouldn't have watched our content, but in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, people are going to be jumping in and out, which you guys did. You know, it's understandable, but a lot of you literally stuck out through the majority, and like that was, and it really is Big Sam, as he actually took the words right out of my mouth. It's amazing that we did this, and as I said, we couldn't do it without you guys participating and joining in and discussing the conversation, asking questions, giving your opinion. And we are definitely very strongly going to consider adding that phone line to have you guys call in. And shout out to John Make It Rain. I know he's not with us right now. He had to leave, but shout out to him for bringing up the conversation of it, because that is a very good idea. And I'm definitely going to consider it for sure, especially when we do these long live streams.
Absolutely. And George, I think we should test it out.
Yes.
Before we go to the fly to Orlando, because one of the things I have been pretty consistent on letting people know that watch Conductor Sunday live stream, even when I've been on your live stream, you've been on my live stream, is that the fact that I'm going to be doing a lot of live streams, not just in the parks, but also from the hotel rooms, or from our hotel room, talking about my experience, Tommy's experience, George's experience of each park we do per day or every other day, because George does, again, shout out to George for planning this out. We are going to do kind of a different style technique while we're out there for 2 weeks, is that we're going to hit 2 parks, take a day off, hit another 2 parks, take another day off, and kind of recuperate. So I know George has that in mind, and that's going to be awesome. So I can't wait for that. So I think for one of the lives we do from the hotel room, George, we should definitely get that technique down with the phone, the call in using Discord, and see if we can incorporate that in one of our lives from Walt Disney World.
Yeah, absolutely. We will test it out on a live, probably this upcoming month. We'll test it sometime in February, before March comes. And yes, I have all the itinerary planned out for, our park days, our non-park days, our dining, everything it's all put together.
Absolutely. But I'm going to go first, George. But I want to thank everybody for joining this legendary marathon live stream about the parks. Going 11 hours is incredible. You can find me, Theme Park Conductor, on YouTube and Blue Sky at Theme Park Conductor. You can find me on Instagram at theme_park_conductor. You can find me on X at Theme Conductor, TikTok at Theme Park Conductor 1, and every Sunday at 5 or 7 p.m. for Conductor Sunday live stream, where we have amazing guests like the one and only Hollow Gelato with his spicy Italiano opinions about the parks and so much other topics we talk about and we cover. We have guests also like Orange Grove 55, Tommy Toon World, and an updated programming note. I am going to have Hey Bricky for the very first time on Theme Park Conductor on Conductor Sunday live stream this coming Sunday, February the 1st at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Definitely stay tuned for that. And I know later in the month, literally a couple weeks before we actually go on the trip, I'm going to be on Hollow Gelato's live stream with Tommy Toon World, which Tommy Toon World is going to be part of both live streams, the Hey Bricky one, and also the special guest live stream on Hollow Gelato. And I'm going to let him tell everybody, because it's going to be his live stream, who the guest is going to be. But a lot of amazing content is coming between all three channels in the next month and during the 2 weeks we are out at Walt Disney World. But George, please take it away.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. First off, I just have to say thank you again to everybody for joining in this over 11-hour live stream marathon. When we said we were going to do a marathon live, we basically did a marathon live stream all the way up to as far as we possibly can. And Conductor, again, thank you so much for being my co-host, riding it out with me. I knew if there was anyone that would do this wild and crazy live stream, it would be you doing it with me, because I don't think there would be anybody else that would actually tackle it. So thank you as always. In any case, folks, again, I'm George the Disney Italiano. You can find me on YouTube with Abby on Hollow Gelato, and you can also find us on Instagram on Hollow Gelato. And as Conductor was saying, we are going to have a special guest coming on a live stream sometime in February. Further details will be further announced as the time comes on, but we will be having Drew the Disney Dude on, since he is a Florida resident and he basically has Walt Disney World in his backyard. And we're going to discuss the upcoming trip prior to us going. But please like, subscribe, hit that notification bell for both of our channels. We got a lot of content coming out between DCA's 25th anniversary. We have a lot of the Disneyland After Dark events, and we have the epic March trip of Walt Disney World and Universal Orlando. Plenty of content coming out your way. And even beyond that, when we get back, we're going to be doing our reviews and thoughts and everything of the trip. And then also with future trips. As I said, we were talking about going to Disneyland Paris and Tokyo Disney, and doing Conductor's very first Disney cruise on the Treasure, along with going back to Walt Disney World for Tropical Americas, Monsters, Inc., Piston Peak, Villains Land, and everything that they have to throw at us at D23 and beyond for Disneyland Forward. We're here. We're going to cover it all because we enjoy doing it and we love to do it with you guys. And we definitely seem like it definitely proved after tonight, you guys are very loyal to us. And we greatly appreciate that you actually take the time out to literally watch and listen to us talk about theme parks, events, travel, all that good jazz. So again, from the bottom of our hearts, we thank you so very much. And again, it's time to close it off, folks. We are past the 11th hour. And as I say, I'm George, the Disney Italiano. And as I always say in Disney Italiano fashion, stay safe, stay healthy, stay Disney. But also, always keep out for that sweet, juicy, but sometimes sticky Disney news and info. Italiano and Mr. Theme Park Conductor,